oh, I should be allowed to have my gun, but you shouldn't be allowed to smoke weed or grow weed. And then a lot of other people are so stupid, they'll be like, oh, yeah, I should be allowed to grow weed and smoke weed, but you shouldn't be allowed to have a gun. You see how both people are stupid as fuck?
Well, they believe that there's freedom when there's really not. Like they have people
They don't
thinking that there's
understand the importance
freedom
of freedom.
while they're enchained, enslaved,
I
without
think
the
freedom's a state of
chains or
mind.
the whips.
I think freedom's a state of mind, but what is the freedom that they're seeking?
I just don't think you get it.
They have people enslaved without the chains or the whips.
Like they're like I don't
Freedom's
know.
not a
It's
state of
funny.
mind.
It's
like
funny
saying
when,
happiness is
when
a
you
choice.
say that out loud.
No,
You
not.
should say that
I'm not
again.
equating freedom with happiness, though. Like a lot of people want to be free from certain obligations, certain punishments, right? So I'm thinking it's like a frame of mind where freedom is like a rebellion against the consequences of their actions. That's what I'm thinking, because it is a power. It translates to powers. Freedom.
Yeah, I guess you're correct, like 50%. But I mean, say that to someone in North Korea and see what expression they have on their face.
Well, don't they say
No such
ignorance
thing
is
as
bliss?
freedom. You're going to reap what you've sown. Whatever you've sown together throughout your life, you're going to reap it at one point or the other.
Look, all I know
Freedom
is
is just a political
the primitive
word.
word that was used to denote Washington before it was called Washington, D.C. was Rome.
We're in a Roman Empire right now, actually.
Yeah. It's two legs of that statue, right?
Nobody lost anything. Rome never lost a thing, ever.
They just changed their hat.
They just came to America and they changed the republic a little different. Same thing.
Yeah. Or it might have always been here, for all we know.
What do they call it? Latin.
It might have always
Latin
been
America.
here. Yeah, it could have been here in North America. Could have always been here. Memphis might actually be Memphis on the Euphrates, on the Mississippi, rather. For all we know.
Seven Branching River.
That's where the Middle East was. It's still the Middle East to me. Of course, I'm way out west here, but it's just strange to think about all of
Rome's
that.
golden eagle was the bald eagle that they took into battle. It wasn't their nation's
was it an eagle or a falcon?
But they took it into battle.
The whole symbolism of all of that, is really.
And that's what America has.
Yeah, it's just another branch. It's another branch.
Oh, it's the only two nations in history to hold the same emblem.
Have you looked at the Indian trading the West India Trading or West India Company, West India Trading Company, and the flag that they have?
It's a pirate flag, isn't it?
Oh no, it's
the Jolly Roger.
It's the American flag except for the stars, the field of stars. It's the Jolly Roger from
Jolly
England.
Roger, yeah.
Yeah. So it's the Jolly Roger and America all in one.
Oh man.
Supposedly there was 9 Knights Templars. I know this sounds conspiratorial. There was 9 Knights Templars that was unaccounted for. They killed them all. All of them but 9. They couldn't account for 9 of them. This is going to sound ridiculous, John.
I wish we had that X-Files music. Dang.
Those 9 came to America.
When you need it.
Rewrit the
Can I
Republic.
find that? Okay, I'm going to try to find that.
Very different. And you can find the Knights Templars on, to this day, on the shores of America, on any coastline. Etched into stone, the Knights Templar.
But yeah, the West India Trade Company, I believe, had something to do with slavery. Dutch West India Company.
A lot of people think slavery is no longer around, but it's probably more relevant than ever before.
Oh wow, look at that. I went to westindiatradingcompany.com and it's got Island Life, Pirates, Island Beverages, rum, right? And then Jamaica, Ashiwi Dweet, right? So a son of David. And then it's got Jamaica with the lion and the red, the gold, and the green. Rastafarian type stuff. And then a trident with a wreath. But I can't find the flag. I just found it the other day.
America is Rome, and you can tell that by its roots.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, plus the Empire State of York, of New York, right?
Rome had their military anywhere they could put them, and so does the U.S. The largest United States military base
420 years ago. Wow.
is made in Iraq.
So 420 years ago, they created the West India Slave Company piracy company. So now they're trying to legalize marijuana on the 420th anniversary. Like they're
It's a
trying to take it
naturally
off the
grown.
schedule. Yeah.
They call it a weed, but I think it's a plant. Isn't it a plant? Because it buds and
Um,
seeds.
it's an herb that produces wood.
It buds and seeds, though. So isn't it a
Yeah.
plant?
Well,
Not a
it's an
weed.
herb. It's an yeah. It's a herb type of thing.
Marijuana plant.
Yeah. And what is a plant? A plant is something that produces chemicals, right?
Buds and seeds. It's like a fruit tree.
Yeah.
Produces seeds.
It produces fruit.
I mean, the first laws on it for the colonies where they had to
There's
produce it.
different. There's different strain. THC, CBD, and then you have.
CBG, CBN.
Mhm,
You know?
precisely.
I mean, this one that I have right now is over 6 foot tall.
Yeah, your sativa, your
No,
indica, and
it's
then
a
you have your
hybrid.
hybrids. And then
Yeah,
no, I'm just saying, you have your sativas, your indicas, then you have your hybrids,
yeah.
which are also indica dominant, and then sativa, and then you have your sativa dominant.
And then there's even Rutadelis, which produces very little THC, but they've crossbred them
But
because
it
there's a
has more of a
so-called
CBD.
autoflower. Yeah, they have less CBD, less THC, and its growing cycle is like 3 months, and it's completely done. It's an auto-flowering
Hmm.
thing from like Russia, Siberia type thing. So they've been
Yeah.
creating another kind of hybrid called auto flowers, and that's just a waste of money.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember right, up until the turn of the century, it was the most prescribed medicine for childbirth.
Yep.
Up
And
until the
menstrual pain.
turn of the century.
And menstrual pain.
I'm in Cali, so I know I get my shit pure Cali stuff.
Now about that
If you've never
California,
done
right?
marijuana before and then you do it, it's a very powerful drug.
Enoch, have you looked up what California means? We're told it's like flower, but it's not. It's from Khalifa.
No, I haven't, but you're gonna educate me.
The Amazonian women.
Okay.
The
So you're
caliphate.
calling me
Khalifa.
you said okay.
No. I'm
Okay.
saying the
So
land
you're calling me
was named
an
after.
Amazonian woman. Is that what you're calling me? Is that what you motherfucker?
No,
I'm kidding.
no.
I'm
Okay.
kidding.
I'm
I'm
saying
kidding. I'm
I'm
kidding.
saying the
Settle,
root
settle down.
the root of
Uh-huh.
the name
Uh-huh.
California comes from the Spanish
Uh-huh.
that found Baja
Uh-huh.
California, thought it was an island,
Right.
and there were like
Oh, I
women
found a
warriors there.
quarter.
So they called
Hell
them,
yeah.
hey, it's the Califes, meaning the Amazons. So it's crazy the connection there.
The Amazon's giant
Okay, that's
people.
cool.
Yep.
That is cool.
Yeah,
I feel
there
like
were
you're
no
calling
doubt,
me a big show still
no
though.
doubt,
But
giant people were living all over the place. Yeah,
I'm
there were
kidding.
giant people everywhere before. They were everywhere, every state.
Oh man, yeah, I've been told I was a giant, bro, because my feet, dude, they're like 13. I wear size 13 shoes.
What?
Yeah, my mom, like, my family made fun of me, man. They call me aliens. Like, man,
Well,
shut before I slap you with my alien feet.
you know what
What?
they say about
Sorry.
men with large shoes, that means they have a wide gait.
Oh man, they wear large socks.
Well,
Yes,
no,
they
they have a
do.
wide gait, which means they don't have to
I
step
know.
as
Wait, watch
much
out, watch
for the
out.
same
No,
distance.
hey, watch out, watch out, watch out. Don't tell them the secrets. Don't tell them the secrets.
I can walk through while towering above the rest.
Yeah, it's like we can walk on water. It's like we can walk on water.
With
Just
my
imagine.
alien spine, I can go from
All
6 foot
right.
to 6'1".
Hey, are you making fun of my? Okay, see? Nah, see. I
No,
see
no, I'm
you
talking about
saying.
myself. No, listen, I'm talking about myself. I have back problems too. My upper back is twisted.
Oh, man, I want to pray. You mind if I pray for you about that? I mean,
Yeah,
when I can pray
it's
about that in
okay.
my sleep.
It's
Right
okay.
before I
You
go
know
to
what?
sleep.
God's got me
I
covered,
want to
man. I'm
pray
not even. It
for
ain't even a
sure.
thing. It ain't even a thing anymore.
No, I mean, I want to pray
Yeah.
about that in private though. I don't mean to make that in. I don't want to.
No,
Hello.
I've had some
Pray for
problems
the
here and
globe.
there.
The globe
Listen,
needs a prayer.
I've had some.
Oh yeah,
I've had
man,
some.
definitely, yeah,
I,
right.
I've had some problems since I was a young child where I was totally incapacitated for quite a while because of spasms in my back and neck. So like it's taken me a long time to like settle down for one and let myself heal. Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, I can relate.
I love
Big,
you, Sonny, man.
big,
You're
tall. I'm
cool.
a big, tall, lanky sucker, man. I'm freaking taller than most. I have a huge reach. Like my arms. Seriously.
That's what she said. I mean,
But anyway, we all have a little peculiarities, right?
right. I got a large feather
Yeah.
in my hand. Yep. A very large feather. I found it on the floor. It's a crow feather. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's a crow feather. It was a very large. Maybe it's an eagle feather. No, not at all. It's not an eagle feather. Hello, birds. I'm talking to the birds.
I saw another coyote right out in the open one day. It was a
Oh
hot day.
man.
I think it might have been the same family. I think I know where they live. I saw their den before. I know
Dude.
exactly where they live. And this is like in the city, but it's a huge park, so they have a lot of land, and there's lots of squirrels and rabbits and birds and
Yeah,
lots of
where I
life.
walk around, like sometimes there's a mountain lion, and then something like, but a lot of times there's coyotes all around.
Yeah, But I think they don't want to be around us. They don't show themselves very much. But the couple that I saw weren't exactly afraid of me. Let's just put it that way. They were curious of me, but they stayed their distance. So I think they know how to sense us really well.
Is a bobcat considered a mountain lion or a type of mountain lion? Just
Bobcats.
out of
I've seen
curiosity.
them too. I've seen them too, man. Have you seen bobcats?
Yeah.
Do you live in
That's how I
California?
was like,
Do you live in California?
yes, yes, I said that.
Oh yeah, I do too. Yeah, I seen him at the beach even. I saw one
Dude, that's
coming out of the canyon right out to
crazy.
the beach, and then went back
No
up.
way.
Yeah, it's a
That's
bobcat. I was like,
odd.
holy
Dude,
shit.
that's very odd.
Oh no, I've had these really strange run-ins with animals, man. I've had some. It's been really a trip.
Like
So
I have, yeah, mine. I have like run-ins with bobcats and coyotes.
yeah, I guess coyotes can be gnarly. They're like a team effort, right? So they
Ooh.
know how to plan. Like they're kind of like dingoes in
Yeah,
a
there was
way.
like three of them. There was like three of them around me. It was a good thing I had my stick though. They couldn't. They didn't want to come near me because
You
they were
could
like,
call
"Oh,
them
you got."
over, man. You could call them over. They're more afraid of you. What you should be worried
Yeah,
about is a wolf, and not even one wolf.
I
One
thought one
wolf,
of
you're
them
just
was a
fine.
wolf. Now the first time I saw one,
Five
I thought it was a
wolves.
wolf.
Now you should shit bricks.
And that's in the city, but I realize now that that was a coyote, but just a kind of big, lanky one. Or maybe it was that time of year where it was kind of really lean.
I'll call it over.
But the one I saw the other day was really very healthy, like really healthy
He was
fur.
eating out of the garbages, huh? I bet you.
No, there's plenty of like squirrels and rabbits and shit. They probably eat well.
Even a bear is more afraid of you than you are of it.
Yeah, I'm
It's
not
just
so
that if
worried
you
about
get
it.
it in if you put it in
You
a
just
certain
gotta show
position,
it that you're more
it's gonna
dominant.
attack.
Exactly, and make your mark and stuff, and that's not that hard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I mean, trying to be more of a hard-headed pushover towards the animal is gonna show that it's more that uh, you're more superior than the animal. And if it's a lion, though, dude, I don't know, you man, you might just die. So just thank God you're alive for that lion to eat you. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, with a
Well, I
bear,
wouldn't want to
they tell you to look as big as you can with a
Yeah.
bear. Like if you're wearing a
I
coat,
know, but
you
with
unzip
the
the
lion,
coat
though, I don't
and
know
you
what to
spread
do.
it
Like,
out. Try to look as big as you can.
If you're that close to a lion, I don't know. You just have to just
yeah, see,
pray
that's what
or
I'm
something
saying.
and tread
Uh,
very lightly.
that lion's still as scared as you, man.
I'm gonna be like, "Fuck!"
I think most of the time, if you're not cornering them, they'll leave you alone. Like if you're cornering them, if they feel like threatened, then they might attack you. Or if they're super hungry and you look like, a delicate little morsel that they can munch into, I don't know, that's another.
Sorry, I just couldn't stop doing chicken.
It makes you
But if they
wonder.
still eat this,
It makes you
I'm
wonder how
totally
humans first
saying
became
eggs,
friends.
definitely, man, and they're not gonna be white.
It makes you wonder how humans first became friends with dogs. Doesn't it make you wonder about that?
Right now, I just wanna. If I saw a lion and it made me shit, I'm gonna throw that shit at the lion. I promise you. I'm
Have you
not
guys
kidding.
seen a lion sneak up
What?
behind somebody and like get ready to pounce on him?
No.
It's been
That's
known
the
to happen.
scariest thing ever.
that's why I was saying earlier that fear is one of probably the greatest tactics of war.
Well, that's
Because
what I'm saying, bro. Fucking
once you can get your
lion makes
enemy
me
in
shit. I'm
fear,
gonna fucking take that shit and throw it at the
the
lion.
battle is won.
Whoa,
I
bro.
am not kidding. I am. You think I'm joking, dude? I'm not
Chill,
joking, bro.
chill a little bit. Just relax,
It's all right.
man.
I'm not trying to yell.
Don't get too excited.
I'm just saying. I'm afraid of lions,
Well,
tigers,
Lion
and
win.
bears.
good thing there aren't any saber-toothed cats running around then.
Wait, what? Do those things exist? Did they exist?
I think they really did. Yep.
Oh man.
Pretty sure they did.
I think if the situation presented itself, you'd be surprised on how little of fear you had compared to what you think you would have.
Yeah, why aren't those animals, did they actually exist or was that a hoax too, the saber-toothed cats and all this shit? Because I've actually seen
They
the
found,
digs at the La Brea tar pits, where they're
yeah, they
like
found
digging
intact skeletons in asphalt.
Yeah, so they're frozen, and that is kind of obvious that. And so apparently there were different kinds of bears and mastodons, mammoths, like wolves, different varieties of wolves and bear and shit like that, right? So saber-toothed cats was one of those. So that makes me think though. So why is it that do you think that those animals don't exist anymore? They very easily could have.
Hang on.
No
Who said they
doubt.
found a saber tooth in asphalt? Who said that?
And La
It,
Brea tar pits in oil. Yeah, it's in like oil, thick
How do you know
oil.
that's legit?
Pardon me?
How do you know that's legit?
You
A
can go
saber
there and
tooth
see them
tiger.
dig. Well, you can see the digs. I mean, they could have faked it, but I went to the dig. You can see. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, I'm not saying it is for sure. So I don't know if those animals actually exist or not. I really can't verify it, right? So it's the same thing with a lot of other things. Like they say these animals existed. I don't know. Were they pre-flood animals that really did exist, but it wasn't as long ago? That's possible.
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Hey,
They
Glenn
died
Rose,
out.
am I
But,
roboting?
but when you say you can
A
go
little
to the
bit.
dig, like
Right,
when you
right
say you
there
can go
in
to
La
the
Brea,
dig,
off of Wilshire. Yeah, La Brea
I mean, like
and
in the
Wilshire.
museum, there's fossils, right?
They got
so as
all of
long
it
as you
laid
can
out,
dig
and
a hole, there's validity to it.
well, no, that's what I'm saying. But if you go there yourself and see it, you might have a different opinion about what you're seeing.
But what are
Yeah.
you seeing? Is it a certain location? Like,
Yeah, it's a
why would it
location in
require?
Los Angeles where these big, huge oil. There used to be thousands of oil derricks
Right.
all over
So
LA
like,
basin because there's oil
There,
seeping out. So La Brea Torpeds, they found this huge area that was a big pond, and the animals would go there and they would fall in this oil that was bubbling out. Big
right.
pools
LA
of
was founded
it.
on oil.
They get stuck in there. Yeah, they get stuck in there and they were preserved that way. And then you can go to the place and see where they're actually digging them out, like real time digging them out of the oil
Yeah,
and see
there's
what
also
they're digging out. So
sorry.
I don't
So you
know.
can see it real time, huh?
Yeah.
Here in
well,
Texas,
there's a lot of
they
areas in
are
California
Like even
that
right now, they're digging them out. It's just like a nonstop digging out these bonds of oil.
Oil, ponds of oil. Yeah, with huge animals, hundreds and hundreds of
Right.
animals.
Like right now, they're still digging them out of that same pond.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever found fossils? Because
Nonstop dig.
the only fossils I found were like clumps of white stone, like gray white stone with like rusty stuff on the outside, and you could see clamshells in it.
Hmm.
And this is out in the desert.
I've seen a couple things like that. I've also seen petrified wood in the desert, like huge amounts of it.
Yeah.
Like I was shocked.
I got a
That's
You
chunk.
guys ever?
I got a chunk of petrified wood that was petrified in less than 20 years.
Like the amount of petrified wood in the deserts, even here, it's like seems like it was totally scorched because that must have been like millions and millions of acres of some kind of forest to have that much petrified wood all over the
to be
place.
honest, I really do think that these animals, like there was prehistoric animals that did exist. I mean, they have been dug and
You don't
Have you
know
guys
that, my
ever
friend.
been?
You
work.
don't know that
Have you
they've been
guys
done.
ever been curious
No,
enough
you're
to?
right. You're right. You're absolutely right. I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't know that.
Because the whole dinosaur might be a hoax just to prove evolution. Look how long it came. Look how long it's been.
Yeah,
It just
yeah. So,
Yeah,
like, I'm
well,
not saying the
what
I'm
about
not
like
saying I'm not saying like the
Buddy, that
brontosaurus, that the T-Rex. I'm not saying any of those are right. I think that's what they are trying to fool us with, Triceratops and all these, like whatever, what you know, what were they called? Stegosaurus and all these strange freaking animals. I don't think a lot of those existed at all, but I think there might
So
have
you
been
think
some of these other ones.
the paleontologists were
Well,
all
just look up when dinosaur, regardless of Tyrannosaurus, Stegosaurus. Just look up the word dinosaur and find out when it first came to be.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Yeah, like
No,
around the
it's going to stun you.
1850s, about
It's going to
1850s
stun
or
you.
something. I think it's the
Yeah.
1850.
Yeah,
it's gonna lead you back to Dragon.
As if they've
dragon.
never dug that deep all in man's history.
Freaky.
Like they've never dug a dinosaur up until the 1850s.
Yeah, I think they were digging
Come
up
on,
huge
guys.
bones, but I think they were lying about what they were from the very beginning.
They built the pyramids.
Even in Hebrew, the word dragon and the word dinosaur have the same meaning. Same word.
They made
Yeah,
this shit
dragon,
up.
dinosaur, beast,
Yeah.
giant.
But it
I
was
think they found
No,
dinosaurs
beast is different. Beast
Was
is a
it
dangerous animal,
paleontologist?
not a
Was
lizard.
it?
Well, you can
I'm
have the
sorry.
beast of the field, but you can also have giant beasts.
Was it paleontology that's into dinosaurs and stuff like that?
Do you guys mind if I interrupt real quick? It's a selfish interest.
I think they found whale bones and giant shark bones and monsters with giganticism, but I
Yeah.
don't believe anything beyond that.
Go ahead, Gospel Bear.
All right. The picture I posted, just the last picture in the chat, looks like the sun. That comes from the 25-minute mark of a movie called Waterworld, which was just slam packed with propaganda
I saw
and interesting material. But while I was watching and I saw that scene, and I instantly was like, what in the world is happening right now? So I was under the impression that this might be another variation of a black swan. So I'm trying to conceptualize what's going on here, and here's my speculation. I'm bouncing it off of anyone and everyone in the room. My speculation is that the sun is further off in the distance, thus apparently smaller. And as a result, because of the drastic difference of the position of the boats that you can't see, that are quote unquote hidden by the horizon, quote signs, LOL. The boats are so drastically larger in comparison to the distant sun. And the reason the sun looks so large in comparison to the even closer guys on jet skis is only because of the nature of zoom. This is my deduction to make sense of what's being seen here. I can't quite.
I don't know if that background is separate from the forward one, the one that's in the foreground. You see the wave texture. This is
this is just a screenshot from the movie.
You can see this wave texture on waves that are close, even in BMSLB's video of the that he did with the Black Swan, but the same location showing Atmos magnification, I think the one is called. So that's what the wave looks like because it's a close wave and it's a low observer height.
I'm not really interested in the waves or even the horizon in this picture. What I'm trying to understand is what would you? This isn't a shadow because that's impossible. It's the blocking of the sunlight from boats with men standing on the boats. That's what those three different objects are. The left one is very blurry, so you can't really see it. The middle one is a boat with two men, and the right one is another boat with either a gun or another man. And again, those objects don't appear to be physically present unless they're just so obscured by haze. That's another possibility. But again, it's a very fascinating
It's an obvious
image.
silhouette. Yeah, it's an obvious silhouette.
What's up, man? Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. But the size and the position and the size and all those kinds of things is a little bit of a twister.
It looks to me almost like it's two separate images. The close-up one with
It's
the man
film.
jet skiing,
I
and then
don't
the
think that it's,
background.
again, the movie was made in '95, and it's captured from the film. I don't believe that this is some type of CGI scene. It doesn't really add up. I understand that Jurassic Park was made around the same time, and I know the technology of the mid '90s, but for the sake of this film and the nature of that film, there doesn't seem to be any motive for some type of odd um, manipulation, and I mean,
I can
that just
guarantee
doesn't
it,
add up.
actually, Gospel Bear. I can guarantee it. This is a real photo taken on water. I can't guarantee those are real objects in the background. But this is one of those scenarios where you could use that line. It's easier to do this in reality than it is to fake it. Unlike the moon landing, which that doesn't apply to.
Sure,
Thanks.
yeah. And there's no way to know, Orion, about the distance. It's a movie where they're filming these things. Um, those are the smokers. That they're the enemies or whatever. If you watch the movie, you'll laugh at the different global um, globular propaganda that's inserted in the film, and of course, global warming is the basically the main premise of the whole film. And I mean, it's just jam packed with fun propaganda, but or that, and maybe even pre-programming because of the whole ice caps melting agenda, and or whatever you want to call it. Maybe it's not an agenda. It might be an agenda.
What
Yeah,
about
they
this?
had
I
a
have to say this one thing about this, Sonny, real quick to Gospel. What about the evolution they showed in the movie?
Oh, sure. The guy has gills. Kevin Costner has gills, and
He's
yeah,
got gills. We finally have an example of adaptation, Sonny.
Sure.
Finally, Waterworld.
Yeah. But apart from all of that, I thought it
Look,
was a happy accident. Good old Bob Ross. Um, in the movie, when again, this is at the 25-minute mark. If you want to check it out. I don't know if there's a free version of the movie somewhere, but at the
yeah,
25-minute mark, you'll be able to.
there is. You can watch it on Soap Today.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. I have a. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to chime in, but thought I'd mention that.
No, that's fine. It might help others to kind of take that scene in when it's happening, and instead of just a screenshot that I got before my rental expired. So
Yeah, I'll put a link.
So Silhouette XO. You know how they say, are you still here?
Yep.
Okay, cool. You know how they say that with a light, a shadow can never be, what in it? It can never be larger than the object itself.
It depends on close light sources. We could do some finagling, but with a silhouette, that's a totally different story. But I'm sure we can manipulate some shadows.
Well, isn't a silhouette a shadow to your eyes rather than a shadow on another surface?
It's basically like a negative. It's basically like a negative. You're seeing the light.
What I
that's
just
not
said kind of didn't
there.
make sense.
Right,
It does and
well,
it
okay, go
doesn't,
ahead.
but
Well, what I'm just saying is that a silhouette is the absence of light
yeah,
on the object that you're looking at, with light behind it showing you the profile. Yeah.
correct. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's a very fascinating scene, and I'm curious if it could potentially count as another Black Swan, an impromptu one in the middle of a propaganda movie. But
Well, by default, I mean, yeah. Well, there's a default position because unless we were able to get behind the scenes directors, information with like an aerial shot to show us the distances, then we could have that information. But there is no.
Yeah,
I'm just going to claim there is no such thing as a white swan because no one's ever shown us something on the ocean with zoom saying there's the curve. That's never happened.
No.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Immediate debunked globe with that zoom. Isn't that interesting? With just the use of a zoom camera, globe falsified.
You guys can go back to talking about really old reptiles that are also known as dinosaurs.
Yeah. You mean
Remember, there was human beings living to the age of 900 or so. At least if you adhere to that knowledge of history.
Yep.
And I find it plausible to think that if there are currently animals, both water and land animals, living to 100 years, why would it be any less plausible for those same animals to be living 900 plus years as well, or maybe even longer? And if it's true that reptiles continue to grow their entire life, which I don't know that personally, but I've heard it stated as fact, then it also seems plausible that they would get really, really big after almost a millennia.
Yep. So I think those might have been pre-flood creatures.
You'll also find it interesting. Somebody was mentioning the year 56 or whatever it was in the whole dinosaur word. And do you know what they previously thought those big bones were? And this is a really curious thing that a human being could ever possibly think this thing.
No, go ahead. What?
Prior to the whole concept of dinosaurs, when they found big bones, they thought that they were from big humans. Why on earth?
That's probably what they were.
Yeah. So why on earth would humans ever think that that was reasonable when they obviously, I mean, maybe not obviously. I imagine that they saw giraffes. I imagine that they saw elephants. But for whatever reason, they found it plausible to suggest that these different femurs and stuff that were found from time to time were human. That's just a little curious, in my opinion.
How did you segue the top? What did I miss? How did you segue from the silhouette in the picture to dragons?
So maybe before you popped in, that's what they were. That's what they were talking about before.
The Nephilim.
I interrupted.
The Nephilim. We're talking about the Nephilim, the giants that were here, that were created as hybrids.
You hopped in right when I switched topics, XO.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We're talking biblical stuff here. I believe they were giants. It's kind of curious that the place where a lot of these bones, huge femurs and things like that, claim to be humans, that the indigenous people in those regions also have a lifelong oral traditions about giants in their areas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so yeah, I think a lot of the dino thing is made up, just bullshit. Evolution, like you said, it's just a bypass to go we can't tell them it's humans. We might have let the cat out of the bag too early and said at some point that we thought they were humans, but now we got to change it because evolution. There have to be dinosaurs. They have to be, because they have to be hit by an asteroid. Remember that part. Don't forget that. They have to be.
Yeah, Christopher Reeve told me that the dinosaurs were killed by an asteroid when I was 6 years old, and that's why he ended up in a wheelchair. But besides that, the reality here, though, if we go to 1841, we look at what Sir Richard Owens, how ironic, Superman, right? Sir Richard Owens came up with the word dinosaur or dinosauria, as Gospel Bear was explaining. Now, here's the interesting thing. So we can read between the lines and see what some of the creatures really were, because he admits that he found a giant iguana tooth, and because he was so creative, he named the animal Iguana Tooth, because that's how smart Richard Owens was. Instead of just calling it a giant iguana, he called it an iguana tooth, when obviously it's a tooth of a giant iguana. Richard, don't you think this is probably just a giant iguana? So no, that would be too easy. So let me just call the animal Iguana Tooth because it's so similar to an iguana. The point is, clearly the specimen that he found was just a giant iguana. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
I know, right?
Thank you.
That's probably how the larger they were. I mean, really, They may have never been any bigger than, like, let's say that Komodo dragon or something.
No, no. It was much bigger. No, this is we're talking several meters in length.
Yeah, I mean,
and
what do you
many
think
bigger
Behemoth
ones. Oh,
and Leviathan are?
correct. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's true. Probably is. There could still be.
Oh, good old Nessie. So neglected.
The point is it qualifies the giants. We have little versions today. Back then we had the giant versions. That's all it is. The point is, if you don't believe in dinosaurs, which are just giant reptiles, then you can't believe it. You got to take it all in. Yes, they lied about dinosaurs. It doesn't mean they don't exist. They lied about the earth too. Guaranteed the earth exists. It's just something else. It's not an object in space, right? So they lied about these dinosaurs. It turns out they were just large reptiles at the time. That's why we have thousands of stories, not just biblical. I'm only going to use Bible, but for everybody else, you could talk about every ancient culture talking about these large reptiles, and they all called them dragons or tannin, and or large reptiles. And then even the Chinese and Japanese today, their term is synonymous, right? So it's a synonym. It's dragon and dinosaur. They still use the terms the same way. So they're not crazy. I mean, that's why they have these dragons in their parades, right? Well, this is the truth, right? And that's why they tell us that dragons are just fairy tales, because actually, no, that's what dinosaurs were. That's how they deceived everybody. They took what was real, erased it, said, no, all of history is just legends. Don't worry about that. And by the way, we found these large reptiles that are just like all of those legends, but they're not. Trust us, they're from a billion years ago.
Not going to trust anyone.
Silly rabbit.
Especially ones that say that they're right. No.
Right. Now, here's the other thing, though, because now everybody here probably can agree that there was enough water on the outside of the ark so that they didn't have to put the fish in the ark, right? So some of these water dragons were never wiped out. And it seems that we even have stories up until the 1800s. Of course, we don't believe a lot of history. That's fine. But one thing is consistent. Even the militaries during World War II and for the past several hundred years talked about these massive water dragons, these sea serpents. So that's actually truth. And that's why, those are just, large reptiles of the sea, like Leviathan in the Bible. So it just shows that, again, they were calling them extinct, right? They were saying they died out millions of years as well, right? They would call them names like Chronosaurus and Mosasaurus. They show you them in Jurassic Park, the underwater giant, monstrous reptiles. Well, those were probably real and probably not too far off of what they're just showing us a finned reptile. That's not a big deal, really. That's something God can do just fine.
Yeah, and the oceans are large enough, honestly. The only thing that we've ever encountered, is what, 300 foot long of the blue whale. There could be things 5 and 6 times larger than that out there that no one's ever seen. How would you ever know that they existed? You would never know. They could be out there that huge still.
And also because the flat Earth, the southern hemisphere oceans are much bigger.
Huge, yes.
Yeah.
And it's all flat, abysmal plains on the bottom of those
Shit that we have not even been to yet.
Can you imagine how much flat ground that is going all the way across 10 or 12,000 miles of oceans that are all horizontal?
You meant extended southern waters, not hemisphere. Thanks.
How much of that? All that bottom area? Sure, there's some places where it comes up, but all that bottom area is huge, much bigger than the land masses.
Yeah, we want to coin it. Icelandic is a really interesting language. They refuse to adopt any new words. So anytime there's a new development like computer or camera or television or any new word to language, they come up with their own form of that word. They don't like in Hebrew, for instance, radio is radio. It's a cognate. Icelandic has no cognates. It's a fascinating thing. So do you guys want to create a new word for south of the equator? Something catchy?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just suggesting the activity. I wasn't suggesting the solution.
Oh. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't have any immediate ideas. What'd you say, XO?
Well, I just said extended southern waters.
Yeah.
Because that's what they are. They're southern because they're not in the center. They're away from the north.
True that.
The planar, southern planar, the southern planar.
It's all good.
Southern planar extended areas. Because you don't want to say extremity because we don't know the extremity, right?
Yeah, that's the equatorial line is the dividing line. But does there need to be a dividing line? No, not necessarily. But
it goes out much farther. If you look at plane flights from as far south as you can get in any of these places and then stretch them all together, and it's very simple. You can see, okay, that's going to give me an estimate of where these planes are actually flying, and we know they're flying horizontal to each other. All the plane flights are horizontal, so it's pretty easy to figure out. Like, I did that when I got interested a couple years ago, and like I was like, okay, where are these plane flights from Santiago to Sydney or whatever, or Perth or wherever they go to? And then the next one from, let's say, Perth to freaking Hong Kong, or I don't know. I'm just throwing a wild guess out there, you know. And then all the way around the plane of existence we live on. And I came up with, I think it was 30 degrees south. There was 35,000 miles when I did that. And of course, it's not accurate because planes mostly fly in straight lines.
See, the biggest problem, and this goes to both you guys, Gospel Bearer probably will catch on, but I haven't talked to you for a while, but I've been trying to explain to people, you see, they teach you that there's this rock with a little bit of water on it as your existence, when really we are in a lot of water with a little bit of rock. And that's why in Genesis, 1:9, it says that the earth came forth out of the water on the third day. The waters were already there for a couple of days. You see, and that's the whole point about this deception, is that they remove the idea that we are standing in and out of the water. And it's amazing because in 2 Peter 3, it says they're willingly ignorant of it, that by the heavens were old and that the earth is standing in and out of the water. That's literally in the top 3 most flat, descriptive flat earth understandings in the Bible. The earth is standing in and out of the water. The earth is not in space, it's in water. So there's not only, and then in Exodus 24, it verifies it. And so in Exodus, real quick, Exodus 24, it verifies this by saying there's waters under the earth. Well, you can't even have an under anyway on a ball. Well, show me the under. Who's under? Is it Australia or is it England? Or, it's the whole thing. It's so amazing because everything they do is the exact opposite. Remember, they took away the heavens above. They put the bottomless pit above. It's endless space. That's the bottomless pit. And it's just unbelievable. And you realize that they told you that we're just they just think that they show everybody that the earth is just a ball, a rock, right? They say it has all these layers and everything, and just the surface has water. Well, it's the exact opposite. We are literally in water, and there's land, very tiny amount of land coming out of the waters.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's what Satanism is. That's what he did, was he made everything the opposite of what God told us. Everything.
So if you can imagine how much area that is going outward in all directions from the center point, which we believe to be, or I'll say that is the north, obviously, the ones magnets point to, compasses point to. But if you can imagine how much ocean that is going out to the south, all horizontal, and so what that size to contain that amount of water, can you imagine? Because it truly is contained, otherwise it wouldn't sit there like it does.
Well, that's the thing. Remember, the firmaments are well, the firmament is a container because it specifically is describing separating the waters which were above the firmament
Above
from the
and below.
waters
Right.
which
Right.
were below the firmament. So you can't get any more descriptive as far as a container. Now, how far does it go out planar at this level? No way of us knowing ever. But what that also
No.
shows us is that there's oceans above and they are also linear. So going back to Exodus 24, that's why God says, don't make any graven images in the heavens of any likeness of anything, by the way, anything of any likeness that is in the heavens above, earth below, and the waters underneath the earth. So all descriptions are tiers of levels of horizontal planes, even heaven, earth below, waters underneath the earth.
Sounds like a pretty good description of a bubble in water, with everything happening inside this dynamic system, inside the bubble, the land, the oceans, the ice, whatever there is here. All of it inside this bubble.
Back on the reptiles, like let's say snakes, for example, they're reported to live around 15 years average, but some snakes have been known to live to 30 years. So if they're continuing to grow until they die, you have a snake that's lived 30 years or longer, it could be a giant snake. In theory.
Or 300 years or 800 years.
Even longer, yeah. If they've been living longer, then you got a huge ass giant snake.
John says this is how
dragon.
horror movie. No, that's funny. Hold on, I want to read this. John in the chat, this is hilarious. Says this is how horror movies start.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the DNA thing, the Lion Club cloning thing.
Oh, I see. Okay, I might have missed that. I probably missed that part. But that's funny.
Science of the
Could be.
lambs.
Science. It blinded me with science.
Was that in the YouTube chat, Sonny, or the Discord one?
Discord.
Oh, the live stream right here. Yeah. What happened? Yeah.
This is a horror movie. John, have you not heard the atheists come in here and lose their mind and invasion of the body snatchers?
Yeah. When you see that, you go, holy shit. People are really
This is like the
that?
worst place on the plane of existence for an atheist to show up.
Yeah, we have better stories than they do because it's much more fantastic than they're trying to tell everybody. Like, reality is much more amazing than anybody could ever imagine or that has ever been put on the stupid, lame ass Hollywood shows.
Man, I'm looking at the YouTube chat. You tell somebody the Earth doesn't have a circumference, and then their next question is, what's the circumference of the Earth? Oh boy.
Is there a bunch of trolls in there? I'll go ahead and clean them up again. Sometimes
There's not a bunch. I don't know if it only takes 2 or 3 cockroaches to ruin the party in a room. You might think there's 20 of them, but that's really all there is, just a couple.
Yeah, Helio said go in there every now and then, so that's what I do. I go in there every now and then and clean out. They have a bunch of, they're spamming, like.
Yeah, did you ban Trillian? I miss Trillian's constant comments about how crazy we are and how she doesn't care, and then she'll be back, for a couple hours because she doesn't care.
No, I don't remember. No, I didn't. I don't have the ability to ban anybody, but I can mute them from the channel so that they can't use the text and erase their lame messages that they've left. I'll go check it out.
The worst ones are the atheists who are NASA fans, or the best ones, actually, and they get triggered when they figure their Earth might be threatened.
Their space is going to be taken away. The space is going to be taken away. Holy shit.
They are by far the greatest evidence for the flat Earth cause in every way, shape, or form. You'll never find better evidence and show what these people do to other people. Go, do you want to end up like that?
Yeah. So thanks for coming in and supporting our cause. We really appreciate it. The Flat Earth cause thanks you from the bottom of our heart for providing this information to all of our listeners. Anyway, off to the YouTube chat. Let's check it out.
Are you gonna read us some comments, Sonny?
31 are listening on the live on YouTube. Hold on, let me check out the comments. I'll read some of the comments or something.
You guys aren't allowed to make dead air.
Isn't that? I find it such a curious statement. What you just made. My brain just kind of did a backflip to. I was like, how do you make something that's the opposite of something? Like, dead air is nothing, so how do you make no thing? That's what happened in my brain, and I was just, ow, dead air.
Boom, yeah.
I'm being picky.
It looks pretty tame in there, but let's just ask. We'll just ask.
Let me elaborate on that. That's like a
okay.
near miss. That's like a near miss, right? When you almost, I was driving down the highway and this car cut me off and I had a near miss. Wait a minute, isn't that a near hit?
Yes.
Didn't you near getting a hit, or did I near? No, I did miss. That's not a near miss. I did miss. Thank you, God, for letting me miss.
Yeah. Near miss would mean you hit the person. I nearly missed them, but we got in a wreck, obviously, because I nearly missed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. You park in the driveway, you drive on the parkway, right? Okay, we're just gonna go down this path here. Because dead air.
I always wind up being the guy, though, to just be all like words. Like, I'm always the guy talking about words to people. I really care about language.
Oh, I got one for you. Well, universe is the word that I'm kicking out of everybody's lives. It's very, very difficult. Everybody really likes this word universe. I think Mimas Tollens is the only person, one of the few that I've gotten to understand my justification of this word universe that is universal. Hint. Thanks.
So universal. So there's
One
nothing
word.
of any real note in the live chat, so I'll just ask them right now. Anybody, any Globers in there in YouTube land? You want to come in here and join the conversation? So there it is. You have an invitation. You know what to do. All right, we'll see you. This has been a public service announcement.
So technically, verse comes from, etymologically, comes from the word to turn or to bend. But obviously, its definition is more related to a line of poetry or a line or a section from a song.
Could be.
A line, a row, a line of verse, a line of writing. What do you mean by could be?
Well, it seems to be that it literally means all to one, or many to one, or these to all one, kind of like just like the term universalism means, right? It's kind of weird, but the way people use it, that's not what they're technically, they're really not. They're describing all of existence by saying universe, but it's not just that. It's the fact that when people use the word universe, what are they imagining when they're using the term? And that's when it comes down to it. It's a programmed word that has I guess different etymological roads that you could say. Often people say it just means single spoken sentence. That's not true. That's the farthest from the truth. What you described is more accurate. And then, of course, just going by its original etymology, it's basically turning everything to one, like a one world order or a one world.
Yes. Okay.
You see where I'm going here. So that's what's weird about that. And then, of course, when you hear people use it in the terms like, well, you got to talk to the universe. Well, that's not God. So I
Yeah.
wonder who you're talking to. Whoops. So it's really easy because it's a process of elimination. That's how I find out everything, Gospel Bearer. I'm not smart enough to figure it out the easy way. So I just have to one at a time knock the pins down and go, okay, last one remaining. Oh, it's got horns. So that's what this is. It is a deception because they also took out eternities in the Bible and replaced it with universe. So a big no-no.
Olam is a word in the Hebrew. Olam, it means basically forever. But
Exactly right. Correct. Yep.
it oftentimes gets translated as like universe and stuff like that. I know what you're talking about.
That's exactly what I was talking
So
about. Yes.
uni, I thought uni just meant one, but the clarification that it means having one only is actually an important distinction between just meaning the number one. It means having one only. So having only one line, universe, having only one line would be its most basic meaning. A coming together for sure, like you were describing. Makes sense.
Yeah, there's some darkness there. When you look up the Latin, there's a lot of weird coincidences too. Some that I don't, and when it comes to the word government, I used to go back and forth with this. Govern means control, meant is the
Didn't I beat
mind,
you
but
up with that and everybody
no,
else in the world?
no, it wasn't. Wait, no, it wasn't you. It was actually my wife. Way before
Oh,
you did it. Way before you were telling people that's not what it meant. She already kind of rearranged me a couple of years ago. But I
good for
remember,
her.
2 and 3 years ago, I thought that was just something, and now I look at it and go, what a coincidence!
It is a coincidence, and in that way, see, a lot of people are like, I don't believe in any coincidences ever, and I'm like, I understand the sentiment of what you're saying, and I understand that God has a plan, and maybe part of God's plan is to reveal to people that unless it's a government that comes from Him, it is a corrupt one that will have the intent of controlling you and all that stuff. Maybe that's part of it, but if that's not part of it, then it is an utter linguistic coincidence. But anyway,
See, I don't call it that. It's one of those things where I look at it like a mystery because it's not something. It's almost into the realm of Mandela effect. Dare I say it, Gospel Bearer?
yeah,
It's
I know
almost in
every
the
time
realm
that
like,
stuff
you know
comes
what?
up.
Yeah, even if I could prove this, it doesn't matter, and I just don't have time for stuff that doesn't matter, right? Because I have enough deceptions that I can prove. I don't need to pick the fly poop out of the pepper shaker like my father used to.
Ooh, yep. There you go.
I'm working on the Cat Tooth Mountain videos, all the I got some friends that, are making they make their videos and they have the giants and the mountains and the faces and the pareidolia, I believe it's called.
Pareidolia.
That's
Yeah.
yeah, that's one of the big ones.
Pareidolia is a weird
Been about
phenomenon.
this is a 5-year thing that's been going on. I see things in the clouds all the time. I have one of those minds, Gospel Bearer. I see shapes and faces, and I am that guy. I see weird things all the time. That's just what my eyes do that. But when it comes to these formations and things like that in the land, it's a completely different thing. All you gotta do is move 2 feet to the left, it's gone. And that's why they're always taking pictures. You know, I've taken some pictures in my life. So when you want something to look a certain way, Gospel Bear, you know this, you get the right shot, and that's what these people are doing. Yes, that does look like a giant dragon head, but then I move 25 feet to the left, and now it just looks like a rock. So it's not what people are claiming. That's all.
Here's another interesting word coincidence. Back on July 2nd and July 3rd, Brandon Herrera, which is a gun enthusiast YouTuber, and Gray Still Plays, which is a gamer guy that does reviews and does goofy stuff with games and records it. He's hilarious to watch and listen. It's really high energy and fun stuff. Anyway, these two guys made a video a day apart from each other, and they both used the phrase suspension of disbelief. Yeah, that's the phrase. Suspension of disbelief. They both use this phrase, and I watched these videos on the same day, back to back, for whatever reason. And I was just like, this is such an unusual phrase, but both these guys used it, and they made their videos a day apart. That's interesting. And then more recently, QE and two other YouTubers that I'm drawing a blank on. Gray Still Plays, definitely. And then, because I watch a lot of his videos, but he used the word, and then, who was the other one? It was, Scammer Payback, which is another YouTuber, Scammer Payback, Pierogi. He's awesome. He does good work. All three of these guys in the last week and a half, I heard say the word seppuku or seppuku. People pronounce it a little differently, but it's the Japanese word for basically falling on your sword because of dishonor, blah blah blah. And it's just not a daily use word, just like suspension of disbelief. It's not a daily use kind of thing, and those are the sorts of things that I'm always like fascinating. Maybe not coincidence, but maybe coincidence. I'll shut up about my random observations of the universe. How dare you say universe?
Oh my gosh, you just thought of that as you were saying that.
I think that I have a little stream of humor in my subconscious that allows me to say different things like that, kind of ahead of the ability to filter it out, because most people wouldn't understand. Like just like the 8 months after I first got here and was still using the word planet just for kicks and giggles. And everybody's like, oh, stop saying that word. It's a habit. And I'm like, yeah, it is kind of a habit. But on the other hand, I actually think I'm saying it just to get under people's skin because I think it's funny. Because here's my stance. When you stand on the truth, you shouldn't be offended. Like you should be patient. You shouldn't be very nuclear. Oh, how dare you? The nukes aren't real. You shouldn't be really reactive to people. You should be calm, cool, collected, and you should respond to people. That's my stance when you stand on the truth. You have no reason to be defensive. But
that's a very good point. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, I hate to do it, but these terms do have meanings, and I guess because I've been doing this so long, I guess that's we're all at our different paces and stuff, but this is a very important topic to me. And once you get into the Bible, and especially once you start looking at the Greek and the Hebrew more for me, I guess, in the last couple of years, just because I didn't know a lot of people that did Hebrew, and my wife helps me with that. You start realizing the severity of these words, and you start realizing the problems that it causes and the confusion and then things that no one even tell you. Like you start leading the way, right? Once you're getting into this flat earth deception, you start coming up with new epiphanies, like, oh, this is what this is now. And there's a
For
reason why
sure.
there's a problem with this. It's pretty unbelievable. So it's just been so many years of, about 5 years ago, I had literally trained myself for a couple minutes. I just said plane of existence, plane of existence, plane of existence, plane of existence for literally a few minutes straight. And that was it. From then on, and I had habitually was able to replace planet. As I was saying pla, I would go plane of existence. That's how I did that, right? So here we are 5 years later, and I'm like, there's no universe. And I've been, the last 6 months, I'm like, you guys know there is no universe? You guys, to flat Earth, like you guys know they're not, you guys really don't want to say, because if you say universe, that's worse than planet. That's actually where 99% of their imagination is. In a magical universe of balls is, and I can prove it every single time,
Uh-oh. Did you just get muted? What in the world?
Did I just get muted?
Well, no, you're green, and you weren't muted, but all of a sudden sounds, oh, gee.
Yeah, for me too.
He got oofed. You're back.
Did it work? Okay.
Yeah,
So
you're here.
first thing these people do, right? They go to the stars. We'll explain the eclipse and the stars and things, because that's what their imagination is. Of course, they imagine a ball Earth, but they're literally spiritually, this, lost in space. This is the Great Deception.
Wow.
This is the space cartoon, and that's why I'm amazing. I was so smart. I use this, and I don't even ever say the flat Earth topic. That's the thing. When I start encountering people on this topic, I start with space. I just go, yeah, they're faking all this space stuff is fake. That's what I don't ever even say the F word, right? And then I start explaining. I go from there. They're eventually going to bring up the F word anyway. I wanted to tell you this also, Gospel, before I forget. Do you know that there is no heliocentric believers or model? Do you know they don't exist?
I knew there wasn't an operating or functional model. I knew that part, but what do you mean by just because there isn't a real thing doesn't mean that there's not believers in it? Same thing with evolution. Go ahead.
This is tricky. Yeah, this is. You'll be able to
I'm
get
here.
this. I know. It's I'm laughing because it's really funny. So they don't teach a heliocentric model anyway, and that's the deception here, is that we keep using these terms. Even Nathan Oakley, the most well-versed person and the consensus of flat Earth studies, there is no heliocentric belief. They don't believe the sun is the center. That's been outdated for a very long time. They don't even believe the Milky Way galaxy is the center. So you see where I'm going here. They believe even the galaxy and things all spin around something else.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Well, no.
This is really weird. Yep.
No,
Yes, it is.
They don't believe there's a center.
No. Yes, it is. It's called the Great Attractor.
The Great Attractor.
Yeah, that's right. That's
right.
The origin. Is it not the origin?
Oh, I bet it is.
The Great God.
Well, I think that's what they would argue, is that the origin of everything from nothing is the central point.
It's not, well, it's not the origin. It's what, no, hold on, let me explain further. It's not the origin necessarily, but it's saying, what it's saying and describing is that all of existence rotates around. All of existence is going around this great attractor, which again, law of attraction, there's one name. The great deceiver, that's one name, and the great attractor is his other name. So it is a Satan-centric religion. Welcome to the reddest pill I could have found this week. So that's what it is. It's not heliocentric. It's Satan-centric. They admit it, and most flat earthers don't even know it, because I didn't. I didn't know it either. So this is like, what? Like, I couldn't believe it. Somebody helped me figure this out literally like a week ago, and I was like, I can't believe it. I didn't realize it. I've been talking about this for all this time, and I'm still saying, I'm not even saying what their belief is correctly. We're literally shooting past each other, completely missing both. It's unbelievable when you keep unraveling. You just keep taking these peels away, and it's like, wait a minute. They don't even, I'm not even explaining their religion right now, because every time you say heliocentric, we're just literally pouring them into the wrong pseudoscience.
Or associating them with the
Yeah, but most globe earthers are ignorant of what their model literally states on what they.
Every one of them is. 100% of them are, Joshua. Correct. Every single one of them is correct. Absolutely.
Can you give me an example of ignorance about the model?
Like, a lot of them will quote gravity and not know that gravity was superseded 106 years ago by Einsteinian's general theory of relativity.
No,
Or
it's
special
just a
theory of
different.
relativity.
It's just a different theory. With relativity, gravity is no
No,
longer a force.
it's
But
superseded. Do you know what supersession means?
not sure. Let me just check the translation.
It means it has been replaced with a superior
Yeah,
theory.
the Newtonian explanation of gravity was replaced by the relativistic explanation of gravity, not gravity itself.
Which is space-time curve, not
Sorry.
mass,
Not
which
gravity.
is space-time curve, not mass attracts mass. A lot of times they'll say it's mass attracting mass on their way to explain it, even though Einstein said it's not mass attracting mass, but it's the
Yes, but it's something that
space-time
produces
well.
a very similar result that
It's
have a
space-time
very
well
tiny
based on how
divergence.
fast something is moving.
Yeah, but sorry.
He said it's based on how fast something is moving. It will cause a wrinkle in the space-time fabric and cause
Yeah,
a gravity well.
but it's moving considering the four-dimensional
Spandex.
space. So it depends on how it's moving through time
It's
as
even
well.
demonstrated through spandex, a table of spandex suspended like a trampoline.
What? Well,
You've never seen that
the thing is,
explanation in
you
school?
said that we mentioned gravity, but it was superseded. But now you're
Yeah,
changing that the Newtonian
because
understanding of
here's the
gravity
thing.
was
Here's the thing.
superseded.
You
One
cannot
second.
explain
Can you
air
just
pressure
agree?
without a container.
Can you?
You quote,
Of course
you
you can if you
kindly
understand
invoke
gravity.
gravity to explain it, right? Then
Yes.
give your definition of gravity. Well, mass attracts mass. No, that's not the definition of gravity
Yeah, but
that
it doesn't need to
idea
be.
uses.
Yeah, but under the relativistic understanding of gravity, the same behavior is reproduced. So whether you're using
No,
Newtonian
it's not
physics, one
reproduced.
second, let me
Mass
just
attracts
conclude.
mass has never been
Yeah,
verified in any kind of experiment.
that's a different topic. The thing is, first of all, let me just
How do you mean it's
rewind
a
a little
different
bit.
topic than gravity?
Yeah,
No,
you're gonna
of
have to stick
course.
to the you're gonna have to stick to the disproving or dealing with one thing at a time. And what Josh was explaining to you is that you're ignoring everything about your own claim. Continue.
No, I'm not ignoring anything. It's those are different claims and they have different answers. So let's just rewind a little bit because you said that we mentioned gravity and gravity was superseded was the word, right?
Yeah, you guys are using
Yeah,
archaic
but can
forms,
you
an
agree?
archaic definition of gravity, which
No,
Einstein has
no,
disproved. And if you've gone anywhere
that's not a
beyond middle school, you would have
one
learned that in
second.
physics.
That's not a definition. That's an explanation for gravity. Newton just said that gravity was the force between massive objects. Einstein explained that with space-time, but that also makes objects accelerate into each other through time. So it doesn't matter if it's Einstein or if it's Newton, the behavior that you expect to happen with matter, it's almost identical. The deviation from what one model predicts to the other is almost impossible to measure in this sort of scales. So it's not that we are using a wrong definition because both understandings of gravity, their divergency is completely irrelevant when explaining pressure, for example. Both produces a similar enough behavior of matter that both explain pressure practically the same way. If you look at the formulas, the different the summarized version of the formulas, they change by a single factor that is very, very tiny in small scales, even the Earth scale. So you wouldn't expect to be significant. So both, if Newtonian physics can explain pressure with gravity, so does relativity.
Well, he admitted that he couldn't anyway. So the quote from Isaac Newton here, if I can find it, is it is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate under and affect other matter without mutual contact. gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. So it was never a scientific theory. It was never taken by anybody serious who knew what they were doing. It's been a fairy tale since day one. Sorry.
What exactly you're claiming is a fairy tale since day one?
That's Isaac Newton saying that he wouldn't even put his name on gravity and he won't believe it. Thanks.
No, he said he wouldn't, as I understood, what he said was inconceivable was that gravity would act a distance without anything intermediating it, right?
That's the whole
was
point.
what I understood.
That's the whole point. So the whole thing is wrong. Yes, he admits it. The whole thing.
No, no.
Yes.
He's saying he
No.
can't conceive nothing existing between the things is inconceivable to him. It doesn't mean
work. He's saying that's why he's explaining that if you have a philosophical
yeah, but
intellect of
whether or
any
not
kind, you
he
can't fall for
believes
it.
it, whether or not he believes it is relevant. What's
It's
relevant?
not a thing. That's the point. You don't even have
No,
a
no, no.
claim. There's no one
No, no,
claiming
no.
it. Bacon, yes,
There's no
you don't
one
have a
claiming what?
claim. No, he's claiming he doesn't believe in it. You don't have a claim. There's no
No,
one
no,
that
no.
believes in it.
No,
that
no,
uses
no.
it.
What
It
he
was
said
never
he
a
doesn't
thing. You're
believe
just
was
denying.
very
Listen, you're just denying what he says. He just says he wouldn't
No.
even put his own name on it.
No, no, no.
You're just
If you let
hiding from the
if you let
reality,
me
Bacon.
finish the sentence,
No,
if you let me
but
finish
you're
the
lying
sentence.
now. You're lying.
Well, you
Just
you
lie
don't
about it.
want me
You're just
strong
lying
manning
now.
me, and you don't want me to
You can use a
demonstrate it.
quote. Show me a quote. No, give me a quote from Isaac, then you can have a claim. You don't have a quote from Isaac saying, yes, this is how
It's
it works.
what
You don't. You
when
don't
Newton
have a
believes.
claim. I know, but you're just making
When
something up
Newton
now.
believes
If it's
is
your own belief,
irrelevant.
listen, the whole point, yes,
What
exactly. That's the
Newton
point.
believes, he's not an
Yes, you're
authority.
admitting it. That's right, but you don't have a claim. You don't have an information from anybody
I'm
telling
not
you what
even
gravity is.
accepting that he didn't believe in gravity. I'm
You
just
don't have a claim. You can't tell me of anybody telling you what gravity is. Tell me what gravity is right now. You don't have
well,
a
no
claim.
one
You can't.
knows what gravity is.
Exactly. Amen.
Actually,
I rest my
well,
case.
I
Thank
can
you.
one second. I can describe gravity as a phenomenon, and we have different we have competing models to explain it.
No, you don't.
None of them
There is
work
no model
perfectly.
of it's a man-made construct in your imagination. It has
No,
nothing
no,
to do with
no,
reality.
no.
It's just your
We
imagination.
there is an observable.
Fine.
Gravity is an observable phenomenon, right? Would you agree with that?
Things fell before the word gravity
Exactly.
existed. Things already fell.
Before
That's not
gravity
gravity.
existed?
Things falling. Yeah, gravity
That
doesn't exist
that's
before the word exists.
exactly
You're not
that's
listening.
exactly
Before the word gravity existed, the Great Pyramids were built.
of
Many other
course.
megastructures were
Oh, the
built way
word
before
gravity,
this
not
word.
gravity itself.
Here's the problem, Bacon. Gravity has never existed in any science or technology in reality. It's not used for anything. Period.
What do you mean?
Give me one
Gravity
example. Give me one example of gravity. Give me one example of mass attracting mass or the bending of space-time used in any science or industrial process, any engineering
Well,
whatsoever.
we could give you plenty. You just we say it's
No,
a
you
lie.
can't. That's the point. You
Yeah,
can't.
for
You don't even have a
GPS, for
claim.
example. Yeah,
Nope, nothing to do
GPS,
with
for example.
nope. I'm sorry, nothing to do with gravity. That's another lie. GPS is
No,
done by ground-based
that
cell
has
towers.
all
You're
that's
you're
man. You
totally
don't
off in the
even
weeds right now.
if you
Nothing to
don't
do with
li-
gravity.
if you don't let
Absolutely
me
nothing.
speak.
You're just
If you don't
making
let
stuff up though. But why do you have to lie? Tell me in GPS where gravity is relevant right now. Go get a link for me in the citation.
oh, you want relativity is relevant, and
Well,
that's
instead of
the
you just
modern.
making, I'm just saying, instead of you just continually making stuff up like most atheists, just be a little bit different and try to get a citation. That's what I'm asking you for.
Yeah, I can
Just try to get
find
a citation. Go ahead.
Okay,
Thanks.
okay. But just be more specific.
Citation is not
You
Wikipedia.
want to know? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Of
Just
course,
get
I'm
a
not going to
citation.
quote
Just stop making
Wikipedia.
stuff. All you got to do is get a citation. Just stop making stuff up.
Yeah,
It's
what
fine.
kind of citation? You want to book an article? What do you want?
No, you
The
can't find any. That's
description
the
of.
point. You have none. That's the point. You have none.
Well, you're already claiming I can find before I
No,
even
that's the
went there
point.
to.
You can't. Exactly. You don't even know what you're looking for. You're making
No,
claims about
yeah,
something.
because
Obviously
you
haven't
are
researched.
telling me
You
to
just
look for, so
quoted
I have to
Isaac
know.
Newton. I can tell you're
Man,
not here to
can you
learn.
shut up
That's
for
why
a
I'm just
single
asking you
second?
for any
I couldn't
citation.
finish.
I'm not telling you
I
how to do it.
couldn't
I'm not going to hold
finish.
your hand, put your hand on top, my
I
hand on top of your mouth.
couldn't.
Go. Here's
I
how you click the
couldn't
internet,
finish a
Bacon.
single sentence so
Type
far.
into Google. I'm not going to do all that. I'm just saying you have
Man,
a citation.
you have to let me
You do not.
speak. You have to let me speak. But you can say you can. Who is not being so noisy? I have to. All right. So you can't say that I don't know what I'm looking for. Why I'm asking you, what do you want me to look for? Because just
You
say
don't
a
have a
citation.
citation for
Yeah,
gravity being used
yeah,
you won't even let me answer the question. You just interrupt every time. So, if any sort of
because
science or engineering,
I
I know you
interrupt all
can't
the
help
time.
yourself. I know you can't help yourself. Any
I
sort of
interrupt all the time.
citation for gravity being used in any science or any engineering in history. Thanks.
Oh, of course. I mean, if you're any satellite launch, of course, is going to quote gravity a
Yes,
lot.
so no source, exactly, no source at all. That's my point. You have no citation.
What? I just said any.
Yeah, rockets don't have anything to do with gravity. Sorry, putting
No,
a
no, no.
rocket
But to
into the
put
air and it
something in
falls down.
orbit,
Yeah, it
to
was
put
gonna fall
something in
down whether the
orbit,
word gravity was used or not. That has nothing to do with gravity. There's no
it has.
9.8 or 3 or
What do you
9
mean?
meters per
What do
second
you
squared
mean?
taking the
That's
average of your gravity religion. It's not used in anything in reality.
what do you mean? It has nothing to do with gravity. While gravity is the exact phenomenon we're trying to describe here.
Okay, so no gravity. You don't know what gravity is, nor can
Can you
find a
answer the
citation for
question?
when it's. That's the point. You're hiding from your
You're
own
not
science.
listening. You're not listening.
You're hiding
Okay,
from
it's
your own claims,
impossible.
Deacon.
No, no, no. It's
I know, because
impossible to
you're
talk to
supposed to
you.
find the citation, and now you're
No, no,
finding
no.
ways to
It's
escape finding a
no. I'm
citation.
asking
You're
you. I'm
desperately
asking you.
running from your own
You're
claim of gravity,
incapable
and
of
you'll never
answering
show a
a single
citation, just as I
question.
predicted, as you're desperately running from your. Yeah, you're just continuing to run away from gravity. You'll never show us a citation.
I'm not.
I've asked
No,
you
no, no.
for it.
I'm asking you what
Never gonna do
specific
it.
because when I'm
I know you keep trying to find more
you're not letting me
stipulations and
you're not
more
letting me speak. You're
restrictions.
not
I
letting
have
me
to
speak.
literally hold
You're
your
not
hand
letting me
to do
speak.
this, just like all atheists. I understand that. I'm trying to see if you'll be different than all the other millions of
Yeah,
atheists that we've
try.
spoken to in the past,
Can you
25 years on this topic of
can you
reality
try not to
that you hold tight
ridiculize me
from.
instead
We're
of
just asking you to
yeah,
find
that's
a
a very
citation
that
how
is
about
a
for your
very
claim of
good debate
gravity being
approach.
used
Just speak as
anytime in
fast as you
history.
can and
Thanks.
don't let the person answer. That's a very good approach. But
all right,
sorry, I'm
that's
not
it. Can
interested on this
somebody
kind of topic.
please get Groom out of here?
I already silenced him to my so I can't hear him. But anyway,
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna
mean,
need a
it's
moderator
impossible.
here to kick that
It-
person.
Shut the
yeah.
fuck up!
Yep, gonna need a moderator here. Thank you.
Oh, that's another one.
Yep.
Repair.
So anyway,
All
where's
right. So
Joshua? Is he
yeah,
still here?
I'm here. I'm trying to talk.
Yeah, Joshua, I'm gonna let you take over, bro. Go ahead, man. Thanks.
Yeah.
well, that's
Basically, the thing
impressive.
is if you could just provide a citation for what you're claiming, that would be awesome because
What
I have.
exactly? What claim are you want me to cite?
He forgot already.
No,
You
no,
don't
no.
even remember what you were claiming about
No, no, no,
gravity?
no, no. I want. Yeah, I mean, bunch of claims. I want to know which one specifically you're requiring. You're asking for.
Well, do you know how many different types of gravity there are? First off, we
What do
already
you mean
discussed
types of
two of them.
gravity?
We
What do you
already
mean type?
discussed
Oh,
two of them.
you mean models of explanation of gravity, right?
No,
Yeah,
different
there's no
theories of
type of
gravity, not
gravity. There
models
are
of
different
explanation.
theories that explain how gravity works.
Oh, I'm in fucking lights. What is wrong
So
with this group? This group, literally, all of you, each
you
of
didn't
you,
understand. Can you
see me
repeat
this
that, please?
game, that game, this game. Why don't you keep your consistency when I'm fucking crew member and have to sit through stupid backwards?
Joshua,
What?
can you repeat the last sentence? I couldn't understand. Sorry.
Yeah, basically, there's three different types of gravity, three different types of
No.
theoretical gravity, definitions of gravity.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Let me rephrase
You
that because that's
have the
incorrect.
Newtonian gravity, you
Yeah.
have
Yeah. Those are.
special relativity gravity, and you have specific
Mhm.
gravity.
What do you mean specific gravity?
Uh, it's an actual thing. It's also known as relative density, and it does exist, and it is an exact science. It'll let you know how much dissolved solids, or say electrolyte, happens to be in your battery. Usually, a hydrometer will test the specific gravity.
Oh, that's a different model of the explanation of gravity
No,
aside
that's
from Newtonian and
definition.
relativity.
See, that's your problem. You want to make a model after everything.
Yeah.
Does
What
a
do you think a
device
model is?
require a model?
A model is just an
A method of
explanation.
measurement is a method of measurement a model?
No.
Okay.
A measurement is used to confirm or deny models.
Do
I
you
mean,
even know
models.
what does
Do you
it
know what
mean to
model
measure
is?
though? But what does it
It's
mean to measure?
it's
What are
to
the three
extract
things?
data from reality.
What are the three things that are required for a measurement to happen?
Well, you tell me.
You said you know, so what are the three things that are required for measurement to happen? You can even Google it.
Okay, one sec.
Most people forget the last qualifier, right? So if you look it
Well,
up,
but
it'll say
you
an
know what a model is?
observation. You have to observe what you're measuring. You have to use some kind of a scale for a measurement,
Of course, yeah,
and
that makes
there's an
sense.
exchange of energy.
An
Without an
exchange of
exchange of
energy.
yes, without an exchange of energy, there is no measurement.
Oh, can you send me this definition that quotes 3 steps of a measurement, please? Just for me to read it real quick.
Well, what have you found about measurement since you were looking it up?
Well,
I'm just
none of
curious.
the links I've seen mention anything about 3 steps. Maybe there are, but if you have the
It's
link, is
not 3 steps, just what is measurement, and if you
oh, you
look
said what are
at
the
the
3 things that you
definition,
need?
it'll say a measurement is the result of an observation with the scale or device of measurement, to judge it against a standard, and
All right.
an exchange of energy.
Yeah, I didn't get this exchange of energy part. Can you send me where it
Well,
describes it?
that's what the whole dual slit experiment, like, conundrum's about, right?
Sorry?
The dual slit experiment, they said light should behave like a particle, but it behaves like a wave when passing through the dual slit. So therefore, the act of observing it has changed the nature of it and the outcome
Yeah,
because
you're
of the
talking.
change of
Yeah,
energy.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, the
Right?
understanding of measuring something comes way before that, right?
You can't measure anything without touching it. Like how can you
Yeah,
measure
okay.
like a table? You
Makes
could take
sense. Yeah, yeah,
scissors,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And you measure
I'm
out
not
how wide
denying
the
that.
table
I'm
is,
not
right?
denying.
So
I
you would
was
actually
just
be exchanging energy
I
with
already
the
got it.
table.
I already got it.
It's an interaction.
Let's be more productive and stop when I get it, all right?
So
So,
basically, the
okay,
specific gravity,
now I'm gonna ask
also
you.
known as relative density, right? Density is how much things are in a certain thing, so to say, is what I've heard a lot of
Yeah, yeah, well, I
people
know
say
what
about
density
math,
means.
but it's density, right? Relative
Yeah, I
density
don't know
compared
what
to
density
something else.
means.
Like, say, water vapor is more dense than oxygen.
Yeah, I know what density means. I already get that.
Okay.
You can
Buoyancy
move
type
on
of
from
thing.
that.
So that's another definition of gravity. So that's why I was saying
Oh,
define gravity
but
so we can understand we're on the same picture.
that
But
doesn't
if you're
make sense.
speaking
One second.
academically, scientifically, the
One
gravity
second.
that you would have to be using is the general or the special theory of relativity of space-time fabric bending.
Okay, that doesn't make sense as a computing model for gravity because that's not
That's because you cannot
incompatible.
compute gravity.
What?
How does gravity
Can I try to make
how
a
does
point here?
gravity
Can
keep
I try to make a point?
water in the air, but
Can I
yet
try to make a point?
sand can still blow around
Can I try to
without
make a
being stuck
point?
down, even though water vapor is heavier than dust?
Can I try to make a point? So it doesn't make sense to say
Did you
that.
understand what he just said to you? Yes or no?
No, he
Yes,
didn't.
but
What
yeah,
did he?
a good
Then
question.
please
Because I wanted.
explain. Then please recap what he just said to you just now.
Well, why do I have to? Oh, he's asking
Because you
why
want to
does
make
a
a
dust?
point, but you're
Okay,
not
okay, okay,
listening to
okay,
the
okay,
point that
okay,
is being
okay,
made. To,
okay,
not,
okay.
not okay.
I'm
Okay.
listening. I'm
No,
gonna
no,
answer.
no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
answer.
No, no.
I'm
Stop
gonna answer
talking.
what you
Stop
just
talking.
asked.
Stop talking right now. Stop talking. Okay. Are you ready to listen? Let him finish making his point, then you respond to that. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was going to do that. He
No, no,
just.
no, 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 no. You
He's.
recap the point he just made.
I'm
Okay.
gonna do it right now.
You.
If
Okay.
you
Go
let
ahead.
me.
What did he say?
He asked me how a grain of dust doesn't fall, and the water vapor does. The other way around actually. Yeah. While
Okay.
the okay.
Okay.
So the point I was trying to make was from the subject way before that. I can't be diving in every branch of new topic that he brings on, while he won't answer the first that I was trying to make 10 minutes ago, which
Which is
is
what?
the competing models of gravity. That was the subject. Now he's talking about
Competing or computing? What did you say? Competing?
competing, exactly.
No,
It means
Okay.
that the
Newton's not even competing.
Models, right? Models that are out there that compete with each other, right? Is that what you're
Newton's
saying?
not even in the competition, but
Yeah.
it's not a need for competition,
What
man.
models are competing that you are talking about? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
use the word competing to mean that
What
they're
models? Yeah. Can you specify
if you leave,
these
let me
models?
Man,
Go ahead.
it's so much hostility here. I can't even finish a sentence.
Go ahead.
When I'm saying competing, I mean that they are incompatible, which means that they are either one or the other is true. It can't be both true. So they are competing models.
What
And
models? Define the models
yeah,
you're talking
I
about.
already I'm going to say
He
that
won't.
because
He
I
won't.
already said. Yeah, I'm just gonna say
Okay, go ahead.
the models were. I brought the Newtonian model of relativity, of gravity, and the relativistic model of gravity, and he posed relative density as a third one, but that's a non.
No.
Didn't he?
No, you didn't even
The
understand what
special.
I was saying. I said definition,
Yeah.
not model.
Yeah, but
You have a model in your head. I said a definition.
you know what a
What
model is?
kinds? What does
You know
kind
what?
mean? That means a definition after
Man,
its
you don't
own
have to be so
kind.
mad. You don't have to be so angry. I'm just
Well,
asking a question. You know
wait.
what a model is?
Hey, so, well, anyway, what he's saying is like, when you say a model, okay, I have a model. I can use the same data that NASA uses, which comes from the Saros cycle, okay, Babylonian flat Earth observations. I can take that same data, okay, and create a model of Narnia, okay, and it'll make sense. It'll make sense. But does that mean it's real? I've got competing
No,
models.
I'm not saying
I
they're
have
not.
competing
I'm
models.
not saying they're real because they're
Right.
models. That's all my claim
Because
is.
they
They're
are
meaningful.
models. Exactly. There you go. You got it. You hit the nail on the head. It's not real because you say they're models. Then what are they?
Yeah,
What are these competing models? What are they good for? What are they
that's
built from?
okay.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, but can I at least get my answer? You know what a model is, Joshua?
What was your question?
My question to Joshua is if he understands what a model is, because his answer
Yeah, a model
match.
is something constructed.
No, I'm talking about in the context of models of the
A
explanation of
model is
gravity.
a construct. A model does
Mo-
not explain shit. It's just a
Well, there you go.
visualization.
No, in
Explanations,
physics, models are
Here,
explanations.
here. Give me a model that
Can you stop
explains
screaming,
this.
please?
Give me a model of the globe Earth that explains why we see way too far than we should because of its radius. Can you model that? Can you model how a ball can look flat, a small ball at that? You got any competing models for that phenomenon? Hmm? No
If I could
curvature
give
on
you a
a curved
model,
surface? Yeah, no
well, one,
curvature on a ball.
can,
How about that? How about you model that for us?
can we
Okay,
go
basically
subject?
my
Can
whole
we
point of the
take
gravity
one
thing is
subject
if
at a
you
time?
can excuse me, Bacon. My whole point of the gravity spiel is if you could scroll to 47 after the hour, I posted something from Express Code UK News
He's
Science.
not talking.
Einstein
It's
was
not a.
wrong, and Albert Einstein was wrong, and Newton was wrong, and their theory is starting to fray around the edges according to black hole observations.
It's not. The problem is not Einstein or Newton. The problem is models. Okay, you're looking for a model that can explain the universe and the mysteries of whatever God you believe in.
I'm not looking for
Created
it.
it,
I just
right?
mentioned them.
You're
I
looking.
just
You want
mentioned
to
them.
know everything that can be known to man and to even to the gods. That's what you're looking for. Explanations,
I
right?
never said
For
that.
things
Model
that you
comes
should,
from
No. I
idle.
that
just
you think you listen.
how
Listen to
can you
this.
say that? No. You're
We
going
have
so
no
far.
no no no
No. You're
listen,
not.
you
No.
listen. I'm
I
not
can't.
criticizing you. I'm telling you exactly
No.
what everybody goes
I
through,
can't.
right?
I can't let you do that. I can't
You're
let you
looking for
because
answers and explanations
if you keep
to
screaming,
questions. Listen to me, man. You need
unrelated
to
stuff,
stop talking and let me make my
exactly.
point to you because your
No.
point is
Your
about
points are
models,
so far
is
off.
based on models. If you can't
Yeah.
stop
Your
talking, I'm
point.
just gonna mute you and make my point and then I'll unmute you. How about you like that? Is that how you communicate with people?
I'm trying to communicate,
Well,
but
then
the
why
thing
don't
is,
you just stop talking so we can fucking move forward in a conversation? Okay,
you
you're
can move
asking
forward. I
about
can't
models.
move
Okay,
forward like
you're
that.
comparing models. Listen to me. You're here asking for a model. Okay, the model is going to give you explanations, right, that you already have or think you have on a globe Earth that makes sense to you because you have a model. But the Earth
What do you
is
mean
not
makes sense?
curving anywhere in
What do you
respect to
mean?
any radius. But listen.
Sorry,
Earth
not
is
making
not
sense to me. Sorry.
You're not making. Okay, listen to me. This is what doesn't make sense. No matter what model you talk about, okay, the Earth is not curving. Therefore, what
Yeah,
model
that's
do
your
you
conclusion.
have, right? What model do you have, okay, that explains anything in the real world if the Earth is not a ball, if Earth is not curving, right? Then what model are you talking about? You
I
don't even
mentioned
have
two
a model
models.
yourself, right, for the real world. Your model is
I will,
broken if
you're
you think the
asking,
Earth is a ball, but you're
you're
asking
not making a
people
point.
to give
You're
a
just denying my,
replacement, right? You're asking people to
you're
give
just
you a
denying my
replacement for these
position. That's not even a
explanations.
point. That's not even a
You're
point.
not
You're just
even looking
denying
at
my
the
position.
curvature. You're not even looking at the model of the globe Earth.
Are you
You don't
sure
even
you're
know the
talking about a
radius. What's the
model
radius of the globe Earth? What is the
Sorry?
and
radius
not
of
an
that
idol?
ball? Listen
Idle?
to, let me tell
What's
you,
an
let
idle?
me point out your problem real quick, bro. Do you know the radius of the globe Earth and what the curvature rate should be?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, if you give me the heights and the distance, I could say
And
the.
see, this is what I'm talking about. You're here demanding a
No,
model,
no, no,
and
no.
you
You
don't
want
even know.
one second, one
Listen,
second.
dude. This is for your own
No, no,
good.
no. You don't even.
You're
You
asking.
don't. You're not letting
Listen.
me.
You're gonna
Let me
have to
tell
mute
you.
him, man.
Let
He
me
just keeps
finish my point
talking.
and tell you
You gotta.
this.
All right.
You don't know the radius of the ball that you think you
Okay.
live on.
I muted him
Okay, of
because
the
you're
model
right.
that
He
you think you
doesn't
live
stop
on.
talking.
You don't know the radius,
Hey,
but you
Bong,
would
he muted you.
demand
Bong,
a model from
Bong, he
another
muted you.
person.
Bong, I'm pretty sure he muted you. You're gonna have to probably enact some violence.
Oh, you're talking to him? Oh, I thought you were talking to me because he
I'm
wouldn't
He
let
talking
doesn't.
me
to
answer.
Bong,
you,
he's not
You
listening to
cannot mute a
anything.
mod.
Yeah. He
Oh,
Bacon.
no,
okay. I
at all.
unmuted him. Oh, he's a mod? This guy is a mod?
Did he mute me?
No, no, I
Bacon.
already unmuted
Yeah,
you
Can you
yeah.
mute
because
me?
This
Did you
guy
I
mute
thought
me,
isn't
he was
Bacon?
listening
talking
at
to
all.
me.
I think
No,
I
I
don't know if
Bacon.
unmuted
you're hearing
already.
him.
No,
Did you
I'm
mute
muted
me? Yes
already
or no? Why did you mute me,
because
Bacon?
I followed
Because
EXO advice. I thought he was talking to me.
No, I was saying you got to mute him,
no, he's
Bong, and he
telling me to
thinks I'm
mute
telling.
you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Look, man, please. I'm trying to help you out. You're asking for explanations.
I'm
Okay,
not
you're
asking.
asking for let me finish what I'm saying, dude. You're asking for a model. The model will give you explanations, just like on the globe Earth. It has all these explanations because of said model. Okay, but if the Earth, if you go, they gave you a measurement, the radius of the ball you live on, and if the Earth is not curving anywhere, okay, then what good is a model? What good is a model that you listen? You not knowing the radius of the globe Earth, that's a big problem. You need to go
I
look at
know it's
your
about
model.
6,000 kilometers.
Yeah, okay. And what rate should it be curving at? How should it be curving if it's that big?
Oh,
What's the
it's
rate of
a
curvature?
formula that gives a rate is not precise, but giving a
Okay,
height of observer and I can give
right.
you the how far the horizon is, for example.
Yes. Okay, that's not what I'm asking about. A basketball has a rate of curvature. Okay, you can calculate the curvature rate because you know the radius. You can calculate the radius if you know the curvature rate.
Yeah, I
Okay,
can find a formula
you
for you
understand that?
in some minutes
Right.
if
And
you
then
want
when
me.
we put a ruler on the basketball, when we put a ruler on a basketball, you see that the ruler goes straight. Right. That's what you see.
Yeah.
It's not curving around. Yeah. So those objects are in space that you're looking at. Those buildings, those boats are in space, or are you looking around a ball? It's not curving. That's the point.
How did you
No matter
determine
how
it's not
big,
curving?
no matter how big a ball is,
Can you
bro.
at
This is
least
basic geometry. I'm answering that question. No
can you
matter
at
how big
least
a ball is,
acknowledge?
the geometry of spheres tells you that there will always be more sky than land. Even when you're lying on the ground at sea level on the beach, you will see more sky than ground. Why? Because you're on a sphere and everything curves away, and the horizon should be below the sky. There should be more sky than ground. When you jump, the
It's true,
horizon
yeah.
drops. Why is this? Because you're on a ball. But this is not what you experience in the real world. There is exactly the same
Well,
amounts of
of course,
sky
because the
and the
terrain
same
isn't
amounts
perfectly
and the
shaped.
same amounts of land. Listen, the
The terrain
difference
isn't
between a
perfectly
plane
smooth.
and a sphere is what I'm telling you. A sphere, you'll have more sky. On a
And you
plane,
do.
you'll have exactly the same amount. The horizon cuts it in half.
Yeah,
Okay? Are
yeah,
you
but you do
listening?
have more sky if you're in the
No, you
sufficiently high,
don't.
or if you
Look
get, yeah, you
outside the
do.
window and look at the horizon. Even, exactly the same. No matter how high you go.
No,
The
no,
space jump from the
it
Red Bull,
depends
okay?
on
The
It depends on
horizon
the
was at
terrain.
eye level. What does that mean? That means there's no
You don't
curvature.
let
It
me
means it's
answer.
not a ball.
You
That's what
just
it
let me say
means.
3 words.
And if you don't understand this concept, right, then you're
One
living
second,
in
one
like
second.
La La Land. You're living in
Can you give me
Disney's
more than 3
imaginary
words?
world of magic and numbers. The magic of numbers. That's what you're talking about, right? Models. Do you know models come from data, come from numbers? It's just a mathematical equation. Did you know that? It's just a simulation using data collected from the world,
Can I ask you
not
something?
from space.
For how long do you think I've been able to speak? And for how long have you been speaking? Because I don't think I spoke a fourth of what you said right now. Because you don't let me
Because you
finish a
don't
single
listen,
point.
Victoria. No matter what people say to you here, you don't listen. You just ignore what they say and you carry
No,
on
no,
with
no.
what
I
you
want
want
to
to talk
answer what
about.
you're saying, but the
So
problem is
there
you're
is no
saying too much
productive. You
stuff at
said
the
let's
same
be
time.
productive
I can't
and
answer
move
to
on.
everything.
You are
I
not
can't
being
answer to
productive
everything you
because
say.
you're not listening and you're not responding to what people are saying to you. You don't even
It's
know what we mean by
impossible to
curvature.
respond. It's impossible to respond because you don't you say make too many points and you
Okay,
don't make
respond.
you don't even
Respond.
finish one.
Respond
Excuse
then.
me, I've noticed. Sorry, Bong, but Bacon, I've noticed you've been talking over people. You've talked over me about 12 times. You've talked over Bong about 26 times in this little conversation. So you
Oh,
have
you
a
want to
serious
count?
problem of no. Once again, I'm not finished. So you have a serious problem of communication. You want to get your point across, and you dismiss all other points. If
No,
you were
no.
to have a valid listen, if you were to have a valid point or bring up a valid citation for anything like I have done, I've given citations for the things I have or claimed, right? But you refuse to do so. You just want to obfuscate.
No, no, I just want to make a single
This is
point,
an
answer.
intellectual troll tactic is what you are doing.
Oh,
I've
oh,
dealt with
come on.
zealots
That's
like you
exactly the
in
opposite.
debates that never drop citations but
That's
want to claim.
exactly what Bong's doing so
So I
far. He
have
is
to find the
bringing tons of.
citations and post it, and lo and behold, they're wrong about what they cited.
Man, you really should. I mean, this is recorded, right? I can really go to the stream and measure for how long Bong is, how many times Bong is not letting
Bro,
me
I can
finish a
show you
What?
sentence.
Curvature
Hey,
means
I
yes or
didn't
no.
finish. I
discourse in
didn't
front of
finish.
people
I
by their
didn't
I
face
don't
finish.
care if you're
and
finished. You
You see,
are
accusing
you're
one
doing
of
the
finished.
being
thing.
different.
Bacon, you're
You're doing
finished.
the thing
Okay,
you're
you're
accusing me
done.
to do.
You're
You're
done.
both
That's
doing
it.
the
You're
thing.
done. You're finished. Stop
You're
talking.
do.
Nobody cares about your feelings. Okay. What we're asking you
I'm
about
not
is
saying about my
curvature. If you
feelings.
understand how a sphere
I'm not the
works,
one
right,
crying here.
and how the horizon works, I don't care how you feel about it. That's your problem.
I'm not saying
I
that.
only care that you understand what we're talking about, why we are here, and what we talk about here. Okay? That's what we care about. How you feel about how we do things. Well, we don't get paid, okay? We're
I
just a
never
bunch of
said that.
people who come here on our own time to try to
I'm not.
let people know, hey, the earth is not a ball. You're being lied to by the government, by NASA. The
No, no.
Pope
I'm
controls the
just.
world. You're being taxed, and the earth is flat. Being
Can I
flat,
answer?
right,
Can I
exposes a lot
answer?
of that bullshit. Go
Why
ahead.
don't you wait till he's
Answer.
done talking?
Because he's
Go
making too
Instead of
many
ahead.
talking
points.
over him all the
You're
time.
not listening
Because he's
anyways.
Piss
I'm
making
me
too
just
many
off.
speaking for
points.
the benefit of people listening on YouTube and people listening here. I don't really give a
I,
shit what you have to say because it's probably going to be stupid. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say something stupid.
I couldn't try to finish a sentence. When I'm in the middle of a sentence,
Try
you start
harder.
responding, and if
Try
I try
harder.
to
You need to
answer
try
any of the
harder. You need to
many
speak up and
points,
try
The
you're
harder.
highest
doing
form
again.
If,
of
You're doing it
when you
again.
earned
fall down,
trolling.
you
You
need to
see?
get up and try
You
again.
think
So
I'm
try
trolling?
again. Go
You
ahead.
think I'm trolling? I mean, I couldn't finish
No,
again.
you said you wanted to respond. So
Why are
respond.
you
No curvature.
why don't, instead of whining, why don't you just respond to something intelligent?
I'm not.
This is
Backup.
ridiculous. And it's starting to
He's
piss
making too
me
many
off.
points at once. I mean, if you give me one point, I
Okay.
can answer to one
All
point.
right.
You're making 10 at a time.
All right. How about if you stop and then you just ask a question or respond to a question?
All right, I'll
Bong,
make a
do you want to
question
ask
then.
him a question? Bong,
Yeah, make
ask
a
him a
question.
question.
Okay.
Joshua was speaking with you. That's why I jumped in. I was getting
Okay.
frustrated that you were not listening, okay, and you weren't responding to what he's saying, and you thought you could just walk all over him and control the
Okay, so
conversation here.
Josh
So
wants to ask
try
him a
again.
question.
Yeah.
Well, basically, the last question he asked me was, well, what is an idol? And I had given a definition of an idol and a model just before. Basically, a model, and he asked me what a model was, and I said, I know exactly what a model is. It's a construct, right? 1570, likeness made to scale, architect's set of designs, from French model, right? From Italian modello, a
Okay.
model, mold, from vulgar Latin modulus, from Latin modulus, a small measure, standard, diminutive of modest, manner, pleasure, from pi root med, made appropriate measure. Pi is Paleo-Indian or Paleo-Indo-European, excuse me. And then sense of standard or limitation of comprising such a thing's one person that serves as it may serve as a pattern or type from the 1630s, right? So that's, and then it goes ahead and it gives another definition from Mark Twain. You know, the model boy was either on the sand or was in either of these sandy schools. I did not see him, the model boy of my time, right? And then idol, right, from the mid 13th century, image of a deity or object of pagan worship. Idol, graven image, pagan god, from Latin iodome or ilodome, image, especially apprehension, ghost, used in church later for false god, image of pagan deity as an object of worship. This is the Greek idiom, right? Metal image, apparition, phantom, also material image, statue, in Esplanation Greek, a pagan idol from eros, from shape, likeness, embrace. So shape, right?
Is that a
Fashion,
question?
a model, a mold. So what's the difference between a model and an idol? Is a model is something somebody makes to have a scale of something, right? Or a standard of something. But an idol is a standard or a scale of something that is worship.
So what's the question then?
I asked, you know, do you know the difference between idol and model? And are you sure that you're talking about idols and not, or you're talking about models and not idols? Because what I've been getting is your mind is all set on idols, worshiping the idols that you have been taught in academics.
Well, the description you
You
gave of what is
refuse to look at ulterior evidence and take
Can I
into
answer?
consideration.
Okay.
Like for instance,
Can I
the
answer?
whole negative
Yeah,
pressure
I'm
and
not gonna
positive
waste my time anymore.
pressure without a container, which is where the whole thing started from, you nunts.
I have a
Okay, so
model. I have a model of a Gundam sitting on my
Well
wait,
done,
bookshelf. It
Joshua.
I
is.
Well
think
It is
done.
not an
Bacon wanted to
idol.
respond. I
Okay.
think
Yeah, please. Thank you, Jenny.
Bacon wanted to respond. Go ahead, Bacon.
He rage quit.
Dude, man, did we hurt his
Okay.
feelings?
Yes,
Did
but
we
listen,
hurt his
Joshua, listen.
feelings?
Jenny,
Come
listen, Joshua,
on.
listen, let me just tell you what happened. I don't know if anybody else noticed it. Joshua just took a spear and put it through his idol, completely exposing the fact that that's right. They don't have a model, they have idols. This is a great finding you've made, Joshua. Congratulations.
Damn, okay.
I'm glad you're able to see that connection I was making.
I
Nice.
saw it immediately. Very well done. Yes. And it hurt him bad. It hurts. Yep. Excellent.
Well, there's that.
Man, I can't believe the way he was talking to Bong. I'm surprised on how lenient Bong is. That guy was throwing some insults out too.
I was getting a little tired of hearing it. I mean, it wasn't productive. So, yeah.
I was getting really mad at him. I was getting pissed off. I know you could hear it in my voice.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier when I was speaking to Gospel Bearer about the terminology changes that I've made. And that is definitely one more. And I'm going to certainly add that and start using that.
Like, see, it's not a sin to make a model of something, but it is a sin to worship it and adhere to it, your own creation, as an explanation, right? That's where the idolatry comes from, to where it's like, if you create something and you go, look, this explains everything, that's like an idol.
You should give that a shot.
What
1000%
model do I
correct,
have,
Joshua.
platypus?
There were two people talking. What?
What model do I have though? That's the question.
No, I'm saying making one. You should give that a shot. See how that goes for
Yeah.
you.
Wow,
I
he's completely
usually
missing
don't
the
you have
point.
to
He
make
doesn't
it has to
understand
be
it.
scale though.
He doesn't sound like a troll. He just sounds like a
The
really
exact point
sensitive person. You know.
to Joshua, the exact point that you were just making is that it is possible to model something and also not simultaneously worship that model. Like
Right.
it's possible to model something without worshiping it. The challenge
The
to you
model
is
has to be at
my
least
challenge to you
accurate.
One
is
second.
hold on,
One
But a
second.
model
hold on.
One
has to be
second.
scaled. It
Hold
has to
on.
be to scale. Right.
Right, exactly. I challenge you to try and do that for the world that you
Okay.
live in.
Okay, fair enough. Hold on, Joshua. For the record, Joshua, whether you stay on that train or not, that's the point that I don't. If he doesn't make it again, I will. You don't have a model. You have an idol, Platypus. Thanks.
I was just challenging him to make a model. I ain't talking about anything
Right.
that I believe in.
That's the point. He's not talking about. He's talking about the fact that there are no models. If I'm getting him correctly, these are all idols. There is no globe Earth model. There is no outer space model. All you have is globe and outer space idols. 1000%. I'm sorry, buddy.
Is there a flat Earth model?
I sure
Not an
hope not.
idol.
Anybody? I sure hope not. I hope. Wait, hold on 1 second. I sure hope there's not a flat Earth model because that would be ridiculous for somebody to need a model to believe in reality. That would mean they have some mental issues. Thanks, like Bob Nodell.
Is the Earth that we walk upon a definite shape? Like it doesn't
No, it's not a
change
shape.
from
If it's
no.
No, it's not a shape. No, it's not. Nope, you're already wrong. You're already hiding
Shape
from
like
reality.
polygon
What is it?
or geometry?
It's not a shape.
I
It's a
don't
plane
think
of
so, bud.
existence of waters under the heavens. It's not a shape of anything. There's no
Yeah.
measurements you can make.
When you
The fact
say
is
if it's
not curving.
when you say it's a shape, what shape it is, you're saying that it's a geometrical, like a shape in somewhere, in what, in the vacuum of space. You see, that's the problem with asking the question of what shape it is. Flat is not a shape. Globe, sphere is a shape, okay? But if it's not a sphere, then there is no model. You can't. Maybe NASA and the government has a model. Maybe the people who own the military and all the research and the studies that have been done, maybe they know and they have the model. But why would you have it? Why would you, the slave of this world, why would you have to know such things? Think about it. You're not supposed to know these things.
Is cosmology an idol or a model?
I mean, yeah.
Yes, depending on what. Yeah, let me answer that question real quick. Yes, depending on what they show you. Like, look at this picture of Mars or Pluto. When they show you the Pluto's dog on Pluto, yes, that's clearly a graven image and a model. Idol.
Picture of.
Yes.
Look at this
Idol.
picture of your anus.
Correct. Idol. Correct. Idol.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet there's a black hole in Uranus.
Another idol. Yep.
A super massive black hole.
And dark matter too.
The
Smells like fart.
darkest matter.
I don't know why this started happening. I'm just going to say this out loud real quick. If you guys are going to indulge me for 10 seconds. I don't, every time I come in here, there's like 3 people that send me friend requests. Stop doing that. I don't accept friend requests on Discord. Like at all. It would have to be like somebody that I've known in the server for years. If you're just like a random VC verified and that's the only tag you have, I don't know who the fuck you are. Don't send me friend requests.
Somebody needs attention.
Do you have an open DM? That could be why.
Oh, they're probably fans.
If like
Sure,
No, I click on this person's name. I've never had a DM conversation with this person at all. I don't know their name. I don't know who the fuck they are. Is there a setting that you can set in Discord to reject friend requests?
I'm not sure. I don't even know how to use the search function.
That's a nice troll, though. Yeah.
Don't talk to me because I'm not your friend.
Wait a minute. How do I know you can even be a friend unless I have a model of a friend? I think I need the model. And then how do I know that model's real? I need a model of a model to make sure my first model and my second and my third model is real. Yeah.
Hang on, let me look something up real quick because this is fascinating right now. Don't go anywhere, Platypus. Please.
Okay. Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I got a bottle of Cuervo tonight. I'm here for a while.
Supermodels, right? Like, why do they call women who walk down, wearing these clothes? Why do they call them models, right? Is
Idols.
it because they're modeling what?
That's sexist. There's also male models too.
Right, or male models, right? Well, they're showcasing the clothes, right? The clothes, right? So it's a model, right? This is what a person would look like if they wore these clothes, right? Right, the human being, right? The person, the woman, the man that's walking down the aisle, right, is modeling the clothes, what it would look like. See, that's the model, okay? That's a real model because it matches the real world. This is what clothes would look like if you walked a monkey down the runway with your clothes on. People are like, what the f is this? Oh, this is the Globe Earth model. Get that monkey out of here. Okay, like, come on, you're fired. You know what I mean? So that's what a model is. That's what models do. Okay, that they're there to help you understand and see the real thing. This is what it would look like in the real world. That's what a model is, isn't it? Model of a car, model of a house. What about the model of the earth? Nothing. Doesn't work. For everything else, models have to be spot on or else. But for the globe, it's like, oh, come on, have some faith. People are smart.
Yeah, I'd say spot on is a bit of a strong word. I think there's an acceptable degree of,
Yeah. Do you you're a radio man, right? You're a radio man, right?
Dude,
you're a radio man, right? You know what circuits are, right? You remember circuits, right? You remember learning that shit in A school, right? Circuits, right? Well, what is a circuit? It's a model of what? Of the real thing. And then what if that was wrong, right? The KG84 goes to this transmitter to the receiver to the decoder, right? To the antenna. It's a model, right?
A circuit is a functioning thing. Like an electrical
Yes,
circuit. It's
exactly.
a model. That's a functioning thing.
It's a representation of the real thing, right? It's the theory, right? It has to be correct, or else the real thing won't work. So there it is. Again, models everywhere, schematics, call it what you want. They're models. We're gonna build a house.
The ones you're talking about, first of all, I wouldn't say model and schematic are synonyms, but those are things that you can put into practice, like effectively.
What's a business model? What's a business model? Exactly. You see, everything starts with a model. You can't do that with the globe Earth. You can't even find the curvature of this bullshit radius globe. It doesn't exist. Without that, who cares what explanations they gave you that make sense? You know what doesn't make sense? A ball that doesn't curve, that doesn't make sense.
But something I found kind of interesting. Isn't a platypus a venomous creature?
It is in fact the only venomous mammal.
Okay.
And it is only the males.
And I'm proud of it.
They have a venomous barb on their behind foot flipper.
So you're a toxic gamer.
Well,
you're a toxic male.
I was going to go with something different. If you look up Strong's Greek word G2342, it's called Theiron, and it's diminutive of the same, meaning a dangerous animal. But this is dangerous can also mean venomous, and it can also mean wild beast. And this is the beast of the image of the mark of the beast.
Ooh, mark of the wait. Ooh, mark of the beast. Do tell.
Well, no,
what is the mark
not,
of the
not
beast?
the mark of the beast, but the beast itself is like a
What do you mean by mark of the What do you mean by mark of the beast?
What is the difference between man and beast?
Bong, for the love of Christ, I talk to you all the time. I'm trying to have a conversation with somebody other than you for like 5 seconds.
This is basically it's talking about the second beast from the book of Revelation, right?
Oh, so we're diving into the Bible at this point.
No. It's just something I found interesting because I remember you saying something that it's the only venomous mammal. So it's like it could be part platypus and part leopard and all these other creatures that they are, right?
Part platypus.
An amalgamation.
Oh, there's other moles and solenodons. There's many different mammals that are actually venomous. That's not correct.
Oh, and I thought a platypus was laid eggs, so it's not a mammal.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Carius Linnaeus was trying to find ways to, describe God's creation, and he failed. Sorry.
Ooh.
There's a couple of them that have no kind trees after them, right?
Man fails again.
Hey, I have to hold on. I have to issue a retraction based on something I thought I knew from back when I went to school. So apparently, platypus are not the only venomous male. There is, in fact, venomous shrews, and the vampire bat is considered venomous. So
Not venomous, more like
There's about a dozen more.
disease.
No biggie.
oh well. Thanks for bumming me out. That was one of the things I liked about platypi.
I know. I always rain on your parade. Sorry about
That's what you
I
get
would've
for
said-
trusting science.
It's got a duck's bill and a beaver's tail. Ooh yeah.
Well, I mean, that proves
lays-
evolution.
It
That proves
lays
they're related
eggs.
to ducks.
Pseudoscience. Sorry.
That's evolution.
Yeah, it actually lays eggs.
That's pseudoscience for you.
Now that I do
No,
know, I
it's
do know, I
evolution.
do know it is the only mammal that lays eggs.
Mammals
Yeah,
don't lay
that
eggs.
is a fact.
Darwin's paradox.
Yeah. Maybe their classifying of animals is wrong. How about that? Maybe man is wrong. You ever think about that? Maybe.
There you
We
go.
can't
Bone.
all
It's
be
that
wrong.
simple.
Hey,
There you
platypus.
go. That's every time they're wrong.
Hopefully there's no hard feelings here. I'm just joshing you, just trying to jape a little bit.
God, I hate that expression.
When you realize
Don't say that.
Einstein was just a clown, you're going to be so ashamed of yourself for looking up to that asshole.
Yep. No, I hate.
Yeah,
the,
he has the same
I hate
hairdo as because aliens. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
Oh, hold on. I got a meme about that. Hold on.
They
Well, I'll
got the
just rain
same
on his
hairdo.
parade again. There are other monotremes that lay eggs that are warm-blooded. Thanks.
No, I'm talking about mammals, smartass.
Yeah, the platypus is a monotreme or not a mammal because it lays eggs. Did you not hear Bond explain this? Come on. It lays eggs, bro. You can't just keep making up what you want your animals. I'm going to still even though it's different, I'm still going to call it this. That's not how this works.
I'm just gonna say it's the only mammal that lays eggs. Can I just say that?
It's the only one that can take you to the bus stop when you want to go to school.
It's the only furry creature with a beak.
You could try and throw the platypus into as many categories that
Hey.
it shares with other animals, but at the end of the day, like there's nothing
made it.
like a platypus.
Right, because God
Yeah,
made
Man,
it.
like-
categories are
Fucking-
irrelevant. Yeah, except for a
Also-
duck and a beaver and a mole.
If you could entertain one request, could we not use the expression just joshing you? As a person whose first name is Josh, I have never liked that expression.
I don't know who said that.
My
but-
first name is
hold on.
Joshua, so
Joshua.
yeah.
Okay, but
It's
I
like,
mean,
whoa, what the fuck does that even mean? No one's ever been able to give me an answer.
Okay, Joker Josh. It comes from bowling when you do I believe it's 5 strikes in a row. Because 6 is a 6-pack, 3 is a hat trick. I think 5
Oh, there
is
you go,
a
bowlers.
shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a lot of bowlers in the submariner community, right? You guys like bowling, I think.
Thought 3 was a turkey.
I've never
Yeah.
played bowling before. I don't know why.
Bowling is incredibly fun. It's a
Yeah.
very good idea for. You strike me as the single type. It's a very good idea for a first date. I would strongly recommend it.
Ah, so that's where you take girls on the first date.
Yeah,
Well,
'cause the
I
food's
was going to
cheap.
say if you ever meet the right guy, that would probably be a good first date. But
And the food's cheap.
oh,
and the
that's
beer's
evolution.
funny.
If you lose if you go with the guy bong, you lose the ability to reproduce, which means evolution. Thanks.
Which means you will devolve. It's bad for humanity.
no,
Your
but you
kids will be
can.
really
You
strong.
can.
When you get kids from two
still.
guys, it's really strong. Yeah.
You can
You can take-
still adopt, which is just as noble an experience.
You meet
Just
the
say,
right
I'm going to
sailor.
get you some shoes. And then take them to the bowling alley, and they're like, why are we at the bowling alley? I'm going to get you some shoes. You know? Right there.
Bowling shoes.
Are you still in the Navy, dude? Platypus?
Dude, we've been over this. I got out of the Navy in 2013
My bad.
Thanks for reminding me that I haven't
Hey,
been in
he's
for
been
like
on the
8 years.
He's
I'm
been on the
sorry.
gravy train for
Thanks
8 years.
thanks for reminding me that I'd be 5 years away from a retirement if I had stayed in. I appreciate that.
Are you serious? This guy. I really look. After the first term, it's all in or not. You know?
Right.
Ah,
You're either a lifer or you take the money and run, which is exactly what I did.
5 years, 15 years, dude. You should have at least retired.
Nah, fuck that.
I bet you regret it, right?
Dude, no, if I'd stayed in the Navy, I wouldn't have my 3 kids.
Oh, okay. You win.
Then again, technically, if I'd stayed in, I would never have been aware of the 3 kids I would have had, so I wouldn't miss them. So it's like a time paradox thing.
Nah. God probably arranged it.
I spouted that line of logic about, well, if I had never gotten out, then I wouldn't have ever, I wouldn't
You're not the
know
only
about
one.
kids that I never had.
You're not.
I said that in front of my
not the
girlfriend
only
once,
one.
and she got super pissed at me.
Well,
She's
it's
like,
true.
"What the fuck? Why would you even think that? Why would you even think about a world where you didn't have your kids?" I'm like, I'm not
Well, it's
thinking
true.
about it.
We all think. I think about it. Like,
Anyway.
what if I didn't come to Australia? You know, I wouldn't have what I have now. Yeah.
I was pulled aside 3 weeks ago by a mod here and told that I got to stop turning my visits into the GE Platypus Hour. So we got to stop talking about me.
Uh-oh.
All right. It's the GE Platypus and Bong and Friends Hour. Yeah. GE Platypus and Friends Hour. Sorry, I don't want to throw my name in there. Who told you that?
I will not say. However, has
You have
everybody
been granted permission.
Has everybody seen my GIF? Did anybody hear that story about me going to Pornhub
NASA?
and finding that GIF
Yeah.
of the
Rubbing, NASA rubbing their
Denise
feet
thing?
all over your face. Yeah. Yeah. I
Has
know you
everybody
enjoyed
seen that? I thought it was
Pretty
funny.
good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Can
We
you
added it
DM
to our memes.
What was that?
Oh, if
Jenny?
anybody has it, they can DM it to me.
Oh, I'll send it to you. Hold on. I think it's funny. I keep trying to post it in Livestream, but it gets deleted by an anonymous admin.
Well, I'm glad you have learned your lesson.
Like, so there I was, just minding my business, surfing
There you go. I
Pornhub.
DM'd it to you, Jenny. I think
And then
it's
I
funny.
found this. So there I was, just surfing Pornhub, going about my day.
I love
Jenny,
it.
Jenny,
Dude,
you tell
should put the Pornhub
on.
logo on it, right? From
I
Pornhub.
want Jenny to try and tell me that that's not funny.
That is funny.
Exactly. Fuck it. I'm posting it. Hold on. Because if it gets deleted again, I'll be able to narrow down my mod list.
That's accurate, man. Like,
Yeah.
that's exactly how Globers behaves.
I thought you guys would love that.
Yeah.
I thought you guys would think that was funny. You're missing.
Hey, who deleted
Oh,
it?
God damn it.
Yeah.
It's got to be wrong.
Sorry. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I was gonna click on it.
Well,
Oh well, there it goes. Just DM it to Jenny. Yeah.
Oh man.
You're not allowed to post it, but Jen can post it.
Well, when we get another NASA fanboy in here, post it, that'll be appropriate.
Yeah, because if you post it, it might not look good. If Jen posts it, it's gonna be funny.
How is it offensive?
You tell me.
Because you're a Glober. That's why. Has nothing to do with anything. It's just
Bong, you are
you're a
absolutely the
Glober,
person
right?
who's deleting that.
No, I didn't. It wasn't me. I just understand why it was deleted. Look.
Gold
public
Plus.
relations.
Gold Plus has
Keep
some
up
moderation.
appearances. Yeah, man.
Don't
Gold
you know
is
the first
pretty
rule
much the
of
same
Fight
as
Club?
moderator.
Hey, hold on. Don't you know the first rule of Fight Club, dude? Come on now. None of your business.
Here, Bong. There's a face reveal for you.
Is this you?
In the red circle. Yep. Circa 2000. Circa 2011.
Shakes
It's me.
hands, the
It's me
second
shaking
guy's
hands
here.
with a fucking 3-star admiral.
Very interesting. And it was on TV.
Yes, it was.
I
Mm,
resent. I,
We got
I
we got an
resented the
award.
military. I resented the military. You know, I only like the officers and the and yeah, the cool guys. I didn't really. I hated it. I hated the military.
Dude, I loved it, man. It was. It's.
I hated
I
the
think it might have
hypocrite.
just. It might have been because of the job that I picked, because there's so few of us, so it's like a really tight knit community.
I just hated that assholes were in certain positions and you couldn't do shit about it. Hated my chief.
No, that's if there's an asshole, you just you offer him to go.
You know
You offer
what?
to go refill their coffee one time, and you put
No,
coffee in it and
it's
something else, and then you give it back.
this guy took 15 years to make. Well, he took like 12 years to make second class as a submariner. I took 2 years, and he didn't like that. And when he
Yo,
gave me my
dude,
crow, I mean, he actually, you know, helped me a little bit.
did you get your
And
crow
and he
tacked
said to
on?
me, yeah, he put it on me, and he said to me, I don't think you deserve this ball, but whatever. And that ended it for me. And I was like, what? I was like, what? You know, I'm like 20 years old, dude. Like, this asshole.
Did you get it? Did you get your crow or your warfare pin tacked on?
Both
Nice.
calls, yeah. And but see, you know,
they
it's
don't let
because I
people
had
do that anymore.
JROTC in the military. It's because I had JROTC in high school. You know, that's why I was able to advance fast. You know, and I fucking aced the test. You know, it's like, but this guy didn't like my attitude. He didn't like me. He didn't like that I was a surface guy and he was a submariner. That he had to learn ET as well as IT, and you know what I mean. Like it was one of those vibes. But it's nothing he could do about it. You know, my CO loved me. So that's why I hated the military. I was like, well, I don't want to deal with any more people like this, so fuck this shit. Going back to Cali. I know, like,
Yeah.
well.
California.
Sunshine and weed.
Dude, did you
Did
get any orders?
Yeah,
From
we
deployments
traveled.
or anything?
Yeah, we traveled. I went to Brazil. I went to South America. We did the whole exercises. I forget the name.
No. Did you went to Brazil out of California? So did you get did you go through
No, it was a
Shellback?
tour.
Did
Yeah,
you go through Shellback?
Yes. It was an experience. Yes.
I went through because I'm on a sub, or I
I
was
remember
on a
all the
sub.
food.
Dude, you think Shellback was bad? I went through Blue Nose.
Our senior chief
Blue Nose was a trip.
King Neptune, right? He was waiting for us at the end.
Yep. Dude, we had our chief of the boat was Davy Jones for Blue Nose.
Oh damn! Yeah, yeah. It was fun. You know, I felt like I was being. I was like, it's like fucking high school, man. Fuck this fraternity bullshit. What the fuck, you know? But you know, it's shit you had to do. It's a tradition. Yeah, whatever. Showback. It's just funny to see all these professional military people acting crazy. You know, playing out some. Yeah, I'm just shaking my head like fucking Navy people, man. I should have joined the army, man. Fuck. It's like, yep, and this is why I didn't want to join the Navy.
Can't believe you were in the Navy and you don't understand the concept of shit. Going down bottom first over the horizon. I don't get that. It's the thing that makes me not believe that you were ever in the Navy.
What are you talking about? I used to think I was looking at the curvature of the Earth.
Why? Because you saw things disappear bottom down?
No, it didn't have anything to do with that. Me, when I was out there looking at the horizon, I was like, look at this beautiful Earth, globe Earth. Wow, I go, yeah, it must be curving. You know, I was admiring the globe. Never thought it was flat. I didn't even understand the things disappearing bottom first. I just understood that it was a globe. You know, I didn't care. I was in the military. I was doing what I was told. You know, I didn't want to cause any problems for myself. I just want to do my 4 years. It was like being in fucking prison, man. It was like, all right, just do your 4 years and get the fuck out.
Nah, you just had a bad time, man. I had a great time. But again, I only served. I don't know what. Obviously, you served on a surface ship, so there was hundreds of motherfuckers cycling in and out that you had to deal with. Dude, I served with like the same 90 people for my entire 4 years. Like, I knew their wives, I knew their kids, I knew their fucking cats.
Yeah, same, but exactly. We had one of our workers had to drive 2 hours every day to work and back. Right? I live on base, and I'm always like 10 minutes late. He's like an E6. You know, I'm coming in like an E4. Like, what the fuck, bro? It's like, what? You don't have to drive 2 hours every day, and I'm here like 15 minutes before. It's like, oh, that's your problem, dude. like he did, you know, they didn't like it. So the trick is, if you're late, bring a box of donuts, and you won't be late. Like, oh, you're so. Yeah, he's not late. No, he just stopped by to get us donuts. So that was my trick. You know, all right, just grab some donuts on the way. 5 minutes. And you can do that at work too. Trust me. People, they'll let you slide.
Are you and I the only two people in here right now?
I don't know. Are we?
No.
I'm listening.
Oh, yep. We're here. Yeah.
I'm always listening.
Where's old flat Earth dude at?
Flat Earth, dude. What do you mean?
What's his name?
The guy that makes guitars.
He has it. I haven't heard him yet today.
He's always got some stories. I'm trying to push this broom right now. Can't talk too much. Do you say you're in California, huh, Bong?
No, I'm in Australia now, man. I've been here since 2008, 2007, I think.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah.
I always said Americans couldn't, or anybody else couldn't be like a permanent resident of Australia. I don't know if that's true or not, but
Yeah, I got married here. That's why. So
oh,
married
okay.
to yeah. So yeah, permanent resident. I have to renew it every 5 years though. Sucks, but
Huh. That's a
they're
little
like, "Do
different.
you want to be Australian and lose your U.S. citizenship?" I was like, "No."
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, hell no. What are you saying?
So you're like a dual citizen, I guess. Is that what they call it?
No, not me, but my son is, and my missus, my wife is.
Right. Huh.
Yeah, they're able to have dual citizenship, but not me. I have to pick one. So I decided to keep my American citizenship so they can have dual, while I do the permanent residency every 5 years. That way we can both always travel back and forth. They can get into the US and,
Right. Huh.
yeah. We had to do that before Donald Trump did what he was going to do, but
Yeah, it's probably a mess trying to travel right now anyway with the COVID restrictions and all that and the masks and I mean I don't know how it is in an airport. I ain't been in an airport in a long time.
I got cut off.
I know the last time I was at Pittsburgh Airport, I took my sister up there and we parked and walked in. We took like a little train to the clear up into this, the airport. And you got to walk right to the plane. Like you could look right out the window and the plane's right there, And I guess now they say that since, it was pre 9/11, that if you don't have a ticket, you can't even get close to the planes, I guess. I don't know if that's true, but
I don't even, yep. I stopped flying. I stopped no more traveling until it's all
yeah. So you're
everything, yeah.
just staying put there, huh? You live in
Yep.
a town or you live like kind of out in the country or how is it done?
Like a half an hour from Sydney. Yeah. Yeah, close to the mountains. Yeah, in the suburbs.
Yeah.
Mm.
Wow. Yeah, that'd be cool
It's
to have.
close enough to the mountains, so if anything happens and we gotta get out, just
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, that's one of the
run to the
places where everybody
mountains.
everybody wants to go. It's you see it on TV and just can't believe some of the stuff. You see some of the weird trees and some of the weird animals. I always heard there was a cat.
Platypus.
I always heard there was a problem with cats there.
Rabbits. Found
Oh,
rabbits. Yep.
yeah.
You bring in animals to fix certain problems, and it causes a problem. Toads, yeah, invasive species.
Huh.
I'm gonna bow out for the night, guys. A little more
Alright,
quiet than I
good.
thought it was gonna be tonight.
All good, bro. Take care. Thanks for coming. Take it easy, man.
I was trying to watch QE's thing this morning. His refraction little his presentation. It was kind of hard to follow, but I don't know. Did he come in here and talk about it today, any?
Not yet. No, I haven't heard him yet.
Yeah, it was kind of. I mean, I probably have to watch it a couple times, but yeah, it was. I mean, it was interesting, but I'm not I'm not a big science person. I mean, actually got a degree in biology, but I was a welder most of my life. It didn't do me too much good. It's just paper.
Well, I think you first have to understand the argument they're making, and then that's hard to understand because they made it up. So
Yeah, the refraction thing.
yeah, the refraction thing. Because I don't even want to deal with it because
Right.
I know, refraction. It's a red herring. But yeah, QE shuts it down
Yeah,
very
I mean
fast, easy.
he's pretty good with his research.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to come out and say that refraction meant that like you do the thing with the glass and the water, it kind of spins it around. turns, if you put an arrow in front of it, it turns the arrow the other way.
That's refraction. Yep, that's why that's why it's confusing because that's
Yeah.
refraction. Yeah,
But I think
and
there's
it's not
different,
even applicable to the argument is a fallacy.
I think there's different types of
Oh,
refraction too. But yeah, it's just one of them things.
right.
I got in a big argument with somebody yesterday about it and got my blood pressure all worked up, and
Yeah.
it's just some people just don't want to hear it. They just want to believe the lies. Especially like some of these older people.
Yeah, I think it's all by design. It's designed to confuse people and to make people not want to look into it because that's what
Yeah,
all the blinded me with science type of.
yeah, it's super
Um,
confusing. Millions and
yeah,
trillions of
by
miles.
design.
I mean, come on, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah,
I try to do like some of the things that like David Weiss comes up with, like as far as like angular resolution and the size, angular size, and there's no way you're going to see light from 60 trillion miles away. It's just impossible. They say, well, light travels because it's in a vacuum. That's bullshit. I'd like to see somebody put one of them damn suits on and go in that vacuum chamber up there in Sandusky, Ohio. They got a big vacuum chamber. I'd volunteer to do it.
yeah. It, yeah, light travels, but
Put the LEM in there. Put that LEM in that vacuum chamber. See what happens to it. That's what I'd love to see. That.
I try thinking about it. Like you can't know the distance to anything if you don't know at least the size of the thing you're looking at. If you want to know the distance to anything, you have to know the size of that thing to calculate
Right.
the distance, right? So without knowing the
Yeah.
size of these things that you're trying to calculate the distance to, there's no way to calculate it.
Yeah.
It's impossible. That's just the way things are. You need a scale. You need scale. You need to know
Right.
at least
Yeah.
the size of the object. So that's what blew it out of the water for me. As far as what the things in the in the sky are, or any kind of
Yeah.
explanations, it's all bullshit because you need to know certain
Yeah.
things to calculate it.
Well,
Curvature of the Earth.
some people think that them pictures are real. Like, oh yeah, those are real stripes on that thing, or yeah, Pluto looks like that. You can see the clouds on Pluto. No, those are just lights,
Yeah.
just wandering stars. And then since we have these giant telescopes, they believe all that shit, But
Well, it started with artist renditions, right? People drawing these planets, and then as technology got better, became CGI, and now.
yeah,
But you will never look through a telescope and see that. The telescopes
right.
they say you should look through is the Vatican telescope, NASA telescope. So it's like, well, that's convenient. I'll just go over there and have a look myself then, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's crazy.
Lucifer.
Yeah. Or any of the big telescopes that is owned by NASA and the Vatican. It's like you can't just walk up and use those telescopes, and even if you did, you're not gonna see. It's not proof, like
Yeah,
unfalsifiable.
yeah. Just go to Arizona and knock on their door. He said, yeah, they'll just let anybody in there look at it.
Yeah.
Just like they'll let anybody in Antarctica. Yeah.
But whatever they're for, there's the reason you tell the public, and then there's the real reason. So they don't have to tell us what the real reason is, why they're studying
Yeah.
the sky and what they're doing with the information or the data. Of course, they're
Oh,
trying to.
yeah, they're obviously studying something. Guarantee you that.
Yeah.
They're looking for something. But I think they're getting close to finding whatever it is they're looking for. Seems like anyway.
I think it was a really long time ago. I saw a video or somebody talking about it, but aren't the Lucifer telescope, isn't that pointing across the land, not pointed up in the sky?
I don't know. I've never seen it. I mean, I've seen photos, but
Yeah, Jenny, it's one of the ones that's got the capability to look horizontally. Most of the other ones can only tilt down so far, but Lucifer can go right down and look straight at the horizon, apparently.
Yeah, and that's pretty scary because it's like, what the fuck are they looking at? They're looking at other lands in the belief that I have. That's what.
Yeah, they're looking past Antarctica, I think.
Oh yeah.
And then I think like Kerry went down there. I think the Pope went down in 2016. And then I don't know. I could be wrong. I thought I heard Hillary went down. There was a bunch of bigwigs went down there that one year. Now, what was that all about?
Yeah.
You know, Buzz went down, and supposedly he had some stuff happen to him. Of course, that could be all made up too. But you know, what are they keeping down there? Who's down there? That's strange. I tried to look up some stuff about it, but they don't tell you nothing. Google is just horrible anymore. You can't find nothing on Google. It's garbage.
Well, I would be willing to believe that there's a lot more land.
I don't know. I think they was down there visiting somebody. That's just my kind of premonition. I think they was down there visiting. That's what Steve
Yeah.
Quayle was saying. I don't know if you guys heard of Steve Quayle, but he was talking about he thinks that there's fallen angels down there. I know it sounds crazy, but I mean, you know.
I kind of agree with that one.
Okay, so I don't want to irritate anybody in the room or offend anybody I'm not challenging anybody's belief, but I recently came across something. It's not new, but it's called preterism, that the millennial reign of Christ already occurred and we're in the short season of the adversary being let loose, shall we say.
What
So
was that word?
preterism.
Preterism. Huh. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm not, I'm
Yeah.
not.
How do you spell it?
Hold on just a second. I'll put in the chat.
So kind of in other words, you're saying that the second coming has already happened and
The millennial reign of Christ already occurred, and we are now in the quote unquote short season of the yeah. I'm not an authority on it. I just briefly came to know about it. And what it made click for me was the fact that, we have the amazing buildings that have slowly been demolished, like the ones that were from the World's Fair and things like that. They seem to have a lot of similarities. It just seems to go beyond like being ornate. So I don't know if you guys have ever watched the EWAR documentaries. What
Yeah.
on Earth? What on Earth happened? And the Lost History of Flat Earth, 2 separate documentaries. Pretty good shit.
Yeah.
It was just mentioned, I think somewhere, and I forget which documentary, and I looked it up, and I was like, whoa. Because I always had like a feeling, like a intuition that, the calendar's not right. If that's true, then how can the date be right? And, the people who win the wars write history, and, just putting all the puzzle pieces together, it makes sense to me. So, with how everything is so backwards in our existence, and there's nothing without a conspiracy behind it. And, despite what people want to believe, we are in the New World Order. It's like, come on, man. How many coincidences do you need? How many coincidences? And, it's pretty creepy. I was talking with a coworker in the smoke room, and she said, I think it's already too late. And I just left that one alone. So I'll have to think of something else to tell her. But, so.
Well, it's not called the New World Order anymore. It's called the Great Reset now.
Oh, right. It's a rebranding. Thank you so much for bringing that up. So true. I agree with that.
Yeah. Klaus Schwab.
Right. So
I ordered that book from the library back in I think I forget. It's been a while. It's been over a year, I think. And
I mean,
they still can't get it in. I could probably buy it, but
I mean, I just really believe the philosophical statement, the more you come to know, the more you realize how much you don't know. So you have to acknowledge that once you figure something out, there's still a bigger picture than where you started or where you ended up. There's still a bigger picture than that. So
yeah. Yeah, I think like a Bong said last night, he said once you see it, you can't unsee it.
right. And I don't know, maybe I get too fringe on, my speculation and what I believe is happening. I don't know. In my opinion, it's better to speculate than just to be subservient to a bunch of propaganda on the TV.
Oh, that's
Take your pick.
I quit watching TV probably 3 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just like,
I mean,
yeah,
I
I
have
feel,
some favorite shows, like I have some favorite shows like I think the pandemic screwed up a season of Westworld coming out. I don't think they're I'm hoping there's going to be another season. Oh my god. So this is pretty amazing. This is back when I used to watch more TV. Have you ever seen the series Dexter?
I've heard
It
of it.
had like, it
Dexter's
had
Lab?
quite a it had no Dexter. It was on Showtime. It was not a cartoon. It was about a vigilante serial killer.
Oh
So
no, it was on Showtime.
it hasn't been it was canceled or whatever you want to call it quite a number of years ago, and they just recently announced that at the end of the year there'll be another season. I'm like, what? So I'm definitely gonna have to watch it. But yeah, there's no way to keep up on all the shit they put out now. It's craziness.
You ever seen that The Fringe?
Yes, actually. I did I might have watched most of that there's a couple seasons. But yeah, that was quite a long time ago. That was like over 10 years ago.
Yeah, The Fringe was a good series.
But yeah, I haven't paid for cable in whew, coming up on a decade probably pretty soon. Anything I want to watch, I just quote unquote borrow it off the internet. So yeah, I like a certain like The Handmaid's Tale that recently came out. That's a pretty good one. It's a dystopian drama.
We can hear you then.
But yeah, stuff like remember when reality TV first came out? That was kind of okay for a while, and then once you figure it out that it's scripted, you're kind of like meh, you can do something else,
Yeah,
And
I used to watch that Naked and Afraid. That was
I
kind of
never heard
silly.
of that.
Naked and Afraid. They'd send usually it was a man and a woman out. They'd be buck naked, like somewhere where it was warm, usually like in a desert, a jungle.
Why does it
I
matter?
think they had to stay for I can't remember how long it was now. 21 days or something. That was a long time.
Oh, so it was kind of like a Survivor kind of reality show.
Yeah, and they each got to bring like a couple things. Like they had a knife. They had like you could bring a net or like you couldn't bring clothes, but you know, knife or a fire starter or something. You had to deal with the.
He gave us 5 minutes to do it.
It was
Well,
interesting,
in my opinion, the original quote unquote reality TV that's scripted was called Cops. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? And they come. You never saw the motherfuckers get away, right?
Yeah.
This is before body cams. They did whatever they wanted to then.
Yeah, Cops was We used to sit around and watch cops and drink beer on Friday. I think it was Friday nights, whatever night that was.
Yep. And there was actually a couple different spin-off series from that where they'd show how you get processed in jail and shit.
Yeah, I think
It
there was
was
that one
like a
few years
decade
ago.
after it started, but oh,
Yeah, it
sorry,
was
what'd
like
you?
I think it was called like 60 Days In or something like that.
There's a couple different ones.
I think there was that one that was out a couple years ago. It was called Live PD. But I think
Oh yeah,
they canceled it during George Floyd stuff. I think they canceled it.
that makes sense. Good call on their part.
But it got them a lot of publicity. It was that channel got them a ton of publicity. But it'll come back out. But
Oh, I don't
yeah,
know.
they're still on show. I guess they're still showing old reruns of that first 48. I remember when I was on a long time ago. Remember the first 48?
Is that supposed to be like an investigation, like, or something?
Yeah, it's usually like somebody got killed and like the detectives show up and they got to figure out what was going on. Yeah.
Oh, so it kind of sounds like a Lifetime for Women weekly show or something, but for dudes.
Yeah, kind of like that, I
Yeah.
guess. You know how like over to Air TV now, there's some free channels. They put a lot of like low level, cheap rerun type stuff on it. There's stuff like that on there. My mom's got an antenna. That's all she's got, and she'll sit up there and watch that old stuff. Like me, I don't know if you ever heard of Me TV. It's got all the old crap on it.
Oh, I
It's on
think
the
so.
antenna. Yeah. I didn't know if Me
So
TV was a.
I was watching somebody's video. It might have been on Blaze TV. I rarely watch their videos, but I was um Biden was talking about something, and I most notably recall him saying that everybody in the United States, and I think he said Illinois for some reason, everybody needs to have access to internet. Isn't that fucked up?
Yeah, they're talking about putting what is it called? Broadband fiber optic here in West Virginia. Like what's and that's what I kept thinking. I was like, what's these satellites supposed to be doing then? Like
Yeah,
cell
so
towers? They're gonna run cable in the ground or wherever. Huh, in West
yeah, let
Virginia.
me see if I can find that in my history, that video.
There's dead spots all over the place here where I live.
'Cause
As far as
to me, now this may be crazy for me to think like this. To me, I think the conversation should go like, where's going to be the relief of everybody who can't pay their rent? Because is there still places on lockdown? I mean, people are behind on their rent regardless.
yeah. Well,
Why,
they're gonna try
why
to
the
pass
fuck
it.
would you be talking about people having internet? It's like people need to find
Yeah,
a place to live first, bitch. It's like, what's the matter with you?
that's a
Okay,
good
here we
point.
go. Biden's Build Back Better bullshit. This is what the video was. Here we go. 44 minutes. I only listened to it for like 5, if that. Wish it was a shorter one. I'd play it, but who don't?
BBBB. I like that.
This
Biden-
fucking stupid bitch. Damn.
Biden's Build Back Better bullshit. I like that. No, it's crazy. He wanted to spend 3.5 trillion. Think about that. 3.5 trillion. And that's no stimulus. There's no stimulus checks just in their pocket.
Well, I don't know, man. I might be so inclined to get myself a body cam because if shit starts getting crazy, oh my gosh, you just can't be too careful now. You just can't. But I think I'm in a good enough area.
Wow, that's
I
funny
don't
you
live
just
like
said
in
that.
the city.
That's funny you just said that. I was watching Wits It Gets It there
Oh, I
yesterday
watched
morning.
some of his. Oh, I was watching him a little bit earlier, but
Yeah,
anyway. You were saying-
he's got a camera on his strap on his shoulder now. I didn't know if you had that before, but I was
Oh
thinking
yeah.
that yeah. I was thinking, man, I said,
He kind of has to because he's in public and
yeah,
people get all bent out of shape when you
yeah,
record them or when you talk about stuff they don't want to talk about. They call the police
yeah,
thinking it's some sort of emergency. And so it's becoming more noted by police that, people have the First Amendment right to film in public.
hell yeah.
And yeah, so, your feelings don't trump the law. It's just because somebody's acting suspicious doesn't
Yeah,
mean they're
First
breaking
Amendment
the
right.
law.
You go out there
Yeah,
and say,
so for his own
fuck, fuck, 1,000
protection,
times.
that's a good call for himself. Props to him for sure.
Oh, that's a good idea. I mean, you could always put your phone in your pocket or hang around your neck or something, and put your video on, but that doesn't last for very long. Then your
Well,
phone can get damaged.
I've seen videos, not very many, but a couple, whatever, of a police officer grabbing a citizen's cell phone and deleting material off of it. It's like, dude,
Wow.
this is 2021. You
That's
can't get
bullshit.
away with doing that bullshit. So I just think I'm not trying to offend, but I just think police officers need to go through a psychiatric evaluation before they're hired on a force because I don't that's living in fairyland thinking that because I don't know. That's a whole talk show.
Somebody
The
was just
whole
saying yesterday that the cops, they can't be, their IQ can't be over 105 or they won't hire them. It's got to be below 105. I forget who was
on
saying that.
what? 105 for what?
Oh, their IQ. Their
Really?
IQ. Yeah, I think heliocentric dude was talking about that the other night. How they want the cops to be kind of dumb so they could mold them into whatever they want, so they could just be whatever.
Well, yeah, order followers.
Yeah. Which
Somebody's
makes
got to do
sense.
it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense in a way. Yeah. They don't want smart cops. They want loyal cops.
Well, not to do a subject change this fast, but I was going to ask you, Jenny, do you know where preterism has its origins from, or who started it?
I think somebody, it may have been Damsel Medic that spoke a little bit about it. I'm not hard pressed for the topic, like a die hard defend or anything. I just found it interesting. But if you have some stuff that you know offhand you wanted to share, that'd be cool. I mean,
Well, seems to be that there's some consensuses on it. Looks like 1554. Louis del Alcazar, a Jesuit priest, and his other Catholic priests who were part of the Spanish Inquisition, pushing millions of people out of their countries and trying to kill them if they wouldn't convert to Catholicism, started this ideology and wrote about it. So it looks like the original Nazis, for lack of a better term, started this group. Sorry.
oh, well, I guess the part that made me kind of resonate with the topic really is um the architecture that's discussed with the Tartaria / mud flood topic.
Yeah, I have a feeling the Tartarians became the Tsar, and it was a changeover from within just to change the face, but the same people were in control. Because it later became the Russian Empire, right? And parts of the land were cut off. So, like Genghis Khan, he was supposedly from Tartaria, and I have a feeling Genghis Khan was a part of the Tsar family.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry.
that was just set up as a means to divide control and conquer the people to a new way of thinking, a reset.
The only way that we could possibly even have an inkling of history is if older cultures, of course, recorded things and dated them, and so that, of course, we'd have the story. So, countries like China and Iran and these certain places, of course, have a much older history. I certainly think that, yes, there's probably a lot of lies, especially in America. I think they lied about everything. I think they lied about who was here. I think that they literally found small structures in the Grand Canyon, and that's why it's illegal to even go in my home state inside the Grand Canyon deeply. But when it comes to the actual general timelines, as far as how long ago did Jesus exist on the plane of existence, not just the Hebrews, but other people, the Muslims and different cultures recorded these things all over the Middle East, way, way before America was even in the imaginations of Her Majesty's grasp. So I would say without that, we wouldn't have an idea, but because the people of these Hebrew cultures were so serious about their calendar, we kind of have to thank them for the fact that they did keep records, and that it's the only history that really makes sense is, the Middle Eastern, the Chinese, these different people, the Eastern side. That's how we have a timeline, because the Eastern cultures on the other side of the world, they don't have a 200-year-old country. They have a 3,000-year-old country. So that's how.
You know that
I think I could be wrong, but I think the claim that people that talk about the Tartaria mud flood is that the architecture doesn't match up with what we're told is the history, considering the context of that time. Did they have the technology to do what they did? I mean, did they have the knowledge to build what they did? And what they refer to as antiquitech seems to be something that was not utilized by the people who occupied the buildings, and it didn't make sense.
Well, they certainly do lie about that. That's true. I'll just say that they do lie about the fact that technology was actually much better. Certainly, and the whole reason they lie about all this is because they'll lose the evolutionary paradigm. If there's advanced cultures 2,000 years ago,
free
there's no
energy.
more, right? Right. So there's no they lose their entire religion if they admit that there was an advanced people that already lived in North America, that was already in South
Well, I
America.
guess. Oh,
They had
sorry. Go ahead.
They had
Hey,
free
what about
energy too.
Right.
what about
Well,
the
I'm just saying that,
neighborhood?
like the Tower of Babel, being a very true story. We're talking about the most advanced technology ever. In fact, the Bible says that they had basically were able to do whatever their imaginations thought. So they literally had the most advanced technology ever, which was about 500 years after the flood. So certainly many groups,
I think.
of people. Many groups of people might have preserved some of that technology, like how we find pyramids that match the
I just
ones in
think.
the Middle East over here.
Well, I mean, like, so far as what I'm trying to lead up to is that this isn't the first reset that this earth has experienced. So that's more so. I was trying to think of and something else that I think leans towards a reset is something that's well documented and accredited, and there's more than one organization, and that is foundling museums. So I just don't think that could be debunked away. I think that's a coincidence theory. If you get my
You
drift.
mean the orphan trains, Jen, where they had all
Yeah.
the. Yep.
Yes, dude. Yes.
I always wondered, like,
Yeah.
where did all these orphans come from? People are just giving up their
Yeah.
children for the shits and giggles, like,
That's
oh,
what
I
they.
can't afford them.
Yeah.
I don't buy that because there's poor people all over the world, and I just don't see them like, here, take my children. Like, maybe some people would, but that seems awful selfish to abandon your children just because, like, whatever
Wait a minute.
financial.
Who are the orphan trains owned by? Who are they owned by?
Hold on a
Oh, who do
second.
you
Hold
think?
that thought first. Hold that
Right,
The
thought
they're
just a
kidnapped.
minute.
oligarchs.
Yeah, they're all
The
kidnapped.
same,
Yeah.
the same oligarchs that own the Federal Reserve, all those scumbags,
Ron.
Rockefellers, what?
Sorry to interrupt you.
Pinkerton.
I don't know how long you've been listening, but how we got on this topic or what we're talking about now is that I said I believed in what's referred to as preterism, which says that the millennial reign of Christ already occurred. And I said the reason for my belief in that is because of the Antiquitech, the Tartarian mud flood, and then also what I just brought up.
About the orphan trains.
Yeah,
I mean,
yep.
there does seem to be some advanced technology that's like predates. Like even if you look at the art, you look at the complexity of the buildings. Good luck building that today, right? And we have CNC equipment. They must have had something more advanced because we're not building shit out of stone like that to that extent. It's not being done. So I know it wasn't done with copper and even hammer and chisel. It just wasn't done. You can't produce
Geopolymers.
geopolymers. Yeah.
That's like, what? What? And that would
Anybody
explain.
heard about the correlation of the phenomenon that happened around the New Madrid earthquake in the 1800s that set the
In
telegraph lines on fire?
Mississippi,
Yeah.
there was like
And
sand squirting out of the ground and electric sparks and shit. I heard about that.
yeah. Supposedly the phenomenon that
Liquefaction.
was going around was like the same kind of phenomenon that happened at the crucifixion. So does that mean we're only like a couple hundred years after the crucifixion? We can't really
Who
truly
knows?
know about the date.
I heard they scrubbed off 1,000 years. So like we're actually 1,000 years. And
Right.
you know, like we're not 2021. We're like 1,021.
That or like they put us 1,000 years in the future. Yeah. Like they
Like
added
we really don't know. We don't know much before 1850s. There's very few books floating around. Like all of that, the literature has been it's been hoarded and then destroyed. So anytime an antique book comes up for sale, right, that predates that, it's worth a shit ton of money, and people are just like, "Well, I don't need this. Let it go to someone who can appreciate it. Give me the $10,000." And then who gets it? It gets acquired by the powers that shouldn't be, and then destroyed. And that's why we don't have. And then, oh, do you ever wonder why antiques like that are so valuable? Because they're being hoarded and removed from people like us. They could say, "Wait a minute, look at how fine. Look at how fine this was built. Like, look at a Fabergé egg, or look at the things that were built in that era. No one's building things of that quality today." And it would seem we have all the advantages. We have every technological advantage, but we're not building up to that quality level, right? So the metals they had back then,
the
they don't
Chinese
rust as
the Chinese used to have a technique of purifying amber to where there's no flaws in it and it's clear, so they can do their amber sculptures, which were usually if you look, they would be like the red jade type sculptures, which is ancient
yeah,
Chinese
jade.
amber sculptures, right? But they were able to
Jade looks
purify
like
it.
emerald. Yeah, jade looks like emerald, and I know they carve out of it too. It's like highly
Yeah.
valued.
But the thing is if we're to believe that, then that means that they had a different way of doing it, right? And I'm just like going back to what the Bible was saying about how the stones that built the Temple of Solomon weren't slewn with iron because iron represented death. So they got a tooth of a worm, right? And the tooth of the worm was able to cut it. So maybe it was some kind of a creature. I don't know.
It might be a metaphor too. Like a lot of times, everything is done in a metaphor type of
Well, like
way. I mean,
worm gear, you know.
it's hard to say. It's like a lot of things are analogies and metaphors. You know, it's like the sky is like a molten looking glass, or like beaten out, like all these metaphors. So it's like you know, the sky is spread out like a tent. Obviously the sky is not a tent, it's a metaphor. So yeah, you just gotta know how to interpret it. I'm not sure what that means.
Well, it's a literal description using a metaphor, but it's still a literal description with the physical attributes of a real thing, but not saying it is that thing. It's like unto that thing, you know.
But does a worm have a tooth? A worm is like a tube. I don't know that a worm has any teeth. I haven't seen them.
A leech is technically a worm, and they got teeth.
Okay, but I mean like an earthworm.
Well, we don't know which
Well, no, it
worm are
wasn't
they
like that kind of a
specifying?
worm. It was
Yeah.
a special kind of worm.
I don't know. I'm just saying,
Caterpillar.
like worms. I don't associate worms with teeth usually. I just think of like a night crawler. When I go fishing, I put a night crawler. They seem to have barbs on them. They got like a barb on them when you
Yeah,
try
on
to
the
pull them up
outside, yeah.
off the ground. They have like almost like scales or something. When you try and pull them out, they kind of hold themselves in somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not disputing that. But see, that's the thing. When I said worm, you were thinking like night crawler.
I'm thinking the night crawlers. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
technically, the maggot is considered a worm. Technically, the caterpillar is considered a worm, right? A grub would be considered a worm, and a grub will completely take out the inside of a tree and live in it, right? And then turn into a moth and fly away. I mean,
Can
there's
you give me the
Buddy.
scripture of the worm? What scripture was it?
it was about the tale of how Solomon. This is according to lore, of course. So I don't know if it was an actual worm, but it was the one that he had to enlist all the demons to help trick their king to disclosing the location of it. And through
Is
the
there a
use of
script? Do you have the scripture though that you could reference?
no, I don't have that particular PDF. I think it's like it was one of the writings of Solomon, like not the
Right.
wisdom of Solomon, like the testimony of Solomon or the
It's
testament of Solomon.
the Testament. Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't go with that story. Because it's a later story. You know, Solomon is like the Freemasons look up to Solomon as the guy, the builders, right, of the temple. The whole
And it's just
Hiram
funny because he
Abiff.
had
Yeah.
to team up with the demons
Yeah.
to do it. So.
Right. And in the end, he was enslaved by those same demons. They all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got to pay the piper.
Yeah, but the worm. There is the worm that never dies. I heard about that in scripture. But
The crimson worm. Like that only
worm
happens
that
because the baby worms eat the body of the mother worm, which turns them crimson. Otherwise, it would be white. So that's what Christ was representing when he said, I am the crimson worm. It had to do with a worm where the blood of the mother, the blood of the mother covers the children. So it's like his blood covers us, kind of an analogy, metaphor.
of the mother.
Yeah, apparently those crimson worms, like they're all female or something like that, and they do like asexually reproduce or something like that. I'm not exactly sure on it, but it's an interesting thing to look into.
There is some truth in mysticism. It's just very hard to tell.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe anything from the Masons at all. Nothing. I mean, you can read it so you can know what they're reading and but I wouldn't believe any of it because it's all counterfeit of the real thing of God. So, father of lies speaks lies. Everything is a lie, even though it sounds good. Like
I found that verse in the Bible that was like describing how he ordered the angels or whatever to not destroy the green things and the trees, and I'm like, oh my God, this verse right here. It's not exact to what we see, but remember the directed energy we were talking about, where the only thing that seemed to survive were the green things, the plants, the trees. It's like the houses are gone, but the trees. I mean, incidentally, a few of them get harmed. They don't always follow their orders, right? They don't
yeah,
always obey perfectly, but I'm like, dude, this is exactly what we're seeing. The green things are the only things surviving.
but that's man's doing though, right? I mean, when God
I think
gives the
so.
angels that command, I think it has to do with natural disasters and you know.
I think it is man maybe trying to replicate the scripture to
Yeah,
it's
it also
definitely
talks about lying signs and wonders. Yep. So
I don't think it's yeah, I don't think it's spiritual beings doing the damage. It's like, see this big whatever this statue in this is in the Parthenon in Nashville. In the Nashville area, there's this big goddess, this gilded statue. It's like, wait a minute, when exactly was this thing built, and why is it there in Nashville of all places, like the Bible Belt? What is this doing there? And this
The
could be
Bible
something
Belt.
of the old world. Satan is a woman.
I don't
Yeah,
know. The goddess
both.
is worship, right?
No, he's a transvestite. Thanks.
Yeah, androgyny.
Baphomet, yeah, Baphomet. They might. Well, actually, the Statue of Liberty is a man, and that's actually Satan summoning his legions.
And it is a Lucifer. It literally bears a torch of light.
Yep, they all are, man. All of them.
And think about it, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Lucy is a female's name.
Yeah, totally. And look at the show I Love Lucy. It's like, that's they love Satan.
That's also why they named that evolutionary big breakthrough one of their so-called missing links, Lucy. Same thing.
See, here was a picture from this video. It's called Satan Summoning His Legions, and there's Jacob Rothschild and Marina Abramovic, and that painting is a dead ringer for the Statue of Liberty. The pose, the face, everything about it.
Sol Invictus or the Colossus, Mithra. But Mithra is usually the one that's got like a Mithra hat. Like the Liberty cap is the Mithra hat.
Also, they call it Lady Liberty, right? And it's a man, just like Lady Gaga is a man. They put it in her face, and it's like, why? If you're a lady, why would you need to say it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, look at there's Lady Gaga, and it's obviously not a lady.
Super Lady Gaga.
It's a dude in drag, is what it is.
Hang on, let me get this this YouTube channel right now, all about the music industry. I don't know if you guys have delved into it. It's shoot, I forgot what it was called. Hang on.
But the so-called elites, if you notice, Lady Gaga is friends with this one Marina Abramovic, that's also a transgender. And the elites, the so-called elites, are almost all of them are transgenders. That gives them more power in their witchcraft. It makes them like a Baphomet. It makes them an abomination. So, like, the transgenders are more powerful witches in their community. In their eyes, they are more respected. If that's the word, I don't even know if that's the right word, but
Yeah, that Maria Abramovic, she was besties with the Clintons and that crew, Podesta and Epstein.
Yeah, they're all
That's
Satanists,
crazy.
but the higher level witches are transgendered.
Oh yeah. It's called Industry Hoax Revealed.
You might know this one too. This one is let's see. Laura Loomer is Larry Loomer.
I don't even know who that is.
It's this person right here. It's a reporter for I forget what news or some Canadian news outlet. It's supposed to be like a conservative leaning Canadian news station. I forget the name of it. I haven't followed them in years. But anyway, this person's name is Laura Loomer, but it's obviously a guy.
There's a bunch of them. If you look up Russian Vids or RV Truth, he's got a short video on all the trannies that infiltrated. But I think there's actually somebody else that's got a channel. I can't remember their name right now. That they kind of show like the arms and the shoulders, the jaws and stuff. And
He doesn't exist on YouTube anymore. It was Mr. E.
Mr. E was awesome. Yeah, I liked
Mr.
him.
E, he's not
Yeah.
anywhere. That's a shame. I know RV Truth's still on there, but
There was Epic Sellouts too. There's a guy called Epic Sellouts, and he reveals them too. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what I was looking.
Their symbolism betrays them.
Yeah, they definitely use symbolism. And then when you try and tell like someone who's a noob at it, they don't understand it and they think you're crazy, right?
Yep.
Because they don't understand the symbolism.
And wasn't that the secret covenant by the Rockefeller? Talked about that?
Or, not sure which one you're talking
John
about.
D. Rockefeller's secret covenant, like basically the Illuminati creed.
Oh yeah, they definitely got their secrets and shit. I'm not sure which one that was. A Rockefeller. There, I mean, it goes before the Rockefellers. This shit existed.
Oh, I know that, but it was like because Rockefeller. Yeah, if it's supposed to represent liberty, why is it shackled?
Did you say the one channel was called Ease? Sorry about that.
Epic Sellouts. Epic Sellouts is the name. Mr. E, like Mr.
Oh,
like
okay,
whatever.
Mr. E.
Mr.
Okay,
E.
thanks. I was trying to write it down. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't know. You might be able to find him on BitChute, or maybe there's
Yeah.
re-uploads. Maybe re-uploads on YouTube might show up.
Yeah, I would say BitChute, look for him. Just put in Mr. E. What was it, 2,000 or 3,000?
I'm not sure, but if you type in Mr. E or type in transvestigation, like one
Yeah.
word, transvestigation, you might find some videos.
That's good advice.
Yeah, Russian Vids had a video about, I think it was the Princess of Wales? Did you ever see that one where I think it was back in like in the 80s or 90s? Or she does.
Are you talking about? You're talking about Princess Stephanie?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's in Monaco.
Yeah, oh
I
yeah,
think.
yeah. Yeah.
All the
My memory's
elites,
terrible anymore.
people in high places like Oprah, celebrities, all these like people in high places, they're full of them. You know what I mean? And they'll think you're crazy. But I look at People magazines, I'm like, ugh, I just cringe. Go like to my cousin's house. His wife had like People magazines. I'm looking at all the freaks and trannies. I'm like, man, if she
Yeah,
only
it
knew,
is
because
creepy.
she's such a normal, sweet person, his wife, and just totally oblivious to the world. Wow, they would
Yeah, there's
lose
a
their.
lot of people like that.
I
mean,
know there's
my
an
mom's like
enormous.
that, you know.
99% are like that. We're the oddballs to them because it's like,
right.
You know, we could see the truth, and it's like that movie They Live. He puts the glasses on. Everyone else is
Yeah.
living in this bubble, in this little bubble.
Yeah.
They're
But I think that
delusion.
there's stuff out there it's making people numb. It's just making people dumb down. You know, I don't know what it is, but
It would rattle their. I don't know if they could handle it, so I don't disclose it to all the like certain people like that because they probably couldn't handle it very well. Like when their favorite celebrity is not what they think, they might not handle it very well.
Yeah.
No, it can't be. It can't be. Like
Yeah,
if
look
they
at Obama's
actually
wife.
saw. Yeah, Michael.
Because you're smashing their idol.
Michael Robinson.
Yeah. Because you're smashing their idol. That's what's going on. They idolize it.
I don't even know if it's that, but it's popping their normalcy bubble. They're in this little normalcy cocoon where they feel everything feels normal and right. And when the world gets turned upside down and everything they think they know is a lie, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like it's just very traumatizing. No, it can't be.
Space is real because they put fins on the 59 Cadillac. You know?
I was loving space too. When I was a kid, I had every Lego. I still have my Legos from when I was a kid, and I had so many space sets, like rockets and things that were outer space vehicles. And I thought it was cool. I liked that stuff. And now I'm like,
Yeah, Star Wars.
that
Hell
was
yeah.
hard for me to get over. I like the science fiction movies like that. I'm like, you mean it's all fake? And I came to grips with it, but it was a little bit rough. I'm like, man, it's all fake. They made it all up. I was pissed.
Dune was kind of weird.
What was Doom?
Dune. That movie, it was called Dune.
Oh
Like a
yeah, they
sand
did a
mines and
reboot.
yeah.
Yeah, it sucked. It sucked, but you get over it. It's like, okay, it's all bullshit, man. And
Yep.
that's what people can't understand, how many layers of lies. It's like they layered it from way back in the day, like Buck
Yep.
Rogers was some of the early sci-fi movies from way back. And then even before that, they had like I think Buck Rogers was even black and white, and there was other ones, like early ones. And then we were hit with Star Wars and Star Trek and
Yep.
Independence Day and all these aliens and space movies,
Aliens, yep.
many layers of it. And it's like it happened over generations, like going back to our grandparents and
Yep.
parents and then us. And
Yeah, Men
so
in
that's
Black.
it's
Several,
yeah,
several decades.
yeah, almost a century almost. If you go way back, the man on the moon was like black and white. It was like a bombshell, artillery shell hitting the moon, and the guy getting out. It's black and white, silent video,
Yeah, I
silent
think that was the
movie.
first movie ever, wasn't it? I think I heard that
Yeah, and it
somewhere.
was propaganda, space propaganda.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, they were setting the groundwork before they could speak in the movies. But I
Yeah.
think they had speech. I think they had like motion pictures with more advanced than that in an earlier era, like Jen was saying, the technology.
Yes, I've seen those. I've seen those, and they're very fascinating. And then you have the photographs that are the negative is on a glass slide or
Yeah, glass plates, and you know what?
yes,
They were editing like an early version of Photoshop, but like you said, on glass plates.
yeah,
It's like this is not a real photo. This has been edited. And they were
yeah.
doing stuff like people with two heads, and they were doing like really weird shit. It's like, wait, this is a fraud? Yeah, it was early fakery.
It was the purpose. That was the purpose of it. Of
Yeah, I'm just saying, like they were good at it even way back then, and the way that we're led to think, no, these were primitive people. Those were the early days of photography. But I don't know, man. Like I don't know how many go arounds we've had. I don't know how many previous resets where the people got too intelligent and they had to wipe them out. Like, hey, if these people are figuring shit out, we got to clean the slate. We need a reset. They're gonna figure. It's because you know what, the whole system. It's kind of like was that movie where the dog grabs the curtain, The Wizard of Oz, where the dog
Mhm.
grabs the curtain. The little dog was named Toto. He grabs the curtain, and the Wizard of Oz is just this midget on a stool controlling a giant machine. And that's really what's running the world. Like once the whole system is revealed, once we shine a light on it, the whole system dissolves. It doesn't require any violence. It's a like a velvet revolution worldwide. It would just dissolve because the midget is not going to kick your ass. Once you realize it, hey, it's you, motherfucker. This is the fucker. Like once he is revealed and his whole, his whole spiel is laid out there, he's fucked. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what we're doing. That's why they're silencing us because we're fucking up their whole game. Once you shine a light, it's like, uh-oh, we've been revealed. It's over. It's over. We can't, because it's all a mental prison. We're not like people are afraid of nothing, right? They're afraid of this shit when they shouldn't be.
Yeah. Well put.
The FUD,
Yeah,
right?
it's all distractions. Life is a distraction. Work, you got to work, you got to pay
Well,
the
that's
bills. Just a big
indentured
distraction.
servitude. We're being
Yep.
enslaved through taxation. So they've made us all slaves.
The
You're a
two income
you're a
household.
What's that? Yeah, sometimes
The two,
3 incomes.
yeah,
You know what I mean? You need the
yeah.
kids to work.
They did that on purpose so they could have double the tax base. It's
Not
crazy.
only that, but and then there wasn't a mother to take care of the children, and then the kids get in trouble. They do drugs, they do other things. There's no one watching over them.
Yep. And then they turn to the satanic crap, and then that's their leader or whatever. Yep.
Like I kind of like I used to like the
Well,
rock and roll music. I still do, but it's like I have to. It's like some of it. I'm like, oh man, this is some. I don't like
well,
these lyrics where they're going, but I kind of like the song. It was ingrained in me. Like I'm like, man, I like this rock music, but it's like it is evil. It's like, man, so I don't listen to it anymore. And I've heard about their certain ceremonies they do to when they cut a record. like the master cut of the record, they go to a certain room on the top of the building, and there's a temple or something, and they would do something. They would, yeah, they put a hex on it or something. So when you take that home, when people used to buy a vinyl record or a CD or whatever, they would
Yeah.
take it home with them, and it would have that encoded hex or whatever on it. I
Wow.
don't know exactly what they did, but they put a spell on it.
Did you ever see some of the
Yeah, on
freaking
the
album
master
covers?
copy.
Yep,
Huh.
the master copy.
Yeah, some of the album covers from back in the day, or even probably now still. Like I was looking at some
Oh.
of Ozzy Osbourne's album covers, you know, like man alive. Wow.
The Beatles. The Beatles
Shoot.
had Aleister Crowley
Yeah.
right on the cover.
Yep.
Is Aleister Crowley.
I got in an argument with somebody about Harry Potter. How
At
they
the same time, who else is going to sing War Pigs? You know, like that's a very
Yeah, I mean,
telling song.
yeah, they play it on the radio all the time. But yeah, it's a catchy
See
tune.
who's in the corner, the top right corner, there's Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, I never liked the Beatles.
Yeah, the Beatles are scum.
Yeah, I got in an
A
argument
lot
with
of them
somebody.
are scum.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, it's trickery, like you said. The Harry Potter books for little kids. They say there's actually some realness
Yeah,
to some of
witchcraft.
those.
Oh,
Somebody said, "Oh no, you're just a conspiracy kook or whatever." No, they banned it in some schools. You know, I mean, somebody's got their eyes open. You know, it's not just me.
Hey, Hank, I think I found a photo of you and your friends. Is that a photo of you and your buddies?
That's me in the red hat. And
Dude, that's a great picture.
that looks like King of the Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Well done.
he's like, "You think they'll have Wi-Fi at the FEMA camp?"
Is that what that's supposed to represent, a FEMA camp? It looks like a pretty nice building.
It's at the gate, man. That's all. Yeah. I just
Flat
making up a meme. Okay.
Flat Earth dudes, you start your water company yet?
Yes, yeah. I talked to the wife last night. We got a couple ideas. I think I'm gonna have the picture of the skyline of the Chicago skyline, 58
Yeah,
miles.
that's cool. Advertising is very important.
QR code, so you can get the whole story. Flat water, distilled. Yeah, and then you have how much missing curve is there? About 1,700 feet or something. It's a lot. It's a lot of feet, man.
Distilled water is what I drink now. I got my own distiller, and it's like it's definitely the best water you can have, I think.
Oh, it's no doubt, man. All this other shit's full of fucking weirdo
You gotta
stuff.
get you some sea salt, bro.
I
If
got
you got-
sea salt. Yeah.
Good job. Good job. So yeah,
put it on-
you clean out with the water and you fill it back up with the salt.
Yeah. I put it on my food instead of like the other iodine salt. I think it's got iodine in it too, but
Well, it's got other halides, yeah. It's got other kinds of salt.
the basic, it's like rock salt. It looks more chunky, the sea salt.
I like them. I like them.
I got a reverse osmosis.
That's good too. Reverse
good?
osmosis is good. Yeah, hell yeah, it's
Yeah,
good.
but does it get the pharmaceuticals out of the water supply? I mean, we're on like
Probably,
a well.
probably most of you might get a trace. I think it gets the fluoride out. I'm not positive. I mean the distillation it leaves all the sludge in the bottom for anything that's like solid, like your fluoride and shit, it gets left behind. So it's
Nasty
the
shit, man.
oh yeah, it's like you know what it looks like? You guys got a sub pump in the basement.
Yeah.
It looks like the minerals around the pump, like that brown, almost like mortar, like cement.
Dusty.
Yeah, it's hard too. It's like hard, like crusty, like kind of like glass like, but brittle.
Fucking fluoride. Fuck, who
Kind of
knows?
sounds just like what the Secret Covenant is all about.
Right, and it's micro dosing you with fluoride, so it doesn't kill you right away. It dumbs you down and shortens your life, and it makes you more malleable. Like
Well, whatever they're putting in the water and the air and in the shitty food that a lot of people eat, it's working, man, because they're fucking popping their masks on and getting vaxxed up. So,
And here's the other thing too with that whole fluoride thing. Didn't the Nazis dose the concentration camp
yes,
residents with
yeah,
it?
the Soviets did too.
Yeah, but when they did it, it was racist, right? But when we do it, somehow magically, like it's not anymore.
It's supposed to be good for your teeth, even though it causes mold.
Your tooties, sure, Hanky.
It's universal hatred. They hate us all. We're all scum to them.
Yeah,
Here,
we're
give
little bottom feeding, eating, pooping.
Am I getting good signal today?
Yeah, you sound
you're,
fine.
you're
Hank.
better than normal. Yeah, you're coming in clear.
All right.
That Sunday night, it's less traffic on the airwaves, man. Apparently.
Hey, dude, didn't you used to run that live stream?
Yeah, I ran many of them.
Yeah, that's right.
There was like a group of us that took turns, and I did it for years. Yeah,
Who did it for years?
I did.
What's
Off and
what
on.
is this?
It was a hangout live stream on.
Yeah.
I did it on my channel. I got like 4 channels. Anyway,
You did it on YouTube?
Hangout.
Yeah.
What is that? Is that like where your friends get together with your bicycles and you have like a bonfire?
And ring a bell.
Pretty much like this. We're having a flat Earth hangout group, kind of.
That's what it was. Truth or flat Earth.
There's more
Were you
than 10
doing that
people
on
on panel.
YouTube?
though.
It
You were
started.
streaming.
The guys that started it, I jumped in on with, man. We're running Free Chan. And then it was like Free Chan Light, and then it was something else, and then it was Poncho Pete ran it for fucking, I don't know, about 2.5 years or something. And then he dropped out, and then Snack picked it up, ran with it, called it PPC. It was People's Power.
Yeah.
And then
That's a rough crowd, man. A lot of strife.
it was rough, man. And
Yeah, I'm surprised you kept with it, man, because it's a lot of negative vibes, dude.
wow,
Constantly.
it's hit and miss. Some of it was a lot hilarious as fucking hell, though.
It
But
can be.
I
Back
Well,
in
the memes are worth it in that respect. But
we did Flat Earth Hollywood, we did some stuff and some interviews and with physicists and
what
shit.
what
We
year
did some
was
different things.
because back in the day there was no big flat Earth communities. It was hard to find people to talk to. It was kind of like a lonely era. Or in the early days, there was like you know what I mean. You're
yeah.
oddball.
What do you call in the early days?
Well, I'm just not, even like 6 years ago when I found out there was no one really to talk to. I didn't have anyone to talk to about it.
Well, I mean, it's one thing to talk about conspiracy. It's another thing to actually have a live stream platform to talk about conspiracy. So when like YouTube, let people share videos and reply and shit, and then you could do live streams. That's when like the beginning kind of, for conspiracy networking kind of became big.
Yeah.
That's how I found all my friends on YouTube live streams. I was on there all the time.
How I found this place. That's how I found everybody I know in Flat Earth, man. They
I
all
was in jail in 2016, and I told a couple of people that were like into conspiracy theories about, things aren't what they seem. I don't think we went to the moon. I go, yeah, the world's flat. Huh? I go, yeah, the world's flat. Think about it. What's the first thing they taught you in school besides spell? Right? They taught you the world was a globe.
I found something out today, man. I guess I could probably drop it in the back chat, but all autopilots on planes are programmed using an azimuthal equidistant map.
Drop that shit.
Drop
Are
it.
you surprised. I mean,
all autopilots on all planes use a flat SAE map, man.
that's what the Air Force used in 1945.
Yeah.
This is where Rumpus goes, you just don't understand.
You don't understand.
I mean, how do you navigate with a globe? Why does no one ever navigate with a globe? Right? That's what I was
The
wondering.
map is
Does
too hard.
No, pull it out, get your dividers and get a globe out, and that's your most accurate chart, right? Chart that course. Nobody does it.
Here's your drop. There you go.
Boom.
Yeah, man. I was fucking the guy just put together like a 1-minute video explaining it. I was like, fucking kill. There you
Yeah,
go.
but back in the day, that's all there was. And there was a couple people that streamed all the time, like Justin Brown, and there was like that what's his name? Dell. There was Dell, and his chat was really gay. If anyone disagreed,
Oh, shit,
there was
yeah.
like no dissent. Yeah, Dell.
Dell,
You remember
man.
that? Beyond the Imaginary Curve.
That was brutal, man. I got on his call one time, man, and he just fucking like, I'm a flat earther, and he was still ripping me an asshole. I'm like, oh, shit, man. Nice to know you,
Yeah,
bro.
he could ban anybody. His mods were dicks too. They'd ban people for any disagreement or promoting other flat earthers. Like, hey, wait, someone else, he was banned. Maybe subscribe to his new channel. Banned. But you can't promote other people in my chat. It's like, what the fuck? I mean,
No.
that's the whole point of a community.
Dude, that's
Dell
like
fucking
old
loves me,
school
man.
like old school flat earth Discord, man. Like 99% people banned.
Yeah.
Even the moderators would get banned.
That's so cringy though, man. It's like it's a small enough group already. You're gonna like divide it all, like be
Fucking
banning.
Yeah.
That's why we have 2.0 over here, man, because that shit got fucking stupid, man, right?
Hey, I gotta ask somebody, Ron, you would know. Did Sheeple's server is that still around? I haven't even thought about it.
I haven't been there. I haven't been there since I left. I don't know. He tried to get me. I think it was him. I think it was like Human Sheeple 2.0, his alt account. He tried to
Oh.
invite me to another Discord, and I'm like, I just ignored him.
Yeah. So is it gone? Did it get wiped?
I don't know. I haven't checked it for. I haven't
No.
even been on here recently.
I don't even know what its name is.
Let me see. Yeah, there is a guy named Sheeple, and he DM'd me. His name is Sheeple.
Sheeple's Phoenix?
No, it's just Sheeple.
Oh, okay.
He sent me a DM on June 19th, and he invited me to a invalid server. So I guess maybe his new one got wiped. I don't know.
Yeah, I heard he went to jail and like he married some very large woman and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I don't even know who that was.
We need to do an investigation.
Yeah.
Good old punch
No,
a
go ahead.
investigate that. I don't know if it was
Go
a
ahead,
woman
let
for
us
sure,
know.
though.
The Human Sheeple investigation. See if he's in jail. I heard some stuff about him.
Not sure if it was a woman in that picture.
Jesus, man.
I don't know. Not gonna say
Sheeple
anything.
was he was very odd. He would like what I don't know what possessed him, but he got like power tripping or something. It's like, wait, dude, it's like
He went
thought he had,
to
like,
be
a
a
brass ring. What's
he
that?
went to be a religious zealot. He wasn't always like that when he first came onto Discord.
No, he wasn't too
Yeah.
bad. He had some quirks, but he wasn't too bad. But then, like, once he got control, he was being like an asshole. It's like, you will
Yeah,
call me
he
the
was
most
banning
flex. And
people. I remember he used to ban people if they said they didn't believe in Jesus Christ. Like, he turned into a zealot. He went crazy a little
What
bit.
is your favorite floor cleaner?
We're gonna call it mostly level. It's mostly level, okay?
Oh, that's right. That's
Great.
right.
Oh, and no, he was the most high, I think, is what he made
The
people
most
call him.
flat.
That's
You
what
will
it-
call me the most
Oh,
flat.
yeah,
But
yeah,
wait,
yeah,
Most
yeah, yeah.
flat, yeah.
Yeah.
you're not even a flat earther. You're a mostly level. So it's like, what is it? The most flat. And he didn't like the term flat earther. So what are you calling you the most
Yeah.
flat? No,
I
it's not
think
flat.
I
He's a
think
contradiction of himself.
He's insane.
Yes.
Insane in the membrane.
insane in the brain.
He was actually really smart, but he's also insane. Like, there's a fine line
Yeah.
between genius and madness, and I think he crossed it many times, both ways. You know.
Well, I guess like in his mind, he wanted to like solve all the problems, and he became actually so intelligent that he realized that no like amount of intelligence could actually solve this problem, because you don't need smarts, you just need people.
Well, which
And when he
problem would you
realized
find?
that he didn't have people, his smarts went out the window. He just went insane.
I think he was insane before that, though. I mean, it was like I said, the fine line between madness and genius. He crossed that line back and forth. You know, one day he's
Yeah.
crazy, and one day he's ingenious, and then it's like, fuck, dude, can you just be normal? It's like we had a good support team. Like we were a tight group back then. Everyone was. I enjoyed being around back then. Everyone was cool.
I know. It was totally different.
Yeah, it was a fun vibe.
Wait, when was this tight group?
Well, early in the days. I don't know, maybe 4 years ago.
Still
it was just
waiting.
fun.
Still waiting. Where's this tight group at?
I'm saying 4 years ago, it was a pretty fun. Everything was like fun, man. It was a lot more. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
think
you guys are still pretty tight. Like you guys may not all get along all the time, but Jenny holds you all together.
I'm just saying it was like a clubhouse, I guess, or I don't know. It was like
this is the
Yeah,
most
sort of.
organized this community or this group has ever been. It's always been drama, 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 and now it's like actually somewhat enjoyable. Maybe I'm just saying that because I fucking stepped down basically. But
it's still
I don't
good.
know.
I'm just saying, like it was I don't know. Like we just had the normal trolls and we would bullshit with them. We had like
Yeah.
post and we had the regular trolls and it was fun. It was like, okay, here's our regular trolls. He's banned again. He made another account. It was just fun. It was just I don't know.
Riggs, do you go to Precious Metals on Saturdays
Fuck no.
in the server? Oh, okay. I don't know. I
Oh,
don't
I
have
mean, not to disrespect. I don't do any of that shit anymore.
Oh, well, that's all good. I have no idea
Yeah.
about it.
You know, like some of these people, like I went on Gem Pandas this morning just for the shits and giggles. Like, sometimes there's good flat earthers over there, and I just went in there and they were talking about other things like COVID and shit. And then that we all agreed on. I'm like, oh, cool. Like there's actually some decent people. And then it kind of switched on
Yeah.
flat earth a little bit, and they got fucking insane. These
Yeah.
like globetards over there are like insane. It's like, what the F?
They can't
So
they can't put things together. They just like their brain shuts off whenever it comes to the idea that space travel isn't happening,
Oh,
and their brain
but
can't go there, so it just like wigs out.
but
it was
Gem
all F
Panda,
bombs. Yeah, it was just it devolved really fast.
Gem Panda, I've heard him say it out of his own mouth that flat earthers don't know how to do math. That's what he says.
Actually, he's one of the more polite. He's one of the only people that's like polite and proper. I mean, I didn't hear him have a
No,
time.
it's all backhanded. Like if you're not picking up on it, he's never polite.
That's the accent
It's all
fooling you,
backhanded.
bro.
Two,
Yeah.
two
He's
plus
always
two is
got
not
some sort of
5.
sneaky. He's always got some kind of sneaky like tactic or something to where he's
all
not going to
backhanded.
be like, yeah, that's right.
It might be, but he's like, "Excuse me, I'm going to be having a live stream. If anyone would like to join me," it just sounded polite rather than, "Hey, you fuckheads." You know what I mean? It just sounded
You
more
know, I'm
proper
sure
English.
the British sounded polite when they showed up
All
to
right.
India. Like, we're taking everything.
But I mean, it
I'm-
actually was polite compared to these hostile assholes I was dealing with yesterday.
All right, motherfuckers, let's do this.
He's like a long-winded, rude person, whereas everyone else will do it in the first sentence.
But I like
That's
that.
the,
I mean, if
that's the
someone's
worst kind of.
It's the worst
Yeah.
kind.
I
Yeah.
don't think so. I laugh at it. It's like this is actually he was speaking like prim and proper. I don't know, man. It wasn't after dealing with these other fuckers. I don't know. I thought it was
Well,
funny. It was kind of comical. It's like, well, at
it's
least he's
super
polite
funny.
about it.
He's
If you're gonna
putting like
insult,
a lot of work into being an asshole.
his sarcasm is very sly. Is that like he's being sarcastic? It's not. I don't know. I'm not saying. I'm just saying the whole place over there is toxic. It's a toxic
Oh yeah.
pit.
I've been spending like every other day like I'll like join Brandon's VC, and sometimes they'll have an interesting talk or whatever. But it's not it's like Gem Panda's light. So there's
Oh,
a
really?
couple ballers, couple flats, and it's not too shithole.
Yeah, Jim Pandas, they claim that I'm the one poisoning the well.
No, you're great. Actually, you should be mod by now. You're actually really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
With
I don't do
people.
anything. I don't do anything.
Well,
Like if you gave it to me, it
yeah.
would mostly just sit there.
Yeah, but it needs to be given to the people who are the most active. Like it shouldn't just be some sort of like tenured fucking position. Like all these fucking people that sit on ass and don't do anything, just get rid of them. Like Brad. Brad doesn't do shit.
Well, I appreciate your kind words, but
Yeah, no problem.
if it were given to me and I was ever given the chance to mod and I'm sitting at home and I know all the, I think I just need to learn all the things.
No,
I
you're
need a mod
fine.
class.
You're fine. It's nothing special, man. It's just literally it should be a mark of your contribution, and you've already achieved that. So then there's just nothing to represent it. It's weird.
Well, I do get people that yell out for me and say, "Shut up, Hank's trying to talk." You know, so that to me is like recognition. That's all the recognition I need. Just that people actually care that sometimes I have 2 cents.
Yeah, that's all I need to.
You got my respect.
But you
Both
know,
of you. Yeah.
I just mean like if the server's going to have a structure, it might as well appeal to what makes that structure functional. That's all I'm saying.
Where's the admins?
What admins?
There is none. Yeah.
We
You
are.
mean Jose?
Yeah,
You mean
what is-
CJ?
I have
We
been
are
Yeah.
seeing
the admin.
What admins?
We are the admin. You are
you mean
your own
more
admin.
vet on his cell phone?
I don't know. I don't like I'm saying like I haven't seen Jose in a little bit because I haven't been on myself, but actually miss talking to those guys. I think that was what I meant. Like back then, everybody on the server, like I don't know, like a large percentage of the people were on almost every day.
Yeah. And then there became too much drama. And instead of actually participating in that drama with an opinion, it was just easier to take a back seat and say, fuck this, I'm out. And then people
It
didn't
was.
come back.
It was a little bit of backstabbing with some of the people, yeah.
It's much easier just to step away than get involved.
But that happens with any group of people. There's always like little
Yeah.
conflict between groups. Like you're never going to get everybody to agree on. At least we all agree on this topic. Even not all of us. There's globetards here too. But I mean, we can even if someone's a cool globetard, like there was the Australian guy, the Rig. He was okay. Like I didn't mind him. It was like okay, he's a globetard, but he's not like just an obnoxious troll.
You talking about the pilot, the helicopter pilot?
There was
No,
the guy called the Rig, and he just like played music sometimes. He hung
the
out.
Australian.
Yeah, Australian guy.
Yeah.
And he was a baller, right? He was the ball-tard, but he didn't really argue his point very much. He just hung out, and maybe he was absorbing the truth. Maybe it took him longer. Maybe he
I
will.
think he's ready to accept the truth. I just think maybe he has reservations, you know, like he's being honest with his intuition and he's not sure.
It's
Even
it's
if he
more
says he's
difficult.
sure, he's not sure. I know that.
some people it's more difficult. Like for us, maybe we took it a little sooner than most people because you have discernment. Like some people have discernment and some don't, and some fall in between, right? So it's like it might take him years to wake up out of the spell, but for me, once it was undeniable, I'm like, wait, this is like you just have to accept the fucking truth. Just can't, you know what I mean? You cross that point, like, wait, this at a certain point, this is stupid. How could I possibly believe this shit? I just seen him like irrefutable evidence, and you just got to slap yourself in the face and break out of it. Like, no, this is all a lie. Like, you just got to wake the fuck up. And some people
Yeah.
can't do it. It's that they're not wired that way. So
Well,
I
you
try
you
not
can
to
tell
piss
it's a
on that.
hypnosis though, man. Like you just described it earlier. Like you can talk truth to a lot of these people, like even in Gem server, but then as soon as you get to the space topic, it's all true.
They short
It's
circuit, yeah.
yeah,
They
it's
short circuit.
hypnotism, man. All their wires have been fucking crossed. You know, you can't fix that. I mean, you can let them down slowly, but you can't change their mind.
Yeah, I
You know what's
wonder if
weird to
it's
me?
like,
Go ahead, bro.
go ahead. I was just saying, there's people there, like, why are the same retards there every day? Like, who's that one guy from his dad was an astronaut, Scott Veach. Like, why are they there every day arguing for the globe? Like, the globe is like, that's the default setting, right? That's the default that 99.9% of the world believe. Why are they there every fucking day to push the narrative that most people believe? It's like,
Yeah.
it just seems fishy.
Hey, did you hear that so the new factoid is that Scott Veach's is it uncle is basically like some kind of egregious CIA type person with with a big history of lying and doing shitty stuff like Nazi-esque kind of shit.
Operation Paperclip type.
Yeah, that kind of shit. So like is
Hmm.
anybody surprised? Not me.
And he comes across as like not a bad guy. Oh, he's nice, he's polite, he's not being insulting in his arguments. He seems very convincing if you're a noob. And it's like sometimes that type of propagandist, someone more believable, it's not rude and like that is a more effective propagandist. If it's just someone screaming and yelling, that sounds like an irrational
Yeah.
asshole, right? And that's why I don't like people doing that shit about like flat earth. It's like, dude, you're not representing us well, like screaming and shit. And I'm guilty of it sometimes. Sometimes I lose my cool, but I try not to. I purposely like try and keep level headed. I'm like,
You know what else is kind of funny about that is that he works in Hollywood, which we're contesting that Hollywood and the DoD work in conjunction to create this false reality that's being sold to people. Not only that, but they use the imagination like he's basically a fiction writer for television. He does science fiction, like space stuff. Like this is exactly he writes scripts and shit for like, fictional stuff.
really?
Like
I didn't know that.
lore
CSI.
driven stuff.
CSI. I think he writes articles for some magazine as well. He's a writer. Yeah, he's definitely in the industry.
Holy
But
shit. I didn't know
it's
that.
like the exact kind of person that you would need to be. You know what I mean? Like this is his
He's a
father's an
professional,
astronaut.
dude.
He's
Professional
he's a professional bullshitter. Like
propagandist. He's professional CIA propagandist. He's
it
like,
would seem so, man. Like I'm not saying I know, but that's exactly what we're looking for.
They're called
You
public
know?
relations experts now, not propaganda, because propaganda sounds bad. So they call them PR now. So
Do you
it's
guys
PR.
remember the movie with Ryan Reynolds and he died and he like came back to Earth to police the deados?
With who?
I don't
Ryan
remember the
Reynolds.
name of it. Yeah,
Oh,
Ryan Reynolds, Kevin Bacon, The
I don't-
Gold.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Anyway, it was all about containment, right? And I think that's what like M. Scott Beach, he's like the janitor for, NASA, like him and, all these other people that are just like there to argue. Like they're all fucking janitors, right? And all day, like they sit around and they make fun of that flat earther. I forget his name. God bless him, but he's a legit janitor, or whatever the politically correct term is.
I don't believe that guy either.
Yeah. Can't
You don't
you
believe that
can't
guy?
be that you can't be that reasonable and not get curvature, no curvature, and then carry on arguing for bullshit and still try to be reasonable. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he sounds like a smart guy, but you can't be a smart person and not get what we're talking about. You know what I
So
mean? So deception,
I had
probably
I,
an agent.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
had
Yeah.
Veach, I had Veach on a hangout, and I showed him the video where the girl makes she's on the ISS and she makes the little puppet thing fucking appear out of fucking nowhere. You know, I don't know if you guys have seen that. She was talking to, I don't know, making a
Oh,
video.
of course.
That little fucking red I don't even know, stuffed animal thing.
Stuffed
She
animal that
beamed
just
it into
appeared.
existence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, dude, man, if they can trick that, they can trick all that. And I was just trying to pin Veach down on that one, man. I'm like, come on.
What'd he say?
He was like, well, yeah, well, they got to make it interesting, you know, up there, you know. But I go, just.
He didn't admit it, right? He didn't
Contained.
admit it, but he used that phrasing.
And he was just weaseling around the fucking fact that, you know, they got super fucking CGI effects and they use them, right? Just admit that, you know?
That's what pisses me off when someone they know exactly, they know the truth, but they're just being dishonest with me, and that's when I kind of get it, because it's like, you know what, dude, you're just fucking lying to my face, man. It's like,
right.
I know you're not that stupid. It's like,
Yeah,
would you just concede a point, dude? Don't be dishonest. Just like, let's have a reasonable conversation.
Exactly. And our buddy Matthew, Professor Matthew, he's been a good example of that in the last few weeks.
Is he coming around, or do you think he's
I
just?
think he raged quit. He raged quit last week, I think.
That's another soft-spoken guy that's like, you know what? It's hard to get mad at him because he's like, he's
Exactly.
polite, he's a Christian. It's like, you know what? It's hard to be like rude to someone like that, but it's like, for fuck's sake, dude, don't blow smoke up my ass. I know you know what's up. Don't.
Well,
blow
he'll
smoke.
interrupt our like when we're having a one-on-one discussion, he'll fucking very kindly interrupt and do the whole like I know everything and explain everything and argue with you in the middle of your conversation with somebody. You know, like that's not cool. You know, have your
No,
opinions,
no.
Matt, but this is our platforms. You can just kindly fuck yourself. Thanks.
Yeah, it just pisses me off when I see a guy like just won't admit, like, okay, come on, just admit they're faking shit on fucking space flights, bro. Come on.
See, but here's the deal. I'm sorry, bro.
I can show you they fucking fake shit. Straight up. Just admit they fake shit. They won't even do that. They're like, no, well, no.
So it doesn't matter if you're arguing with Matthew or if you're arguing against Rumpus. Like, if you know where the weakness is in their arguments, you just put the pressure on there. Ask the questions there, especially when they say, that's not what I'm talking about. When they say that about a subject, that's where you fucking hammer them.
Who was the chief of the CIA? Was it like William Casey or something? He said, "We'll know that our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is a lie."
Yeah,
I think we've crossed that path, but I mean, it doesn't include us. You know, that the American people, we don't
Where did
believe
that quote come from?
the director of the CIA.
No, but where did it come from? Like I've always wanted to verify it. And
A lady overheard him say it, and then she wrote it down. I think it happened like 1982 to 83.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever.
wouldn't doubt it. It seems so accurate. It's like, fuck, dude,
It's
nailed it.
so accurate, isn't it?
It's eerie, yeah.
It's spot on.
It's kind of like reading the Learned Elder Scrolls of Zion. Like, who knows who wrote it? Like, nobody fucking knows, right? But it's spot on.
It's the playbook, man. That's the New World Order playbook, the Learned Elders of Zion. It's like, holy shit, dude. And that book is 100 years old. Henry Ford was giving away a copy with every new car. He gave away a copy. he knew it was the truth back then, dude, 100 years ago. Like 1917, he was giving
with
it out.
cars.
Yes. Here's
That's
your
hilarious.
this is your owner's manual and a copy of the Protocols of Zion. Please read this. I mean, God bless him, dude. He was red pilling the masses, dude. He was doing
Can you
his part.
imagine you get your hemp automobile, right? And then you fucking open the glove box. What the fuck?
Here, let me read the manual, honey. And then hey, what's this? A free book? Oh, I'll read it. I'm bored. Holy shit, this is exactly what's happening. And it was happening now. Like 100 years ago, it was relevant. It's like, holy shit. This is, I mean, 100 years ago, and they're still keeping the same playbook. They don't divert. It's like, fuck. These guys are persistent, man. They keep pushing until they get what they want.
Well, it's not. I mean, maybe. How do you know it's not older than that? How do you know
It
it's not
must
something that's
be.
been going on for 1,000 years or even longer?
That's what
Well,
concerns
think
me.
about these commercial courts, right? It tells you in the Bible that debt is slavery, but what is everybody's pushing? You got to get the rims, right? You got to get your grill did, and
College
the white
loan,
people got to keep
the
up with the
house loan,
Joneses. Yeah, it's all
all
slavery.
that.
I
Yeah.
drove by
Well,
a rim rental store the other day. That was
Rim
funny.
rentals. No
Yeah,
shit.
you can get your hair on layaway. I mean,
Let me the
for those of you who
22.
don't know,
Rental
I need
store.
the 22s. I'm going to a party. I just want to rent them. Someone
You just
stole my
put them on for
22s.
tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
it says like usury, so any kind of usury like interest. And now like people people, I don't think I have a mixed feelings about it. Like people, there should be a way for older people to get an income producing revenue stream, like from an investment, like maybe from a company level. Like if you loan money to a company, it wouldn't be usury, but like taking advantage of people, like I don't like that. But like let's say you loaned money to a company as a bond or to a city to for whatever reason, like okay, General Motors bonds, you buy corporate bonds and they pay you interest.
Yeah. It seems fair.
Yeah, because sometimes there's risk involved too, there's risk of your capital, and it's like
Yeah, but then
they never
again, there you go with the bonds, right?
I saw
Oh,
something.
a bond is a slave. I know, yeah, a bond is a slave, but that's what they call them corporate. A bond is also an instrument of debt.
Being bonded, yeah. It's a good one. Hey,
there's no money.
if you guys want to start up a Kickstarter and say, hey man, we're gonna build satellites and put them in space and take pictures and send you back fucking pictures, and we're gonna do this and we're gonna go on a damn Kickstarter. We're gonna raise $85,000, and we're not gonna do fuck all. And Kickstarter doesn't give a shit. There's at least a fucking couple of dozen Kickstarters that were fully funded that never produced fuck all. Nothing. They just fucking took the money and said fuck off.
You know what we could do? We'll launch a helium balloon from, let's say, South Africa, and we'll look into Antarctica with the infrared.
Well, I'm
We'll
just
see
telling
if
you,
we
man,
can-
there's a fucking couple of dozen Kickstarters that were fully funded, thousands of dollars, 10, 20, 80, 50, 100,000, 200,000. All this money, you go in there and you can go fucking look this shit up yourself, man. None of those fuckers produced nothing, man.
We can produce though, like we could produce our own satellite. It'll just be a balloon.
We'd
Our
actually spend
satellite is
money on something. Yeah, exactly. We would. Yeah, if we were to raise money.
they wouldn't know that they're cutting their own throat because we're gonna put out proof. It's like they think they're going to space. It's like boom, there you go.
We're just gonna measure the atmosphere temperatures and the pollutants for the penguins. And
Thanks for the donation, but the Earth is
we're just trying to save the penguins, and this is really gonna help. So please donate to our Kickstarter.
You know what that's called? You hoist them from their own petard. So basically, they're cutting their own throat.
We got flat Earth proof here, bitches. Fuck off.
No, but they think that we're going to send shit into space. Well, here's what space is. This is space. Low Earth orbit is basically high altitude, nothing more. It's not. There's no such thing as outer space. And here's your proof. And it would pop their bubble. They think we're sending shit. Yeah, but you could never send anything like the way things are. Like if you needed a rocket to, if space was a real thing, you ain't going to send shit for 80,000. That's going to be like you couldn't send your luggage for that.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
What
I was
about the
looking
final
forward.
frontier, man?
I was looking forward to getting high in space because getting high in space probably the highest you can.
That would have been badass, man. Hit the vape
You know
pen
what?
on the way up.
How much does the Vomit Comet cost? You know the Vomit Comet airplane. Maybe you could get high. Go
$2,000, man.
2,000. If you got high and if that's on your bucket list, you get high and you go on the Vomit Comet and you enjoy the weightlessness. Just kind of drift, float
How
around.
much does a Vomit Comet cost?
I thought
With hairspray. With the hairspray.
With hairspray, it's 2,200 for you, Hank. 2,200.
If you act now, we'll throw in the hairspray for free.
We'll throw in the hairnet. You got to wear a hairnet. We don't want hair floating.
And a copy of the Protocols of Zion.
Oh, dude, that would be great. If you gave that to every passenger on an airliner.
If it's on the back of the seat, instead of the Sky Mall, you got the fucking Protocols of Zion.
You know what? We should start leaving at a hotel. You know where there's a Bible for reading, like the regular Motel 6. We'll leave a copy of the Protocols in the little desk.
Just you got to switch out the Bible with the book so the maid doesn't think, oh man, but she'd have to pick it up to open it,
No, we need a thick one.
I know a way to get rich. I just figured it out, guys. I just figured it out. So they're gonna have all these trips to space, right? They got Sky Mall in regular planes. I want to put fucking Space Mall in the space planes and put all the flat Earth like subliminal shit in there.
I love it, man. Space Mall, man.
merchandising. Space Mall, the flamethrower.
Yeah.
You know what?
You gotta have a fucking
never shopped.
If we knew somebody, my cousin is a pilot, like a commercial airline pilot. Actually, I have two cousins. One was a Navy pilot, and now he flies commercial airliners. And the other one was he actually just worked his way up to be a pilot.
Yeah.
And and I was thinking if I have him bomb the airplane with leaflets in front of the seats, like, hey, look out your window, the earth is flat, and here look at the horizon, but like little truth bomb leaflets that apply right to a airplane.
Can we put an
I don't
ad in
know-
Sky Mall? How much
I don't
is
know if he's a flat earther though. I never talked to him about flat earth. I didn't really bring it up to him. Neither one of them. One of them lives in
Can you imagine if we went to like a pilot convention and then was like outside of the doors when like they opened the door to let out and we started handing out flyers like religious folks, right? And then when the pilots start to look at the flyer, it's like there's no Jesus or Jehovah or nothing, just flat earth stuff.
I joined a pilot group, like a local pilot group on Facebook. Not sure if that matters.
Tell me more.
Sometimes I post things random.
One of them still in the Navy. Like his younger brother's still in the Navy, still flies. So
Rusty's still in the Navy.
I think, yeah, I haven't seen them in years, man. I think they were like my third cousin, and one of them is like my dad's sister. So he's my first cousin that I don't
throw me down, Clark.
My dad's half sister. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know if he's still my first.
What if the pilot said something like, we've reached cruising altitude. If you look out the window, you can see the horizon is still at eye level. And right in front of you, you got some brochures. Take a look at it and enjoy the view. Sit back.
Miles today, if you look way out there. Only 12 miles
are great.
Curve here.
We're 200
Start talking about the
miles
horizon.
north, and you can see the city.
Infrared camera, you can see about 2,500 miles.
Even with your
Please.
naked eye, though, if you're like, okay, we're flying over Cleveland and you can see Detroit.
Goggles, so you could see full 2,500 miles today.
I mean, if it was a ball, you'd hear a captain say, like every 5 minutes, "Please put your seat to bring your seat to the upright position. We're about to take another dip around this beautiful globe that we live on." Right?
What
'Cause
would
you
happen?
gotta
It's 2,700 feet a minute on that dip, man. At 500 miles an hour.
right? Right?
It's such a crazy number, man. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
and you're gonna deny that the Earth's flat? You fucking
There,
moron!
there,
Shut
there
up.
is no cruising altitude on a ball because you're constantly strapped to your seat. You know the what you call it, stewardess and stewards can't walk around because it's constantly dipping and turning and turning. So there's no such thing as cruising altitude. You know, where you can
So
walk about and
I
you
would
know what I
love,
mean? 'Cause
yeah. That would be such a pro way to go out as a pilot. Just get on the intercom.
it's my last day, retirement day. Yeah, boss. Yeah.
Do
Oh,
it.
congratulations, I've always wanted to do this.
Dude,
Like
Good
I
luck
said, I
getting
checked
your
out the
pension.
window.
I don't know how many, it's like a collage of videos of people going into the cockpit and asking the pilot, "Hey man, Earth's flat," and they're like, "Yep,
Here,
yep."
look out the front window. If you did a flat smacking flight like that, I wonder if they would pull your pension. No pension for you. You're gonna like it's your last
Man,
day
one
on the
day,
job.
man, one day I was on top of a building parking in Dallas next to Children's, and I saw them chemtrailing, right? The dude made a tally, like 4 lines, and then cross it out, right?
Yeah.
And I was wondering, like, if you could, like, skywrite it's flat. Like, I wondering, like, how fucking badass that would be, right?
You know who did that? You know, Dave Weiss. He had a plane with that, like the Earth is flat on a little, like one of those billboard signs they pull. Those behind the airplanes, like a little propeller plane. He was
Yeah.
flying over the convention with one of those.
Yeah, I heard the way to trap a demon, like genies, you know, and stuff, is you cross the lines, right? You draw 2 lines and you cross them, you know, like you said, cross the lines. Because the demon, like it's a folklore. I heard you know, they like when they see a line, they must follow it. When you cross the line, now they're looping around them, you know, like that's what I heard. Right? Because when you said that, I was like, in the sky, demon trapped in the sky.
Look at
That's what I
this
thought
one.
about.
There was 4 straight lines with
Chemtrails.
the X. I caught these chemtrails one day.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
made a little
hex.
kid.
That's what it is. Yeah, tic-tac-toe, all those
There's
the
4 in a row.
checkerboard.
Well, there's 3 lines. They're all. I mean, tell me what airplanes would fly like this, side by side, and then across one.
They don't.
See, there's like 3 of them or 4 of them in a straight line, and then one going diagonal across them, making an X.
I remember when I told, like, my friends, the guys I worked with, they were all in college, you know, and it's like, told them about, you know, the chemtrails, and they were like, there's no chemicals. Like, it's just vapor, right? It's like, have you tested it? It's like, why would you say you don't know, right? So people are just so, you know, quick to defend the Matrix.
Yep.
Somebody else was telling me there's something else. They're some kind of demonic entities. They're not actually airplanes, and I don't know. Get some interesting video about it.
Yeah, I've zoomed in on them. I mean, they look like
I
airplanes.
have too. There's some weird shit when you zoom in.
Yeah, it gets fuzzy. It's hard to track that shit, man. This fucking thing, you know.
Very hard to keep a beat on them.
You gotta have a really good smooth tripod, and once you got
Actually,
it,
what I do is I keep my tripod, all the legs together, and I use it like just touch it on the ground and then just manually swing the camera with my body. Just like a monopod.
Yeah.
It's easier to track it. Because the tripod is herky jerky.
Oh yeah, unless it's got like a flow head, fucking.
Yeah, my shit is low budget. I don't have any high tech tripods.
I don't have flow heads either, man. We keep looking up, looking out, checking out the skies, man. I've never seen any UFOs personally. I've seen some strange lights. I was hoping a UFO would land in front of me at some point, and I could go far out, man. Shit works, huh?
Here was the video that someone sent me.
Be like, yeah, man, shit's real. Anti-gravity machine. I was so happy about that years ago. I was like, please be real. I want a fucking anti-gravity machine so I can get to fucking work without traffic.
The Jetsons.
The Jetsons, man. I want my Jetsons, baby.
Dun, 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 dun.
His boy Elroy.
If
We're
only.
flying cars,
We're
that
not
man.
even like if the technology was higher back in the day when they said, "Oh, people traveled in blimps and whatever." A lot of the pictures they had from back in the day, these old black and whites, they were taken from an aerial position. It could have been a blimp or something, some flying craft, because they were taking pictures of a city from
Balloon.
above.
Balloon.
Yeah, from that view. How are they getting this whole panoramic view? They definitely had some really high res pictures too. These were not like low resolution shit. These are like HD pictures. They're
Yeah.
just black and white.
And we get to look at them today, man. And we get to study them and we get to go, what the fuck?
Well, you zoom in,
What
you
about
keep
the
zooming. Some of
telescope
them,
formerly known
Blind,
as Lucifer?
blind.
I want to see what.
I
Where's
got
the data from? Go ahead.
Come
many
on.
Tartariers out there.
Classified.
Tartariers? Can I call you guys Tartariers? Tartariers.
car carriers.
Tartariers out
Is it Tartarian or
Tartariers.
Tartarian? Tartarian.
Tartar
Yeah,
tartar
everybody's
sauce.
trying to.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to wipe
Tartar.
up that word Aryan. They try to make up like terms like Indo-European or Caucasian, like they were Aryans, guys.
They're Tartarians. Are you a Tartarian?
Well, they taken the word
helicopter.
Tartarian and they spliced it.
I joined a group called Retardtaria. Anyway, it's like I have to join that just for fun.
Retartaria.
Retardtaria. It's hilarious, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I love finding the truth out about things, and Tartaria was definitely one of those that kind of threw me off track, man. I was like, whoa, what?
Yeah, because we were told that the Holodomor only killed like 3 million people or whatever, but turns out that like this whole like empire was scrubbed from the history books except for the maps.
Well, how long did it take us to go from I don't know if the Wright brothers are real, I think it's fake, but from that to space, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, in 100 years, damn. Come
60
on.
years, man. We went, boom.
Come
I mean,
on.
50 years, man. They went from Wright brothers to fucking the moon. Are you fucking
Right.
with me?
Yeah.
Shut up. Whatever it was.
Well, for thousands of years we were stupid and all of a sudden, boom. I don't know. Whatever.
Anyway, it's
bicycle mechanics, man. Come on. You don't believe the Wright brothers? I think it's.
I don't even believe that footage, man. It's so fake. I don't know.
I think it's all farce.
It's
during-
edited, anyways.
I went to a air museum in Seattle, Washington, one of the big ones next to Boeing there. And they had it was the Wright brothers anniversary year, 100 years. And they had a replica there, man, that you could sit on, fly with like a video screen thing. It was pretty cool. But no, man, everybody, I watched this thing for like 45 minutes, man, and fucking everybody crashed. Nobody could fly that fucking plane.
Not to do space tax.
It was a kite. It was a kite with a motor, dude. Pretty much this glider.
Like a glider
It's
with
like, good luck flying this piece of shit.
Yeah.
It's like it's as convincible as the lunar lander. You know what I mean? Like you look at it, it's like duct tape and aluminum
Tweaker
foil.
It
shelter.
was
pretty
a
rad.
yeah, it was a wing warping tweaker shelter. I love that, man. That was a great term. That was Flat Earth Asshole came up with that, man.
Yep.
That was great.
You ever,
It's a
has
homeless.
anybody ever heard of the space tax? Space travel tax?
Guys, come on. Even that's still funny. Ah, damn. There's so much fun in Flat Earth. Thank you.
They
Yeah,
like all
that
these
was a
millionaires.
great.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It was an epic quote, man. It'll go down in history.
All these
Yep.
millionaires. It's like they want to travel into space, but all they're doing is just like creating a lot of pollution, right? So they're
Yeah.
being taxed for each time they go up now.
I think they're just those guys are there to keep the propaganda going. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People like Elon Musk, Richard Branson, these companies, SpaceX, whatever.
Characters, man, in a play, dude. They're
Yeah.
just part of the characters. That's all.
Each time they let one of those off, they got to pay a lot.
Kenny, nice drop, man.
amount.
I gotta mooch that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I love that. I gotta watch that. I'll watch that before I go to bed.
I told you guys about the smog dragon. His wealth is only 20th in the world compared to the rest of the dragons, like Bezos, right?
Yeah. Well,
what?
Like ever since, okay, so they calculated Smog's wealth, right? Smog the dragon.
Yeah.
Right, and they said that if he were like to add it, cash it all in, he would be like the 20th richest person in the world if he was a person, right? And the thing about it is that like you're supposed to hunt and kill dragons because in the old Germanic
they
way
hoard
of
gold.
thinking,
Yep.
right, the king shared the gold with the people and shared the wealth and the prosperity the kingdom endured. But if they had a bad king, he was considered like a dragon, and you're supposed to slay the dragon because he hoards the gold.
We got to get busy, Hank. Come on.
So wasn't the heart of the mountain priceless?
Well, inflation. You got to factor in inflation. So
Yeah, and
that's
then
what it
Ed
means.
Sheridan
20th.
singing, like Ed Sheridan devalued it a little bit.
Because you bring down the you actually ruin the economy by doing that.
Right, because if you have a lot of money, right, and you just hold it in your little pond, it's not flowing, right? So it's not like trickling down anywhere. Like that doesn't work. So it's just sitting there, like getting all stagnant and shit, and like everybody's money ain't worth a damn because this motherfucker's hoarding.
Yeah, remember when Cortez brought back all the gold from South America? He thought he was going to be rich, but he ended up watering down the.
Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a capitalist, right? But there gets to the point to where you can like end world poverty like 15 times over, and you're like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to space, motherfuckers.
I was like, right. I was like, if I went to space and brought back all the diamonds from this diamond planet, well, that means it makes diamonds common now, right? Like now diamonds have no value, so it's like
They are common.
more.
They are pretty. Yeah, they're just
They're very
rocks, man.
common.
They're
The
not
Beers
as rare as
family.
you think.
Is it the Beers family?
Yeah.
Yeah, they control the flow of the diamonds. They're very,
Well, to
very
keep it rare, right? To keep it rare, if you keep something rare, you could scarce. Yeah, you control the value of anything if you hoard it, and
I
then
learned that back in the 90s, man.
Yeah.
Early 90s. Somebody was explaining to me how the diamond industry worked, and I was like, damn, that's fucked up.
You know why? Because it's a small group of small hats, and they have their tight circles.
That's why it was easy, to realize that NASA's full of shit. Just a Hollywood studio. Fucking Hollywood studio, man. Wow.
And
It's great.
who pushes the narrative,
Well,
right?
Gary
Like,
Petty wanted that.
what do
Then you
they
got
tell
L.
you
Ron Parsons.
when you're just getting married? You need to buy a diamond ring, and it needs to be 3 months of your pay. So instead of paying for a house, you're getting indebted buying a rock, right? Why should I buy this rock? And they made it a tradition. Oh, now the wife expects it, right? You're a cheap ass. If you don't pay 3 months of your pay, well, wait, maybe we should pay off 3 months of the house because we're going to pay interest for 30 years. Why should I pay this much for a diamond? It's not good sound advice, right? It's like they're starting you off on the wrong foot.
Well, yeah, they're
common.
trying to say that if you want to show somebody you love them, you have to spend money on it.
Material, right?
Put a
Material
ring
goods.
on it.
Yeah, I want my diamond. You cheap ass, no cubic zirconia. Well, why do you need any of that? Like material shit.
Yeah, we just have normal 24 karat gold rings. I mean, it's
Oh,
gold.
well, that's fine. Yeah. But
worrying.
buying the rock,
Not
the
buying
diamond is
stupid.
what makes them the money. When they sell you a
No.
diamond, boom, there's your pay. 3 months of pay.
Yeah.
Damn, you guys make a lot of money. 3 months, man.
Well, there's, you know what I mean? Like, after you buy a diamond ring, then what? Then she's gonna go put it away, and that just becomes.
No, she wants
You know.
another one. She wants another one after one for her anniversary. No, she expects more. It's like, now I want a diamond watch. It's like, wait.
Guys, I gotta tell you, I gave my wife a copper piece of wire that I twisted into a ring and proposed to her, and she passed the test. She passed the test, guys.
Excellent. That's it,
Did
man.
it turn her finger green? It's like,
You can't get a piece of electric wire out of the socket in your fucking
Did she?
bathroom.
Did she unlock the door for you, Tess? Did she pass that one?
She's
Yeah, she passed the test.
Foxtail.
It's so funny, Hank. I love that.
at least copper is somewhat precious metal. It could have been like galvanized steel wire or something. I don't know.
Guitar string.
Could have been a bread tie.
Guitar string is stainless, or at least maybe spring steel.
A piece of string.
Some of them are.
You get a tattoo.
Just for everybody who's wondering, later on I learned to make rings, and I made some rings out of silver. What do they call it? Troy ounce? Of
That's
silver?
the weight. Sterling silver,
yeah.
you mean?
No, no, it was fine silver, 999.
999.
Yeah, troy ounce
Yep.
is just the weight.
Right.
Just like 31 grams
Triple
for
nine.
troy ounce.
Yeah, so you want to buy weed by the troy and sell them on the troy ounce of weed.
Hell yeah, man. I always go by 28.
Well, I didn't use the whole ounce. I think I used like a third of it or whatever. But yeah, I eventually made her like a proper ring.
I would always
That's
do
a pretty
30.
big ring. If you got a whole troy ounce in it, that's a pretty thick ring.
No, it was like a third of a troy ounce. But yeah, she got it before I was done with it, and she's like kept it. And I was like, I wasn't done. She's like, I don't care, I'm keeping it. It's like I didn't even make it look right yet.
Make another one. You only used a third. You got 2 more thirds. Make another ring.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing that. It's actually pretty
How
fun.
did you do it? Did you cast it? Did you
Yeah,
cast the ring? Or
That's what she does.
One, I casted it. It was really hard to do because I'm using propane because I'm poor. But later on, I learned to use a little flux and like weld them together.
Yeah, try MAP. MAP gas works good if you just got a propane torch. It's the same shit, but hot.
Map is, yeah, I definitely go with map. That's a lot hotter. It's not acetylene, but it'll
It's
get
not going to break the bank. Yeah, it's a little bit more money. It might be
Or
like
even
cost of 2 propane bottles, but you could heat up twice as fast.
Yeah.
propane oxygen, propane
No,
map.
not necessarily for silver. It's got a low melting point.
Yeah. It's about 750 degrees, I think.
I actually used it to took a refrigeration course, and we had to use silver solder to braze the copper lines. They still use it's. I don't think it's pure silver, but there's silver in the solder where you do your braze joints.
Yeah. Silver solder.
Yeah, it's silver and copper.
Yeah,
Flux. Gotta have flux in there, man. Gotta have the flux.
it takes quite a bit of time, but it's. I think you need it for the high pressure in the refrigeration system.
Well, yeah, it's a hard
Something like-
solder as opposed to a soft surface tin.
Yeah, like tin, lead, and tin would be. I thought the softer would be better. It'd be more malleable, but whatever. I don't. But there's reasons. I guess they have to use the expensive solder.
They use the silver solder on like trumpets and trombones and
It's a lot stronger. The hell of
Yeah.
a lot stronger.
It bonds differently to the metal too. Instead of it just going on the surface, it actually locks into the structure of it, the crystal.
Yeah, it's brazing. You're brazing it. It's
Yeah.
biting into every crevice.
Welding class on 24/7.
Welding actually melts the parent metal, but brazing doesn't. Brazing is like a fusion. It's
Listen
usually
to this guy.
It's alchemy, man. Right?
Okay, sir, metallurgist.
Metallurgist, yeah.
bit about welding.
So what? I'm sure you've looked into like turning lead to gold, this philosopher's stone, whatever they call
No,
it. Man.
I never looked into that too much.
Nicholas
I-
Flamel.
The philosopher's stone is one of these things to where you know, I think it's weed. You smoke enough weed and you can like philosophize about stuff.
Yeah, smoke some weed. Pull over, man. Pull over.
I mean, you can make gold with it, right?
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. You can, man. Dude, I remember like 1990s or mid 90s. It was like gold was like $3.50 an ounce, and pot was like $3.80. Like, it's more than fucking gold, man. Grow this
That is
shit.
a lot of money for some weed, man.
It was, you know,
Especially if it's a whole worth an ounce of gold, man. An ounce of gold today is like, I think it's $1,800.
And before like Colorado went green, you could get like that Mexican red hair for like $60 an O.
yeah, the
I miss those
Mexican,
days.
the brick
Still
fucking
can't
shit.
Mexican brick
Yeah,
that cheap.
I'm talking fucking quality fucking weed here, man. Northern
Yeah,
Lights.
but still, you can get the best quality right now for cheap as shit because everyone's growing it. You can get it for $200, like the best weed you ever smoked.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Just
getting
'cause
some.
it's an abundance.
I'm getting some New Hampshire or not New Hampshire, Vermont grown Skywalker here shortly, and I'm paying about 200 an ounce for it.
I'm just waiting for my Kanji to finish growing.
What's that?
I'm waiting for my Kanji to finish growing.
There you go. Couple months, man. It'll be sad. Couple
Well, I
months.
came across a shitload of seeds, so
Yeah, man. I know a couple of growers here and there, man. They got the green thumb, man. Love those guys. Love
It's a
you
lot
guys.
of work, man. I'll
It's
tell you
so
what,
much
it's not
work,
as easy as you
I-
think to like produce it. It takes a lot of time and effort to produce
So
quality.
I'll just pay you
and
200.
when the branches get full and a windstorm comes along and breaks the branches off,
Or somebody comes in and rips you off and takes your shit.
Well, if it's outdoor grow is a lot easier than indoor grow. Indoor grow needs a lot more attention because
Yeah,
you're
every
trying to
day. You're on it every day, man.
artificial lights is not the ideal grow situation. So there's a lot of like if you get mites, there's so much things you need to monitor.
Yep. pH, nutrients.
I don't really monitor the pH so much when you grow in soil. You don't really have to worry. The soil kind of it balances out. But
hydroponic, yeah.
Well,
yeah,
if
hydroponic
you're growing
is
in
very
soil, might as well grow it outside. That way, it
well.
gets full
Sometimes you
spectrum of
can't.
sun, and it gets.
If you don't have the climate, you can't do it.
If you're in Minnesota in January, man, you ain't growing fuck all, you know. Yeah.
Hey, I got some good news. I missed this because I was looking at the gun stuff so much, but Texas expanded their marijuana laws to include anyone with cancer can get the good old THC, the good stuff, and anyone with PTSD. So that's going to be like huge for our troops in Texas because the PTSD is rampant in our troops, and the marijuana is like the one thing that can safely treat them with their PTSD and not cause all those harmful suicidal effects that the stuff they get from the shrink. So looks like we can have our pot and guns too.
You're having medicinal marijuana legalization is what it is. Medicinal sounds like you guys are finally about 10 about 20 years behind California. Fucking
Yeah, but
tax.
California was behind the ball on recreational.
Well, we had medical marijuana here for At least
Man,
10.
you said you don't have the climate for it, and you live in California.
Nah, anybody can go fucking fucking walk in the store and buy your weed. I mean, dude, man, if you'd have told me that shit was possible in 1998, I'd have been like, shut up, you're fucking full of shit. I mean, it was, if you got caught growing weed in California in 1998, they'd fucking take your fucking house and car and everything else in it. They just called it forfeiture laws, man. That really freaked everybody out, man, for a long time.
Civil forfeiture.
Forfeit that shit, man. Now you can fucking grow whatever you want, buy whatever you want, go to the store and get it. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Why don't you give all that property back that you fucking took from everybody and give it back to them? No, they don't do that. Fucking assholes.
Yeah. They're
That's stupid, man.
That's why my charge for growing got dropped to a misdemeanor, no longer a felony. Because
It should never be. It should never be illegal to grow a fucking plant. It's like the
dude,
stupidest
it wasn't even a
shit
penal
ever.
code. It was a health and
What?
safety violation.
Yeah, it's that. I see my state. I'm in Michigan, and finally, people actually had enough common sense to legalize it, so you can get it for recreational or medicinal, whatever.
Yeah.
You can drive around with 2 ounces, like just drive around, and if a cop sees it, he can't say shit. It's just
Right.
like having a pound of coffee in your car. It's like no one gives a fuck. But that's how it should have always been. Like I don't understand how it even got this out of control.
Dude, you know what they used to do to you for having coffee like back in the day? They would fucking like wrap you in leather, make it airtight, and throw you in the middle of the ocean if you got caught with coffee.
Because you
Like
had to
it's
drink tea. The Brits drank
right,
tea. Coffee was an
right,
abomination. So
right, dude.
Because the
Like the
fucking
shit
Brits
that people
got
do
the
to each other.
fucking tea.
That's the real reason for the revolution.
that's why we had the tea party. We threw all their tea in the bay. We said we're gonna drink coffee, bitches. This is America. We drink coffee.
Yeah, but actually, it was the tea was taken off, the cargo was taken off, but the shipment that was going back, the tax, which was hemp fibers, was tossed overboard.
That's right.
See, hemp was made from ropes, dude. It wasn't. It was still a form of cannabis, but you're not going to be enjoying some hemp grade cannabis smoke.
Well, the well fire
Smoke like a pile of horse shit.
was based off of how much cannabis it could produce, and cannabis from cannabis meaning the hemp plant.
Yeah, you can't smoke. There's no flower on the male plant.
Yeah, on the male plant, but the female plant there is flowers, and they do grow the female plants still today. And actually, those female plants are still legal in all 50 states, called CBD buds.
Yeah, but
Goes
it's
right to the
legal.
male.
Hemp is like one of the most valuable industrial plants in the world. It changes the world, like material wise, building stuff, making stuff from it, clothes, all kinds of concrete. Hemp,
Right? It's got a
it's
million.
the best material ever for
You know, Bong,
Top
you
Mr.
know
Rock is
JJ?
hemp is the fiber.
Do you know
Right.
JJ Hempcrete? He's a flat earther, and he goes by JJ Hempcrete.
Yeah, hempcrete.
That's what I want to do, man. I want to start building houses out of hemp.
Yeah,
does.
I mean,
the hempcrete gets
seriously.
stronger over time and harder.
He does that. His
So-
name, JJ Youngblood. He's a flat earther. I've known him for a long time, but now he changed his name to JJ Hempcrete. That's what he does as a business.
The
He grows-
sales,
Man,
for
maybe I need to go
sailboats?
work with that dude for free or something. Shit.
Yeah,
I
me
don't
too.
know.
I'm
Just
going
get your
with
foot in
you,
the door so you can learn the craft. Yeah.
I'm friends with them. I see him all the time.
You know how we were talking about Tartaria,
Okay.
Yeah.
right? I mean, don't you guys think that is kind of strange that instead of using hemp and developing that knowledge and that building is like they take it away and then get us to use whatever, you know what I mean? The same thing with medicine. The same thing, they take away the natural knowledge how to use, and then give us this chemistry, you know,
It was
the
petroleum,
science.
baby. Petroleum, man.
Yeah.
So hey, I'm
Gatekeeper.
Rockefeller. My name's Kenny Rockefeller, and I got an idea, man. Hey, you can make pharmaceuticals out of petroleum. What? Hey, I got an idea. Let's take over all the colleges, and that's all we're gonna teach. And if you don't fucking
Yeah.
get on with the program, guess what? You're not gonna pass the class. So
Yeah.
you better get on with the program because all we're gonna be doing is selling chemicals as cures. You know, snake oil salesman, man.
And the
Damn.
medical industry is like the number one most heavily regulated industry in the United States, and Big Pharma is the number one lobbyist in the United States. But don't worry, they
Yep.
found Jesus when it comes to the jab. The Fauci ouchie, right? They've been
Hold on.
convicted of like all
Hey,
sorts
you
of
know
stuff,
it.
and they just pay the fines. But they've come to Jesus when it comes to the Fauci ouchie.
Come to Jesus for the Coco Poke.
Poco Poco.
Coco
Hey
Poke.
Hank, I just looked at this Texas thing. It just says that it can have 1% THC in it.
Oh, that sucks. That's like rope, dude. You
September
might as well smoke
1st.
it. You
Yeah,
might as well
looking
smoke
forward to
the
that.
male plant.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Hemp is grown for
Well,
its
I guess
fiber, right?
when they sell it to you, I guess that's when you get the old distiller. I don't know.
Oh,
Dude,
dude,
how do you
save
even
your
find
cannabis
something that
seeds.
weak?
1%.
Save your cannabis seeds
I
because
didn't know that. That kind of makes me
Monsanto,
feel dumb.
Hemp is like 1% THC, man. That's it.
You know what it is,
Monsanto
Briggs? It's one of those CBD strains that has almost no THC. It's a CBD heavy strain.
cannabinoid, yeah.
Oh, I
But
thought we were
you
getting the
need
good stuff, man.
the
No.
THC is medicine though.
Fuck,
The
man.
cannabinoid, the CBD is to offset the psychoactive effects of the THC.
You should
Look,
have
guys,
both.
Endocannabinoid system. Research it.
if we
You
Yes.
could
should have
just
both.
stop
Should be
like going to
blended.
war against all these Middle Eastern countries, we can get some blonde Lebanese hash and some Maui Wowie. Like if we could just, go back to doing business instead of war, that'd be great.
We
That'd be
can do
real.
our own though. We can grow our own. We should be free to grow our own cannabis. That's what every state needs to pass.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. It shouldn't. It's a fucking
We should be.
man. Plants grow, dude. Illegal? What?
See, here's the thing. It's fuck passing it. We should just grow it, and then every time we go to court, all the jury members be like, what are we doing here? What? This guy's growing
I
plants?
was growing it. I was growing it before it was legal.
I forgot the name of the guy that there's this guy that goes around and collects seeds, right? He's dead now. He died from malaria. Because he got malaria when he went to get seeds. But he was about taking a strain and developing a cure from it. And what he was working on before he died was diabetes. So we should be researching this plant and its varieties and all the different,
It's federally a
medical.
Schedule 1. You can't. It's
all the different uses.
That's
Right.
it, hey. That's
all the different applications.
See, we could have been studying this thing for the last fucking 100 years, inside, outside. We
Well,
could really.
people have been, dude.
Well,
They've been personally experimenting.
1933, man. They cut that shit off, man. And said nope.
Yeah, but they
Sounds
never
like
cut
here
off.
everybody experimented on their own. They don't wait for laws or other people to tell you. It's like
Exactly. But I just imagine if we were able to fucking openly just really take it, spend super amounts of money on it. Yeah, you could have cured everything with that shit. I'm pretty sure, man.
I learned from the OGs, man. The OGs that had been smoking it from the 60s. They were the ones that taught me some OG stoners.
Yeah. Love those guys, man. I met many of them throughout my travels.
Who knows the family secret? Growing.
The family secrets are rolling.
Growing.
Rowing.
Grow. For grow.
Grow.
Family secret, grow. We're growing shit. Yeah.
Don't extract molasses.
There you go. Yeah. That's
There's
that's
wheat in that.
I've heard that. A lot of
earthworms.
nutrients, man. A lot of fucking Just sugars and
Earthworm farm.
Yeah, and worm poop. Worm poop is way better than any kind of guano, and do not throw any kind of chicken guano on that. That will kill any kind of crop. Way too strong.
What about
Yeah, your worms, your worm casting, you want to keep that in the veg, but not so much when you're going into flour. You don't want to use too much because nitrogen is not good when you go into flour. You want to have like phosphorus and potassium. That's what's going to give you, and less nitrogen, because nitrogen is going to keep your wheat green. You don't want that. You want it to ripen.
And a good organic solution for calcium magnesium deficiency is Epsom salt and milk.
For
Damn.
CalMag, yeah, I was buying the commercial shit, the CalMag.
Yeah, try Epsom salt and milk. Epsom salt is cheap.
Yeah, but what's the ratio? Like, how you got to measure the shit? Like, just
Do
what?
like for like a gallon? Do like
I make a 4-gallon bucket at a time.
okay, for 4 well, let's just do like a gallon, okay? About 2 tablespoons of whole milk and like 1 tablespoon of Epsom salt per gallon.
That much? Wow. Yeah. See what I do? I take a 5-gallon bucket and I fill it up to where the lines are, those reinforcement lines. That's about 4 gallons, and
Okay.
that way you got a little room at the top, so you're not sloshing over. And I
Right.
use like mason jar, one of those glass 1-quart jars, and usually give it 1 to 2 of those per plant for like a 5-gallon pot, and that seems to be enough enough nutrients. That's how I water them too. But
Now
you just gotta
you're
feed.
doing indoor, right?
Yeah, indoor grow.
Okay, you might want to supplement the milk periodically.
Yeah, it might get rancid inside. I
Yeah.
don't know.
But you can well, one shot when you do the milk one shot, it's like almost an overnight change. Like, 'cause
So
I
what
was
does
having
it do? The microbes from the milk is good for
well,
the soil. Like what?
the sugars that's in the milk help with it and the calcium.
What about the microbes? There's like little microbial shit in the milk.
Yeah, that it helps break everything down.
Well, there's microenzymes that you want
Yeah.
to put in the soil. You can buy it. They sell them, and
Great white, yeah.
they digest the sugars, and they make
Yeah.
microizine or something like that.
Yeah, that's what
It's beneficial
lactobacillus does.
bacteria.
That's what the lactobacillus does. It'll break that's in the milk itself too. It'll break down the milk culture to like a whey. Or I don't know if it would be a culture. Well, it would be a culture because it's a bacterium. But anyways, plus it's just beneficial. That's all I've noticed is when I put that in, it loves it. But then again, I'm okay. They're like these. They're the size of pallets. It's called a macro bin, right? And usually that's what Safeway uses or Vaughn's or Randall's for watermelons. They get the watermelons in those crates, and you get like this net type stuff, sunshade, and you put it inside so there's lots of airflow and water drainage, and then just put your soil in there, put your organic soil mixture, and have that outside as an elevated source or an elevated bed. Grow vegetables, weed, whatever you want. Put one plant inside of it, and that bitch will be a giant because you have the root structure and it's like a giant smart pot.
If anyone wants a treatment for spider mites, you use like a half ounce of rosemary oil, 1 ounce of neem, and a half ounce of dish soap like Dawn, and 1 gallon of water. And you mix it like I was just using a 1 gallon, like an empty milk jug, and you put hot water to dissolve your neem. The neem oil needs hot water to dissolve.
Yeah.
Rosemary oil is just like clear, but so you got your essential oil and your neem, and that's a good organic treatment for spider mites. Also for mildew and things.
Strangely enough, I don't have a problem with spider mites. I have a problem with spiders and ants.
It'll kill all spiders and ants too. Anything like that, it kills them. It'll kill gnats. It'll kill aphids, all that shit.
What I use for gnats is marigold. What do they call that? Like I'll put marigold seeds and grow marigold like plants with the flowers and all that at the base of the weed, and that'll keep a lot of the what are they called? Those little gnats that live in the dirt, the fungus gnats. They'll keep those away because it's a toxin.
You growing outside or inside?
Outside.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with the same bug problems outside.
Yeah.
Spider mites only really happen indoors. Like outside, they have too much things that take care of them. So mostly indoor grows have problems with mites.
Well, I mean, it all depends on where I'm growing at. I've had one problem with spider mites because it was in too close proximity to like a giant salt cedar tree or
Now
tamarisk.
you know how to smoke your gnats. Do the spider mites, hit them with that, and it's you could even hit them into the flower cycle a little bit. You don't. I mean, I'd rather not do it when they got buds, but sometimes you have to. But it's not harmful. It's not a toxic substance.
Right, like mine right now is just starting to go back to reflower because I re-vegged this plant because last year's harvest wasn't good.
Oh, you reverted it? I never tried reverting a plant. I don't know how that would come out, but
Dude, this thing's taller than I am. It's like over 6 foot tall.
so you harvested it once and you're harvesting it again?
Well, I harvested it part way. Some of the buds that wasn't from last year that wasn't like completely good. I just left them, and then they eventually died off and died back, and then went back to re-veg. So it's been growing shit almost a year completely.
Do you live in a warm climate that you're growing year
Yeah,
round?
yeah. I'm in the
Now,
desert.
I was gonna say, shit, I can't. I'm in Michigan. I can't. We can only do one crop in the summer.
Yeah, see, what I usually do is I'll start my plants around this time, and then by spring it'll be harvest time. Because like all winter it's like 12 hour.
You harvest in the spring equinox.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, you can get two. You can get two harvests if you do it that way.
I gotta cry.
Yeah, if the weather stays this temperate, it hasn't gotten above 115, so that's a good thing.
Yeah,
They
you
don't.
need to grow like a sativa in the hot weather.
Well, I have a sativa, and that thing was yellowing big time. So
Yeah.
that's transient nutrient issues, not enough nitrogen in the soil. So then I went because I was growing some peas because I knew that it was going to do that,
Mm-hmm.
and I just grew the peas so I could harvest the plant material and take some of the dirt around the roots and use that as nitrogen.
Yeah, like you said, get some of that worm castings and you throw that around the base and you just water it into the soil. You'll be good.
Yeah.
Worm castings are cheap.
Especially when you just
At least when I
buy
was
some night
doing it.
crawlers, go fishing, come back, and you still got like all the dirt.
Oh, I could buy a bag of it. They sell bags of worm casting, like 15-pound bags, 30-pound bags. It's just all worm casting. I used to mix it in with my soil. I would mix in like 1 gallon of worm castings, one batch. I would use 1 bag of ocean forest and 2 bags of happy frog and a gallon of worm castings. I would mix that together, and that was my mix. It was all the nutrients to get me through veg. It was all organic soil. It would get me through the veg, and then by the time it's ready to flower, it used up most of the nitrogen in the soil, so it was ready.
I use coco coir, um, like organic wood mulch, and it's like tilapia pond bottom, so like pond silt, and that helps a lot.
I don't know about the desert, man. That shit might dry out so fast.
Yeah, that's why you have to have the coca cory in the sand just to make sure that it stays moist. I gotta just water it like once a day, and it's just basic flood watering, and then just let it go. I don't feed it. I just give it let it do its natural thing. I'll give it like things for the microbes, but that's it. I don't do fertilizers.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't have any mites with that low humidity. If you're in the desert, you're not see usually it's in a higher humidity, you get mites and shit.
Yeah. And that's something else too. Everybody's like, "Well, you have to have the humidity just right, otherwise it just won't grow." And I go, "Yeah, I was thinking about that too, doing a hoop house and just going all out with it, doing full 7, doing a hoop house and doing a wet wall like that." And I was like, "No, that's going to be too much, like water usage and all that." And yeah, lo and behold, it's you don't like these two specific strains. Well, I don't know about the sativa. It's kind of weird. I think
Yeah,
it's
I know
from like
nothing
a
about
higher
desert
elevation.
foods.
But
That's a whole nother bag. I've never
this other
attempted.
one, it's loving it. So I'm thinking that one's like from India, right? Indica. It's loving the
Well,
heat.
the you could get like the Afghan strains, it's dry as fuck and hot there.
Yeah.
They grow indica there. Like the tropical is more like a sativa. Like Thailand, they have like sativa.
And the good thing is we've been getting monsoon. So I don't know if those toads are going to pop up. And I don't recommend grabbing those toads and squeezing their venom glands and drying the venom out and smoking it. I do not recommend that.
No, I heard people lick the toads. They lick the bottom. There's some kind of chemical.
Yeah,
I wouldn't try it.
that's not
Sounds pretty
actually
nasty.
correct. That's not actually correct. It's the same toads, but it's Bufo avularis, and they have poison glands. And inside the poison glands, like if you were to ingest it, you would get sick from bufotein poisoning. However, if you pyrolyze it, the bufotein is neutralized and destroyed, but the 5-MeO-DMT, the 5-methoxy, is aerosoled and absorbed. Then you go to the frog dimension.
I don't think anyone here is going to lick a toad anyway.
Yeah, those things will give you warts. But no, these toads, right? They live out here in the desert, and they're like 30. They burrow 30 feet into the ground, and they wait for a monsoon, wait for the conditions to be right, where there's a lot of like flash floods and running water, and just the desert itself is soaked, and then they'll come out and find a mate, lay eggs, and then burrow down again, wait for the next storm. They're crazy. Like they're similar to the cane toad. Like people's dogs will like bite one of these things and they'll get real sick and start foaming at the mouth and tripping. But there's another one that's South America, the sapo. Like that's just secreted through the skin of the frog, but South America is also where the poison dart frog is. But those are tree frogs. Same with the sapo. The other one's a toad, so it's a little different. So you lick the frog, you milk the toad. Just don't do toad now.
It'll turn into a beautiful princess. The metamorphosis, right?
You know, Family
Transformation.
Guy had a thing. It's a pandemic, or it's like a it's like a pandemic of all the children today licking toads to get high. Don't lick toad now. Oh no no. You ever seen that?
Yeah, that's funny.
Well, kind of like how Brian was going around wanting to promote marijuana, and it's like a bag of weed is the only, or a friend in need with a bag of weed is, or a friend with a bag of weed is a bag, or is a friend in need, because all we ever need is a bag of weed. No, you don't need you don't need speed. All you need is a bag of weed. Boom, boom, boom,
Exactly.
boom, 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 boom. Here, let me find it.
No, because I think weed is a plant and so easy to have. That's why they treat it the way they treat it. You know, like can't people have this? For a bag of weed is all what you need for a friend in need?
That COVID-19 is a contagious virus.
Yeah, it's awesome. So was the T virus from Resident Evil. It was very contagious. I mean, one bite. Yeah. 28 days later, remember that? Oh, predictive programming. Flying cars. Whatever happened to that? I failed. So bad. A car in space. Why? Why would you put a car in space? Why don't you launch a car in the ocean? That sounds awesome. Why don't we do something like that? Why? I don't know. Because it's awesome. To show people we can put cars in the ocean. We put cars in space. Yeah, I know there's a pandemic going on, everybody's dying, but we just thought it'd be a good idea to launch a car into space. Why? Oh, don't know what to spend my money on. Yeah, why don't you launch it in the ocean as well? Launch a car into the sky and see what happens too. Like we all want to see some shit. Yeah, that's what we do. Space. Put cars in space because it makes a lot of fucking sense, right? Because it's awesome. Fly planes into buildings because war reasons, you know. Crazy. We choose to go play golf on the moon because because it's hot and fuck the Russians. Yeah. That's why I went to the moon. Golf clubs. Watch this drive. 4, you know, from the moon, right? 4.
Yeah, they couldn't keep America enchanted with the moon, so they decided to play with the ball there.
Yeah. A Tesla car in space. Why? You know, why? What genius came up with this idea and why? You know what I mean? Like, why?
There are people saying that it was somebody that Elon got in a disagreement with, or like owed money to, that he had killed and put in the spacesuit and sent up there. And I go, dude, no cars up there.
Guess that's one way to get rid of the shoot him into space. Why put a car in space? Like, why didn't you send like I don't know, a spacecraft? Why a car? You guys trying to control us?
He did that just so he could do that. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
why not take that money and I don't know, put
You couldn't put a satellite up
Lamborghini
there that does
buttons.
something awesome for the world. put a car up there because what? I mean, how stupid is that? And then Elon says, you can tell it because it looks so fake. And then he says something stupid like that. And it's like, someone pie this guy in the face, like right now. Pow.
Didn't somebody put pie Bill Satan in the face?
Yeah. Like, who are these people that sneaks on and those, yeah, like, where do they hang out? Is there a club?
My
How do I
heroes.
sign up? Where?
Yeah, it's
What
the
community is that guy from?
it's the Royal Fraternity of the Court Jester.
We die in the shadows, so you live in light.
So yes, why did he put a car in space? It's a lot like, why does Nate Diaz in a cage fight slap a grown ass man in the face and call him a bitch when he could just, when he could just punch him, right? And it's because he can, and you can't do nothing about it, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a reflection of society, the mind of where the society's brain is today. Yeah, reflects how stupid people have been conditioned to be. Like that. All these people believe this. I used to believe it. If I didn't find out about flat Earth, I would probably be like, "Wow, that's amazing, but why? Why a car? Like, why a satellite?" If I was a Glober, I'd be angry. Like, what is this dumbass doing? Sending cars in space. Why don't you just put a picture of your dick on YouTube and get it over? Why put a sorry.
Hey, just because his name is Wiener.
Hey, look, I'm Elon Musk. I can put a car in space because my penis is small and I don't want to show it. Anyways.
No, guys. Hi, I'm Elon Musk. Don't worry about me. I'm cool just like you. I smoke weed on Joe Rogan.
Don't I look like I smoke weed? Didn't even inhale, bro. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
like smoking weed.
I can believe it when he said I didn't inhale, but not Bill.
I didn't inhale. What kind of human being doesn't inhale weed? Puffs it. What are you, 12?
I don't think I did the first time, but I think I was like 12.
You can't do that. Are you sure? No, I don't want to do it. No. Come on, man. Don't be a pussy. Do it. No, I heard stuff. I heard you could die. Elon Musk
Call me a
quoting the
pussy, but I
slogan.
stick to the oils now.
Oh, wow. You're smart. You're smart. You're smarter than the average
Yeah, no
Musk.
turning back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that CBD oil is oftentimes cut with rape seed oil. And that's an industrial oil, not meant for human consumption.
Oh, not doing the CBD, just the THC, bruh.
The good stuff.
Oh,
The
actually, whole
medicine.
plant. So CBD and
All of
THC, I
it.
think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
full spectrum.
Yeah.
I don't miss
That's-
smoking, not even one bit. It's such a better high, and I can regulate it. Just take a couple of drops, and then as I feel it coming, I want a tiny little bit more, another drop or two.
You in Melbourne? Where do you get your
Yeah.
oil from?
Denmark.
Oh, you order it. Damn.
Yeah, from Endoka. They're the best, bro.
Denmark. Thanks.
I'll hook you up if you want with the like they've got a secret website.
Oh,
Not that
yes,
secret
please.
anymore, I guess.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
DM
I'll
me,
send it to you in a PM. Yeah, it's the best
you.
stuff you can possibly get.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Two drops under the tongue, and I'm like tripping balls, going for a run.
Oh, you please.
When you start
Please
singing Phil
keep me going.
Collins in the air tonight.
I've always had quite a low tolerance, though, I must admit. Always had a low tolerance to everything. Even if I have more than one coffee, I'm in another world. So, so you'll have to judge for yourself. But yeah, 1 to 2 drops and I'm high as a kite.
Cheap date.
I'll do 4.
How come we can't put a GoPro on a kite, man? Like,
because
it was a really. Go ahead.
Not steady enough, you know. Like, I mean, you can.
The tail would stay pretty steady if there's a camera on it, though.
You can. You definitely can. It's just, you know.
Yeah, every
Wanna
kite
go
I've
kite
ever
surfing.
flown has crashed into the ground.
like, like.
Yeah, it's only got like one string on it, and there needs to be like 2 or something. I don't know, but then you like get kite surf. You ever done that?
Yeah, I want to. I would. Always wanted to go kite surfing. Just haven't had the ball to do it yet.
Well, just be smart enough to let go.
Yeah,
You know,
so I've been watching a lot of
elevate,
videos.
let it go.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of videos. So awesome. It's like this is what we do on the island. This is well back where I'm from.
Hey,
I'm
you
not
notice how
100%
that
sure who
is
was asking.
flat? It's kind of an optical illusion on
Bong,
how
was
it's
it you
flowing.
asking about the oils?
Yes, please. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, you were saying flat? The kite surfing?
I just thought I'd mention as well. Like I got a quarter and made my own oils, and it was actually really easy. I've been hesitating to do this for years. So yeah, man, if you're ever struggling or can't afford the ones from that website I just sent you, because it's bloody expensive. It's like very easy to make your own oil, and surprisingly, it was very potent. The stuff I made off a quarter, I managed to get fill up a 6 ml bottle. So
Wow.
I can run you through it. It's really straightforward.
A quarter, yeah. You can't even make your own out of a quarter. That's all you need.
No, I did.
You guys go by fractions and not like to the gram? It's 7 grams, quarter.
Yeah, 7 grams. Yeah.
Yeah, I could buy a quarter like 2 quarters a week. Yeah, I should probably.
Tolerance.
Yeah, can you? Yeah, but smoking, I think that does. You waste a lot of THC, and I think turning it into oil, you get all of it. Yeah, that's what I've always wanted to. Damn it, California.
Yeah, well, check you.
Do dabs.
The prices. The prices are pretty expensive on that website, but I just tried it for the first time last week. Made my own oil easy. Just put it in a pan and put a bit of water in, and then just squished it down. Kept on squishing it, and then poured it into a cup, then poured it back in, and then did it again and squished all the stuff out, and then just cooked it on the stove for a certain amount of time, and then it was turned into oil.
Nice.
And then we dropped it on our tongues, and we were high as kites in 20 minutes. Usually takes an hour to kick in. Or longer.
But you pressed it. Did you say you pressed it?
Yeah. Yep.
So you have
I was mind blown, man.
You have a press. You have
how
a.
easy it was.
You got a link
No, we
for
just
the way
did
you.
it ourselves. Like we just pressed it. I tell you what, I'm bringing another quarter over to my bosses on Thursday, and we're just going to do it again. I'll record it. Pushed it down with like the end of a hammer.
Oh, what?
Like we pressed it ourselves. You know what I mean? We slowly pressed it, but you pour a little bit of water in first. You heat the water up, and you put the cannabis on top, and then you just press and press and press, and you squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, and eventually you got enough. I don't know, it was really easy.
All right. Yeah, I gotta try that.
I'm telling you, bro, it blew my mind. I'm like, never even thought I would bother doing it for years because I thought it would be a difficult process.
Okay, yeah, that's where I'm at. Like, well, yeah, I did try making some earlier, but didn't come out. I was using the rice cooker thing. It didn't come out. So maybe, yeah, I should try pressing because I read about pressing too, and I never thought I would try. Yeah, well,
I mean, I only suggest that if those prices are too expensive on Endoka, but I mean, you can get sort of a 10 ml bottle. If I was to do, say, 4 or 5 drops a day, would last me about a month and a half. So it was good for me, but I used to actually get $500 worth of cannabis oil for free every fortnight, just because I was helping them ship it to get past international shipping. And then COVID happened and it stopped everything. I was handing bottles over to people left, right, center, curing their Crohn's, curing epilepsy. We were just like giving it to everybody that we knew had a problem, and it was just sorting out everything. And then it stopped. Crohn's was the most magical one, I thought. Just people that were battling surgeries and in and out of hospital, just their lives destroyed, can't even eat anything. And cannabis oil just immediately cures it.
Yeah, one of the boys, his mom died from cancer. Man, if I had known that we could get it, because she wouldn't, do the cannabis
My
treatment
mum,
because she thought it was evil. She doesn't even know what it is. If only.
Yeah.
But,
my mum had died of cancer as well, and we were trying to get her to do the oils, and all the doctors brainwashed her. My dad brainwashed her, and she didn't want to do it. She tried it once, and we had the best night ever, like laughing all night. We were all in the kitchen cooking, and she got her appetite back, and then she never did it again. So sometimes, no matter how much it can heal someone, if they don't want to do it, they ain't going to do it.
That Reefer Madness movie, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that got everyone, didn't it?
Yep.
It's starting to come into the mainstream here a little bit. Like there's this show in Australia called Home and Away that all like the people that love TV, they all watch that show. And there was a story there in the show where the guy's like, I need to get cannabis for my son and it's illegal, and he still gets it or something. So that convinced a ton of people. But yeah, but it's still frowned upon for most of the baby boomers. Just don't get it. But I mean, now they're all addicted to pharmacia, so they're all dying off or getting COVID.
Dude, took me like 3 months, 4 months, trying to convince my parents.